I love that esports U intro. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the CECC Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Last Chance Qualifier. As always, I'm your host, Paulie, or Paulie Hype, or Mr. Hype. Whatever you want to call me is fine with me. But we are joined today as, the final qualifying tournament for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. That's taking place May 7th and 8th at Gateway Center Arena. It's a LAN. It's going to be the largest collegiate esports tournament and festival ever. History first. Tickets are on sale right now, starting at just $10. You can find that link below, but also the link is cecc.gg. Those tickets are on sale right now, May 7th and 8th at Gateway Center Arena. So the point of me bringing that up is that the winning team from Valorant, at the conclusion of this event, the winning team will be formally invited to compete at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup on May 7th to see who is the best collegiate Valorant team to win the Commissioners Cup. And I'm really excited for that tournament. That's coming up shortly. But without further ado, we have some amazing matches remaining on the schedule. Semifinals 1 is going to be University of Central Florida taking on Akron, two big powerhouses in the collegiate Valorant space. And then the grand finals is going to be the Texas A&M. So Texas A&M won the winner's bracket. They'll be looking for University of Central Florida or Akron. They'll be going against them for the grand final event. So without further ado, we have a quick one today, but let's get the minute of hype right now. Let's bring it on in. Let's get it pumping. Esports U, Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, University of Central Florida, Akron, Texas A&M. One of these schools is going to go on to compete at LAN May 7th and 8th. Without further ado, we have the stunning Spicy Pyro on the mic and the human Barbie doll, Los. Without further ado, let's throw it over to Spicy and Los for the first half of tonight's call. And then Spicy will bounce out and we'll be joined by none other than K-Tad, the legendary Esports U producer, head producer, is going to be joining Los to finish out the night. That's right, on the commentary mic. So without further ado, Spicy and Los, take it away. I'm going to give all my hype to you. Over to you guys.
Woo! Thank you so much, Polly, for the intro. And Los, how does it feel to be the most handsome host?
You know, it takes a lot of pressure and to be the most handsome host and the human Barbie doll. I thought I was gonna be the Ken. No, I'm the Barbie. I'm a Nikki fan anyway, so it's all good. No worries. But we do have an amazing matchup today. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be Akron. It's gonna be UCF, and both of these teams had a pretty dominant force throughout those best of one rounds just to get to these semifinals. So I'm excited for either of these squads. And in case you guys forgot, you can't read, I'm Los, joined by Spicy Pyro. We're going to be kicking things off here for the first semifinals here, the CECC Valorant Last Chance Qualifiers. And we do have some maps at the ready for us right now. And it's not looking like the collegiate special.
It definitely isn't. Actually, some of the most picked maps have been knocked right out off the bat there, Los, and I'm excited to take us through the picks and bans. Do we have a graphic for that? Quick question over to production. No graphic, so we're just going to go straight through it. That's going to be UCF banning Haven right off the bat. Akron will ban Ascent. That being UCF's map pick now on Icebox, where Akron will be starting on the defense first. Map 2 will be Akron's pick on Breeze, UCF on the defense this time around. And the last ban will go out on Fracture on the side of UCF, leaving Akron to pick Bind as the decider. And UCF will be starting on the defense there. So that's Haven and Ascent taken right out off the bat.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because Akron has been playing Haven every single match to get up to those semifinals, 3 in a row. They were only on one map, so that's where their practice has been. That's where it's been going. But UCF, they've had a bit of adjustments. They've been on Ascent, they've been on Haven, they've been on Icebox, and they've got their practice in. So it's what we're going to be expecting. But this is actually an adjustment from what we've expected. But then again, we never saw what they were capable of here for Icebox. So Akron, whatever they bring in is going to be a new composition, at least to anyone who's been consistent in watching this event so far. And they picked so quick, I didn't even get to see who the agents are, Spicy.
Yeah, I mean, they pick so quick, and then we're going to throw into game really shortly. But you were talking about the fact that on the side of Akron, they don't have too much experience, at least within recently on other maps. Their must pick has been Haven so far. But Icebox is actually the most recent map that UCF has played within this particular tournament bracket, and they won out 13-4. So definitely looking like it's in their favor for this one.
Yeah, without a doubt. And now we're going to get things started so we can actually take a look at this agent selection. So there has been a bit of a shuffle in what we normally see, as in the past, Atrium has been known to run on the Omen. But when you're going on to Icebox, it makes sense. You don't really want to work with that. The Viper is a much more critical defensive and, I guess, offensive controller. So it makes more sense that we'll adjust that as well. But there's one player that you're definitely going to want to take a look at, and that will be Farrell on the Jet. Incredibly aggressive, especially along with Burst, who they like to get in the face of their opponents.
Ooh, they definitely will. We're going to see the recon, though, coming out from AU to kick things off. Gets a little bit of information in A main, and Ryujin already taking this pipes angle. We're going to see Farrell spotted out, and now gonna have to fall back on the angle, and it's just a steady A heavy default here from UCF to kick things off.
Well, good little dink from Farrell there, but they're already down one. Ryujin just on top of
Wait.
410. Wait, what is going on, Farrell? You're too aggressive.
No, not the
Ryujin ran out of ammo. Wacky start of events there, and no ground really gained, I guess, by getting too aggressive. So that's 1 for 1. So they have rotated back to B, but there's a barrier courtesy of Burst, so they have to slow things down again, but they've got plenty of time. Still 45 seconds on the clock if they do want to break that down.
Ooh, and with this angle, Burst is going to get that early information as well, be able to call over a rotation from the rest of Akron. Still holding this upper angle, gonna be good for 1, still duking it out! And with those 2 picks, now we're even Stevens across the board here. A lot of mid pressure.
You know, Smith, nice work, and it leaves it all up to Ducky, who had no idea there was the rendezvous. Ryan, a perfect placement, allows that easy dismissal, that translocation. Get behind them, get the easy shot, and finish things off. This was a bit of a clownery round, I gotta say. Spicy to kick things off.
Yeah, a lot of nearly missed opportunities, I guess is the way you could put it, with the positioning, with the fact that you had players kind of just walking by each other, but it is pistol round, usually the goofiest round to kick things off on, but now it's going to be a buy up here for AU. We're going to see Spectres across the board. Ryan just going to stick with the Deagle, though. They do have the Headhunter, so it does make sense to go for a bit more of an eco weapon. And this time around, a heavy A hit here coming out from UCF.
Okay, Ryujin not going for that same mistake. They will lose out. Weisel there for the trade, so they can continue move forward by 410. But a lot of information being gained. As you can see, there's 2 players on the rotation coming from behind, so unless they make a move quickly, they're going to be pinched.
That is true. We're going to see the toxic screen coming out to, allow space for Maze, but cut off the actual site plants here on the side of UCF. They're waiting for that screen to drop, but a nice stall with the snake bite. However, space still can be taken. Ducky actually going to go for the plant.
There it is. Powa, though, does get a good shot onto Asmith. That makes things a bit easier. Turned into a 4-on-3, and the last 2 going in for the flank. Ryan might be spotted up, but Cookies and Cream won't be able to get the angle. Burst, as well as Ryan, they can make their move. This is definitely a deadly situation, especially with Atrium picking up 2. And now it's all up to Powa to pull off an amazing clutch if it was possible. It won't be the case. The gun advantage was just in the hands of Atrium, and they pull it off with a 3K.
Yep, Atrium stealing the hearts in that round with that 3K. Now a clean 2-0 here for AU. However, it is going to be the bye coming up for UCF. They'll finally have those rifles in hand. So it's not too surprising that, round 2 usually goes to the team that wins out that pistol, because they do have the economy advantage. I'm just taking a quick look at the ultimate statuses that we have online here. It would be nice to see UCF trying to make that investment into Weisel, get the Hunter's Fury online for this upcoming round, because that's massive for some zoning potential.
Yeah, without a doubt. And there's a lot of tight lanes, especially over in A and even in B long. You could find someone lock them out, get the information, and even to secure some frags in the beginning. Ryujin ensuring no one's hanging out around the corner. They still have to play it slow, and no initial attacks onto B have been made. It's usually an afterthought, but maybe Power can start things off with a great headshot onto Farrell. They will be spotted out from the Owl drone, but they can slow it down, and they can take their space as Asmith, the last one standing. But Atrium here to save the day by putting or relieving some pressure. This is a spike down, but even so, they don't have full on-site control. Ryujin, though, has something to say about that with 2 quick frags, leaving Burst all alone in the 1v3.
Oh, it's tough because Burst is also late in this rotation over towards the A site. Only 1 Spectre in hand. Does have a slow to delay a double swing through, but the toxic screen will come up. Burst having to push through, and they don't have the vision. So that's going to be Ryujin closing out this round. Now 1-2 here. Still a 1-point advantage for AU.
Yeah, and it wasn't too bad because while they did lose 2 rifles, they're still able to take the rounds, but it will be a much more effective buy coming in from Akron going into this next round, or UCF going into this next round. So I'm excited. I want to know what the plan is going to be now that they have a bit more. Atrium might be able to get that Hunter's Fury online, but Ryujin, they've got that null command, so they want to just run things down. It wouldn't be an impossibility for them to take site with ease.
Especially the A site, you can completely null the Viper utility. We're going to see that null command coming through, denying the ability to put up that toxic screen, but a quick rotate. It's already 3 on the site here, and A Smith actually good for 3 right off the bat now. A 5v2 situation.
And they don't even get hit by that shock dart. They're still alive and they're being healed. In fact, this is a complete denial. No problem at all here for Asmith and Akron. They can hold on. They don't have to push anything. The ball is completely in their court, and they can just wait. But it might be Farrell who wants to get a bit cheeky, wait for those angles, or take one of their own, hiding behind that box. All you have to do is wait, though. They know someone's about to be in nest. But that Toxic Orb, it's the right move. Play it safe. Hold on to your rifles. Hold on to the money. Hold on to the round. Oh, Weisel, though, is good for a cheeky one before they fall, but Atrium closes out with a nice 2.
I feel like Atrium's been getting quite a few multi-kills these previous rounds, and now going into the 5th round of this half, we are going to see 2 ultimates online here for Akron. That's going to be the Hunter's Fury and the Viper's Pit, but unlikely that we'll be seeing those coming into fruition in this round, considering the fact that it is an eco that UCF has been pushed on. And right now, if Akron can continue this momentum through, they are slowly pushing UCF into that kind of awkward economy where they're alternating those buys and saves.
And there's that guaranteed A denial. They've got the Viper's Pit. Not much they could do with that one, especially rocking with just Sheriffs. Cookies and Cream, though, sitting outside A lobby, waiting for someone to try and flank it out because they know it's an impossibility, but they're making their way to B, and Power with the Blade Storm gets things rolling. And they convert that Phantom, hand it back over to Ryan. They can hold things down. The spike has been planted. The toxic screen blocks them off, but the Hunter's Fury might be able to find out Ducky. That doesn't come to fruition, though. So they have to go for that full on-site retake in the 4v5.
UA still has the advantage as far as weaponry goes at the very least. I like the counter owl drone coming out, delay the retake back onto site. Snakebite's coming out to do some zoning as well, but Ryujin with that 0 point gonna help continue this delay.
Cookies and Cream, good for another one. Make it 2. And that cuts it down, and it's all through the smoke. The Snakebite even gets the best of Feral. Atrium, the last one alive in the death rows, hoping to bring down a few with them before they fall. But no, it's an esports, you flawless.
Ooh, and a massive thrifty round as well coming out from UCF. They were able to convert that, and now we're going to see rifles across the board. And I just mentioned that UA was on the verge of pushing UCF onto that awkward buy position, but instead the roles are going to be reversed here, because if UA can't manage to win this round out, they're going to lose that lead, and likely we will be seeing UCF take it instead. And on top of that, I mean, look at the ultimates that we have online here for UCF. We're likely going to be seeing this go to 3-3.
Yeah, definitely a possibility, but we've got Ryan here. They're getting a little angry. They want to take that aggression down mid. No one will be there to greet them. If they keep it going, it'll be a trademark to snuff them out. First, however, getting crazy aggressive. There goes the spike. They're still underneath green, and they will be punished for it. Still enough of the information. They know the spike's here. They know it will be a full-on rush. Arrow denied. Dart does still get some information. Drop the double shock. Might pause the rest of that push, but they still have the Viper's Pit. And this is a lot of misinformation or lack thereof here for Akron, as they want to make this defense and deny the plant.
Ooh, yeah, the Snakebite's coming out to deny that plant. However, it's still the attacker-sided Viper's Pit, but frags are going out across the board. Powa got some nice positioning, though, and Ryan. Now, the last alive here for UA. The spike plant will be free, but the flank is coming through.
He's been spotted too, blocked off by the Cloudburst. Now they caught wind of Powa, but they aren't good enough with the flick. That's another 3 for Powa and a 3rd round for UCF. A great resurgence coming from this squad to bring it back from a thrifty flawless and convert it into another round in a row, flipping the script. Now we got Sheriffs on the other side and a bit of a broke situation here for Akron.
On Akron's side, though, I mean, you do have that Eco Ultimate in the hands of Farrell, who is incredibly dominant, as you mentioned, you know, very aggressive player, does make tons of space for their team on the retake as well. So that is a win condition. Farrell will be a little bit of that Hail Mary for Akron going into this round, and if they can manage to get some picks off, we might as well see the Resurrection coming out, and I'm going to cast their curse that live in action, because that's going to be Burst. First of all.
It was a close one, though. Still managed to get a shot over onto Cookies and Cream. A bit slow reaction and might be punished for that one in the future, because a little bit of damage won't go that long of a way. Asmith, though, taking their push all the way to the end. And they're good for the shot on Ducky. Power there to make sure that doesn't go too far. They don't get carried away with that one. They still will be able to do some damage on the economy side of UCF. Farrell, though, looking for the hit. The blades don't get him, but Atrium sure does. Now they have a Vandal in hand. They got the double Cloudburst. They can hide away, but they are hit with the 0 point. It doesn't make too much of a difference. They've got nothing left in the tank.
No, but Cookies and Cream does have the Tool de Force in hand, keeping an eye on Rafters at the moment. As I say that, going to be able to shut one down. Now, a 2v3 on this retake.
Oh, Farrell, right outside of the blind. They're good for 2 headshots right in a row. They have that tailwind. They need to make a move. Cookies and Cream, they've got the tour de force. They're looking at the cross line, and there it is. 2 3Ks across either squad, but Cookies and Cream with the tour de force is the one who walks out alive. And another round, 3 in a row here for UCF.
Still a really nice eco coming out from Akron, though, considering the fact that they did manage to steal away 4 guns out of the hands of UCF. So, you know, it's a little bit of give and take. They weren't able to close out the round, but aren't allowing UCF to build up that economy cushion, trying to put a little bit more pressure. Now going into this next one, Weisel does have that Hunter's Fury on for the potential zoning factor, as I previously mentioned.
And we got Powell on the up. Oh, almost lost their head. They've got to keep it cool before they push right into the rest of Akron. However, that first missed shot is going to make them think twice. Getting hit with so much utility. They've been revealed, but they will be okay. No Hunter's Fury to punish that. And things are just looking a little crazy at this point for UCF as they want to push in. No real resistance in terms of gunfire. It's just tons of utility from Akron.
Ooh, making noise, and now a possible rotation coming through, but it's going to actually be UCF just cutting noise for now. Ryujin does manage to reposition towards pipes. I think that Akron may have heard that little step, though. We're going to see that poison orb coming back up the one way to slow down and stagger. And yeah, that's more info given. Now that's 45 seconds left on the clock here, Los.
Cloudburst detected, sent out the 0 points. Time to make a move. There it is. The Hunter's Fury was enough in conjunction with Ryujin's shots, and they have to make their way to the back. Here comes the pop flash. No one there to take a hit. Farrell is right beyond it, though, and the spray through the toxic screen is good. It makes its connection. Farrell still not giving up their position as they want to wait for the rest of their help. Powell looking through to CT from the rafters. If anyone dares make a move from there, it'll be all over. Here's the resurrection. No one there for the immediate peek, but you do have Farrell trying to make things better. Weisel with the 4K sprays it through again. The toxic screen provides no protection nor cover, and it's all up to Atrium to hopefully save the day, but saved it will not be. It's another esports U flawless here for UCF.
Now a 2-point lead here for UCF. You know, it looked like Akron was going to be taking the lead here on through, but the huge thrifty that came out that flawless previously is what helped turn the tides. And now it's going to be another eco round here for UA. No ultimates online either, so you don't have Ryan with the Tour de Force or Farrell with the Bladestorm to be that difference maker. But if Ryan can manage to maybe snag one pickup with that Headhunter, we'll see that Chamber Op coming out.
Whoa, quite aggressive here from Asmith. We've seen this before as they walk along that toxic screen, but it will be denied. Now they're stuck. They don't want to move away because they'll lose their life, but maybe they could drop one before they fall. Farrell and Asmith are good for one. Farrell quick enough on the tailwind to make their escape. Maybe they're good for another, but Ryan over on mid. A Headhunter shot to their name, but they get a bit aggressive with the knife switch as they just want to pick up a gun so bad. They need a new rifle, and it cost them in the end, but still, they've turned the tides. It's Akron, 3-on-2.
3-on-2, but Akron wasn't able to, none of the players could go pick up those rifles. And as Farrell's holding the upper angle, Ducky Momo will walk through. You hear the zip line. Now nest control has been given a 2v2 situation, but that's a 3K now for Ducky. Spike will be planted up in nest. Now it's Burst, last alive, able to pick up a Vandal for himself though.
Do have Power expecting this rotation. There it is, the shot with the op. Finally, they could get a hit with that one. They've been waiting for a long time to bring out that piece of hardware. And it does make that connection. But also, credit to Farrell and Asmith for at least finding some good connections in their save round. Moving 3 rifles is a critical piece of the plot or the puzzle when it comes to trying to claw their way back into this game. But regardless, look at all that money, Spicy.
Absolutely. I mean, UCF, they've got a nice little savings seed, little nest egg that they have that they can play with here. They can sacrifice rounds because they have that economy. I believe we just saw 2 operators, one on each side. One still in the hands of Powat. Okay, no, on the defense, no op has come out. I may have misseen that. And this time around, UCF, they moved away from the A site. It looks like a 5-stack towards B.
Oh, here's the Owl drone. They're going to have to back off. Space immediately conceded here for Akron. And now they're going to activate that no command. Walk right on through. The red carpet has been laid. And no one will be there to stop them. A free and clear plant from Ducky because they've got that no command. No shock darts can even stall it out.
Ooh. There is a slow that comes out here from the trademark, but yellow control has been given over to UCF as well. A full 5v5 on this retake. We do have the recon coming out, pushing Power off that angle.
Oh, Power can make the connection as Atrium and Asmith. Everybody here on the side of Akron want a piece of this one. Ryan and Farrell to close it out. A full-on easy retake. The firing squad in full effect as they came on through swinging. Finally, after what seems to be, I think it was 5 rounds in a row that went the way of UCF, Akron has one on the board.
What's difficult about that B plant, though, is the fact that if you don't have that Sage up, it gets a little bit more difficult to hold if you can't take backside B control, especially in a 5v5 situation. You have the entire attacking team kind of stuck by yellow, stuck by main, and a lot of their utility was actually expended just trying to get onto the site itself. So not too much left for the post plant. And now we are going into this next round. Another A hit this time around. UCF going back to their bread and butter.
Farrell spotted out, and they will be suppressed through that 0 point. They know someone's going to make their way onto Belt, but just guessing. They don't know what to do. Followed up with the fragment. Everyone is just backing off. They want to play together. They want to go for that retake, but you could also see on the map, you might have a presence in the back line. Oh. Farrell expecting something out of the toxic screen, but cookies and cream is who you have to worry about. And all these ultimates expended because they're mad, they're pissed. They didn't want to lose that streak. And Power hanging out. They might make a move over toward mid just because they can. Bringing out the operator. Instead, the shots do not connect and send out a cloud burst. They'll back off and let the rest of their team do the work.
Yeah, I don't want to risk losing that operator, but now it is a 2v5 situation. Would actually be nice to see UA try to go for exit frags and maybe save here, considering the state of their economy. one pick does manage to go through, whittling it down to a 4v2.
Power definitely wanted to continue that aggression. They missed the first 2 shots. They were not satisfied. They went back for another repeat. Were punished for it. So Weisel had to whittle the rest of them down. Now we're headed into the last round of the first half, and it's a bit of a scattered bye that we're seeing here for Akron.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that it would have been nice to see those saves coming through, especially, one, you're already in a 2v5 situation, Los, right? And then on top of that, you have all that Viper's utility you have to deal with, the Viper's pit itself. I feel like the guns would have been better in their hands. But now, going into this next round, there's no ultimates on board here for UCF. However, we do have 2 eco ultis on the side of UA. That's the Blade Storm and the Tool de False.
Cookies and Cream starting things off. Bursts. We've known to get way aggressive. Have overstepped their bounds one more time, dying over in Garage, and that'll be an easy indicator that they could walk on through to A. I mean, interesting to think that they wouldn't bring it back over to B. I mean, no one's there, but, if you love A so much, why change up the plan? It's still working. Ryan has to back off a lot of utility to zone them away from taking those initial fights by Pipes or Maze. Farrell, though, and Ryan are responding back. They're not letting this site go freely.
It's a really nice stall utility, though, coming out on the Viper side. That being, I believe, A-Smith on UA, stalling out that push through. Weisel still lurking by, though. Gonna be good for 1. Now, it's a 2v1 situation. Ducky Momo, nowhere to be seen on the A site, but also no utility.
Yeah, that isn't looking good. They're going to be playing full-on gunplay this time around. But they have so much time, so he can go wherever he wants, adjust their positioning, and maybe a kitchen position will be solid. I think if they even go all the way by Orange, shoot someone in the back, that could be an interesting play. I mean, we might see them catch him out in this moment, but not to be on the opposite side, and they'll realize the same thing too.
Oh, and nobody's looking. Everyone's looking, in fact, in the wrong direction so far. The trigger discipline does come through for Ducky. Now, a 1v1 situation.
Tap. It was just a fake. And now that they know it was fake, but Atrium came up swinging from the ropes. And I do believe that they are going to have enough time, maybe? No.
Ooh, just about a second too late for Atrium, and now that is 8-4 here, a 4-point lead for UCF. Now it's a clean slate across the board here. Los, we are swapping sides. It's going to be UCF now on the defense, and Akron, my bad, that being on the attack. I don't know. You seem a little bit more familiar with these teams, Los. How do you expect Akron is going to tackle this attacking side?
Well, I think they really want to get aggressive, and that's been biting them in the back a few times, as we saw Burst, who just ran up to Garage, lost their life. It's been going down a few times, but they've always gotten aggressive when they're on the back foot. So I think if they can bring that aggression as an attacker, this might be able to be a moment where they could take advantage of it. It's only this one chamber and the Viper holding things down, but Cookies and Cream has been so deadly throughout, but Ducky has a lot of pressure. If they can remove Ducky right now, deny the toxic screens, this could be good, but Cookies and Cream, they rendezvous and they provide the support. Ducky able to walk out of that 1v2. The saving grace of the chamber keeps them alive, but how much longer can they last? It's looking like a lot longer, Spicy.
Ooh, that was a nice refrag from Ducky, using that shock dart to zone out the player in mid-sight. Ryujin's gonna go for the defense, or the defuse here, and just absolutely sticking it. The defender's toxic screen allows it to go through, and now the defenders, they've 1 and 2 are remaining. Now it's gonna be the buy up here, Los. That was a nice retake coming out from UCF. I think, some Vipers tend to throw their toxic screen B main, force the attackers to completely walk through, but I definitely prefer personally the one that just covers main and yellow at the same time, because it's huge on the retake and not just on, stalling out the push on.
What I liked about that last play a lot was how willing and how quick each other, or on the side of UCF, how quick they are to help each other. Cookies and Cream, originally looking down B-long, saw that there was an issue by Orange. Jumped over there with the rendezvous. Got the shot in. Still in trouble was Ducky Momo. had more help from their Sova with the shock darts, but now there's a bit of trouble here. By Maze, they have to back off. Farrell hoping the Tailwind would save their skin, but in fact, it gives a free angle for Weisel to finish the deed with the Spectres. Now, back to a 4v4, but B-Site has been taken for free.
Look at this positioning, though, from Burst. Kitchen control now in his hands. Might be able to get some interesting picks off. I don't know if Pow was expecting it, and that's going to be one. Now, Burst's going to fall back. I like this play coming out from UA.
They need to stick together at this point because they're lacking in the firepower. Almost a great shot with the headhunter at the cookies. You can see it whizzed by their face, gave him a brief kiss on the cheek. And Burst is looking to get a lot of kisses after this victory by getting another kill with the Frenzy. However, the Spectres are back in action. One more player. It's Ryan with the headhunter, still unable to get the connection. And Weisel good for a third one as UCF are cruising through the rest of Icebox. Only 3 more to go, and we'll head over to Breeze.
I think it definitely has to do with that point that you brought up. UCF, when you see them playing together, they're moving as a unit. They're making sure to play contact. They play those trades and they don't get too greedy. Meanwhile, on the side of UA, they have a little bit more of a tendency to play individually. There weren't really any crossfires set up there in that last round, and it's kind of tough because it was also their eco, so they're trying to be a bit cheeky at the same time. But UA, they struggle to set up for the refrags.
That's true. I mean, they start off together, but once the fighting actually begins, it feels like they scatter. Kind of like roaches under the light. They run away from each other. It was a bit of a inconvenience there. Power is able to escape after taking a few to the chest, but nothing too serious. No strong information gained, as it's a big default. Ryan, though, all the way up in kitchen, but you know that there's a trademark there waiting for him.
He's just trying to hold the cheeky angle, hope that someone will try to maybe rotate through. That's going to be the fragment coming out. And as I say that, Ducky is going to walk into the crosshair of Ryan. I like that shock dart from Weisel, though. Unfortunately, doesn't connect. And now, UA, they're vying for B.
There's that toxic screen. It's going on up, blocking off Snowman once it's activated. And there it is. We have Power sitting up top on the site in the 2, but they'll back off just right underneath. And the instinct coming out of both Killer or Cookies and Cream and Power shooting right through that toxic screen will earn them another round, because Atrium, they're all alone. 1v4, maybe they'll be good for 1, possibly even 2. I don't know, but the walls are closing in. They've got to back off with only 20 seconds left. I mean, this is a strong push coming out from UCF. They might be throwing some bodies on the line here. No, a lot of damage. Cookies and Cream toying with their food, going back and forth, bobbing and weaving with the Spectre. Able to upgrade to that Vandal for free.
Whew, now it's 11-4, and Los, things are not looking good for Akron. They're pushed onto an eco this round, so this is probably going to be match point here for UCF. But again, this is just map 1 in this best of 3 series for semi-finals of the CECC LCQ. It is also Knights or UCF's map pick. So it's kind of expected in a way for it to go into the favor of UCF, but I was thinking this matchup would be a little closer.
I mean, again, it is only map 1, so there's still plenty of time for us to be surprised by Akron, and we have had good moments from them. Unfortunately, it hasn't just come together as a full team effort. It's all individual great plays, but as a unit, it seems that they aren't giving each other the best communication at this point.
It's tough too, because I mean, on eco rounds, you could play a little bit lurky, just default, get that information, try to get solo picks off. But I feel like you're better off at least playing with the buddy system so someone can trade you out if necessary. And Ducky Momo has the entirety of mid control. You have that trademark outside of B main as well. So the information is essentially given to UCF. They should be expecting an A push.
They're going to walk on through for free. I mean, you do have one player sitting up top in rafters, ready for it, ready for the play. It's going to be Ryujin, hoping for someone to just walk up and make their day. But honestly, they don't need to take this fight. They could let them plant, because they've got the greater manpower. They've got the flank set up. Maybe a beautiful shock dart to be put in display. Not the case. You have a lot of players looking down Cookies and Cream's barrel. They'll be able to survive out. A few kills for everybody, specifically Ducky Momo with the great flank. And they'll bring it up to map point. It's 12-4 against UA.
That owl drone from Weisel was incredibly impactful, though. It actually spotted out every single one of the Akron players on site there after that plant. But like you said, we are at map point now. It's 2-4, and that's 8 rounds that Akron would have to win in a row to be able to take it to overtime. At the very least, they are going into this next round with a bye. We do have the Hunter's Fury online here as well for Atrium. And like I said before, it shines when it comes down to the zoning. But UA, they've been struggling to play together, and it only really works if you move as a team.
That's something we're about to see now, I suppose, with Farrell jumping on top of the tube. It allows the rest of the squad to take some space, and now Orange is being owned here by Burst. What can they do now, especially Farrell opening things up. Burst with a good second kill, and no one is left to defend on B. There will be kitchen placement, and Powell wants to do the same maneuver, jumping right on top of the tube, and they're good for the shot through that toxic screen. Looking for another. They have that updraft.
Floating over Burst, though.
Through. Burst, they only need to take one shot. The trigger discipline. They're just handing these kills over for free. Ryujin, the last one alive. Already removing one from the play. Being shot in the back. Can't finish it off. Ryan, save the day, save the flank. And 3 are alive in this momentous round for Akron, as they have lost another 6 in a row prior.
You know what? Maybe the pressure of map point was what Akron needed, because looking at this round, this execution towards the B site was a much different strategy than the previous ones we've seen Los. I mean, before Akron, they tended towards those very individualistic defaults or a 5-man push through one choke point. I like to see this splitting action going on, trying to pinch the defenders on the attack, and it's going to come out once again.
This might be read easily. Cookies and Cream expecting just that when the Tour de Force denies this play. So what is going to be the adjustment? Now that they have their original play that found success being tweaked a bit, can they find the success? And now here's a bit of extra pressure because you've got Farrell on the back line.
Yeah, I mean, Powa has so much information now here for UCF. The location of the entirety of UA is essentially known except for Burst. But Burst and Power are actually just going to miss each other here. Oh, the timing could be so impeccable on Powa.
That's it. Well, I mean, they could have that standoff, and it doesn't matter. Power does come to head, and they'll walk out with it. But 2 more kills going the way of Cookies and Cream. This is going to be a major issue, especially, well, they have Power sitting in the spawn. If they want to back off, I think that might not even be the case. They're finding success here. Asmith only needs to remove 1 more to have a bit more safety. Weisel, though, potentially with that recon arrow. Walk on through. Oh, they know where the tracer's from. Maybe they can get the shot, but no! Power finishes it off with another 2 kills, denying a 6th round for Akron. And they'll walk out on top on their map pick, 13-5.
I was really nervous there. I thought that the rest of UCF was going to just slowly push in one at a time into the Vipers pit, get a little bit overeager, if you would say. But in the end, they were able to play it disciplined and close things out. And that was also UCF Knight's pickup, though, on Icebox. Things could look a little bit differently as we head over to Breeze.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what we could have going on there. I'm hoping for a bit more plans, because in this first map of Icebox, it almost felt like Akron did not have any set strategies out. They were kind of just doing whatever they thought would be right. They were doing what felt right in every round, and especially they have to hold things back a bit when they're on the defense, throwing a bit too many bodies, looking for some early picks that are just costing them rounds. So I'm thinking that we could have some adjustments from the squad and a bit more solid executions that we saw in that previous round, where they had a great play going through mid going through B main. They put a lot of pressure on, but once that plan was denied initially, they didn't really have a backup. So maybe there could be an adjustment here for Akron as we head over to Breeze. Map 2 will be back here for the CECC Valor Last Chance Qualifier right after this. Yo, and welcome back to the CECC Valorant LCQ. A lot of acronyms to walk through, but we still got a lot of action to go through as well. I'm Los, joined by Spicy Pyro, and we're about to kick off map 2 of our first semifinal, actually our only semifinal of the day between UCF and Akron. And Akron kind of took a beating back on Icebox. Are you expecting a resurgence now that we're headed over to Breeze, Spicy?
It's hard to say. I mean, when it comes down to it, this is also Akron's map pick, right? And previously, they were having a long run throughout Haven, throughout this entire series. You know what I mean, throughout the tournament. And Breeze is a little bit more similar to Haven than Icebox is, in the sense that it is a really large map. The defenders are very spread far apart, so Akron might be able to take advantage of that shine here because their playstyle could be a little bit similar. Well, time will tell, but we are going to see these agent picks going in and Powa hovering the neon.
I don't trust anyone who does that. I don't believe
it's always a bait.
Yeah. I don't comment on hovers anymore. I've moved on. I've been tricked too many times. I've been made a fool, a buffoon, bamboozled, even a plethora of words that make me seem dumb, because I'm not going to believe these people. But, we have Cookies and Cream, Ducky Momo reprising their role, and Cookies and Cream really was a star in that previous map. You had seen consistent headshots, and looking at the stats right now, 5 first bloods out of this player. They were getting aggressive too.
Yep, and I mean, Breeze is where the operator shines the most, right? Out of all of the maps in the map pool, Breeze has the longest angles and the most potential, especially for a chamber. The rendezvous are so strong with the repositioning potential, so we could see Cookies and Cream being a star player once again, but time will tell. We did see on the side of Akron, Burst was another star player for that team in particular. On that stage pickup on Icebox, had some really nice flanks, some repositionings as well, and just overall nice timing for the team.
Yeah, this time they are adjusting it, though. I think that's the only change that they've made to their agent selection this far. It's instead of that Sage, they're bringing in the Sky. So I'm liking it. There's plenty of utility that you could use to get that information. Use the Trailblazer, clear out those angles. Maybe elbow might be a bit of a danger. You want to ensure you're not going to run into the face of Cookies and Cream with the Headhunter right to your dome. Certainly not something I'd like to find in my hallway.
Definitely not, but I actually think that the Sky pickup is interesting. I personally feel like KO is a little bit more powerful on Breeze with the suppression, because you can really stall out any defensive hold or a site take. But, maybe UA just has that tendency to favor the agents with the healing abilities. Now we're going to see a default coming out to kick things off here for pistol round. Akron on the attack. Guiding Light does go through double doors, gets a little bit of information, but no kill has been capitalized off yet.
And they want to take their time. Certainly, I mean, they've walked into some deadly situations previously by rushing in too much. I think their delay, their patience might be punished, as you've given Ryujin an opportunity to send out that flash drive. But the peek afterward doesn't find anything yet, so I'm going to hold on. Burst, though, does get a shot down range, and that leaves only one defender by the pyramids. But you also have KO hiding in the corner right behind Ryujin. They're hidden. They don't know. It's not about trigger discipline. It's about movement discipline. There goes the spike. They've lost control of it, but Asmith behind the pyramids still dealing some damage. They have the efficacy in play, but they don't have the spike to control.
They don't, and now utility has been stalled out. Asmith not able to put up that toxic screen quite yet, but doesn't need it. Good for 2 pickups instead, and now it's a 4v1 situation.
All up to Ducky Momo, starting things off with 1, but everyone on the side of UA, they're all damaged. They're all incredibly hurt. Might be able to get a heal out from Sky if anyone's close enough, but no. Isolated. Asmith hanging out on the far side of the pyramids. There's a second one for Ducky. Well, Burst is there for the trade. That was a close one. Definitely a possible winning position they had. In the end, it was a very scattered setup that we saw from UCF.
You have to be really careful as an attacker also placing down that toxic screen for the A push. time and time again, I've seen it where the positioning is slightly off and it allows that little pocket of hiding spot there by bricks, and you got to be wary of it. Luckily, you know, Akron was able to close out the round regardless, but like you said, UCF, they were a little bit scattered on that defensive hold. So what's interesting is that we see more defaults actually coming out of UA on Breeze, playing that buddy system a little bit better than on Icebox. So maybe that map was just a bit of a warm-up for them.
Might be the case. And Powa, interestingly enough, decides to force out the Marshall. If they can't find anything with that, that's certainly going to hurt their economy. But regardless, a lot of space taken here coming out of Akron. They've already gotten to the top of mid. I mean, they won't jump into Nest quite yet, and even have Weisel expecting a play like that. So things have been definitely slowed down.
Ooh. I like that Ducky Momo actually pushed out a B main, took down that trademark, just to put a bit more pressure on the flank of UA, but it's going to be the rotation back towards the A site here for UA. Guiding Light goes through, and it's a free site for the plants. It'll be a 5v5 on this retake.
And that's what I love, but also what I hate if you're an attacker and you're being put in that situation. 1-1, lowering it down. Powell walking into a deadly corner. And they'll find Atrium and a couple of bullets to the teeth. And there goes the Spectre. Now we have Ryan waiting behind Orange. Waiting for someone to walk on through. They're so patient. They're waiting for the shot, but Ryushin does not give them the opportunity. In fact, Burst is going to take matters into their own hands and say, Ryan, you had your opportunity. I'm doing this. Stand by. And UA gets their second round.
It's finally going to be a buy-up round, though, for UCF, but I do like the discipline of UA so far. They played a nice anti-eco round, playing slowly, ensuring that defenders weren't getting too aggressive on one point of the map, so nobody would lose a gun. So their bonus going into this one will be quite a bit stronger, but at the same time, Burst actually has that Marshall instead of a Spectre. So not as strong as you'd like, but the snipers are also pretty big difference makers on this map due to the long range.
Oh! Not a sniper. That was looking for some impact there. Powa easily cuts down Akron, and that's 2 lost for Akron. So this is a very successful start, and great 2 shots coming out from the Jet and the Chamber. So what's the move now? A lot of players down tube, but no one there to meet them. Trademark, though, right around the corner. Give us some information. They'll back off instantly.
I think the bonus rounds tend to just be a little bit more difficult on Breeze for the attacking team, though, considering the fact that they do usually have just SMGs in hand, which are difficult to get up against the rifles. But if you can walk up halls, get these closer angle fights, like Atrium did, that's going to be another pick up. Now it's a 4v2 situation, but no sight control still.
Yeah, that was a deadly decision to try and pick that up. It was almost like it was a trap. They wanted to get that Vandal in hand, but Ducky Momo knew they were going to walk up for it. It was just too enticing to ignore Spicy, and that led them to their demise. They got a bit greedy, but even so, removed some rifles from the hands of their opponents. In the end, the bonus will not be successful. So, it's what we expected. Like you were saying, it's hard to get those long-range shots.
Yeah, long range with an SMG doesn't really feel good for the most part, so at the very least, that is going to be the first round pickup here for UCF. And now finally a buy round. Vandals across the board here for UA. They're defaulting once again, and Azimuth always putting this pressure towards halls.
Weisel with a great opener, a wall bang to boot. Drops another player over by Pillar. And they want to have that consistent pressure up by Pillar, that being UA. But in the past 2 rounds, the second that they walk up there, they are hastily punished. Now there is a bit of pressure mounting over toward A. We have one looking down range by the double doors. But even so, top mid, Feral's putting pressure. Ryujin, good for a shot, maybe not so much. As Ferals broke their way into the site, the second that they get a bit aggressive, they smelled the blood in their water, and they wanted more. And that led to their own demise because there are so many angles that are being covered by UCF.
Oh, but look at this positioning from Azimuth. already crept into the defender's spawn. And I don't know if Wiesel has a clue. Cookies and Cream, though, waiting by double doors, but the timing will come through. That's a pickup for Azimuth, a massive reposition. Now, a 2v1 situation, but they don't know Cookies and Cream hiding here by double doors.
If he's able to win this round up, they might be able to stack up that Cream. Here's one shot, maybe a second can follow up, and yes, he gets it, saving the day. And a nice double kill to finish it off. That's the Commissioner's clutch.
Whew. Just about as satisfying as dunking some cookies and milk, am I right? And now, we're going to see things all tied up 2-2 here for UCF and Akron. And we'll take a quick peek at the economy situation of both of these teams going into this upcoming round. It's actually going to be a force-up coming through from Akron. How are you feeling about that instead of going for the half-buy? I'm eating my words. It's the complete bait, once again.
How many times will be baited in one series, Spicy? I don't know. Well, we have Farrell there with the Blade Storm. Might be able to make things work out if they can set a cheeky dagger down range. But it's interesting to see how lackadaisical they are with a defense of two, because you've got a couple players walking down the trademark, the only thing to stop them. And they've made it so far, but they don't have this spike. So even if they're able to secure the site, it'll take a long time for them to actually enact a plan.
There's also a huge danger of leaving the spike in that positioning as well, right? I mean, nobody is even close enough. You do have the rotation coming through from Burst to pick it back up. Ryan all the way in the defender spawn. Good for a pickup on Cookies and Cream. Now it's a 3v2 situation. And as I say that, the caster curse comes through. It's all up to Burst.
Or at least it was. Power there with the operator. Able to snuff that one out. Deny any possibility of them continuing and finding that thrifty round. Or at least a plant. So it's what we expected. But also a pretty big investment so far. Especially from the defenders. You know, they had that tour de force. They have an operator in hand. But the money is still looking solid. And it wasn't that bad of a round for a thrifty team.
Yeah, we might actually see a double Viper's Pit coming out here. Azimuth will have that available for the plant of UA if they can secure the B site. We do see the toxic screen heading up. However, there is a double stack here on B so far. Seekers will come through to help clear this space and get that information. Cookies and Cream first to fall.
Great opening shot by Ryan. And Seekers do have that info, but the second they walk across, they leave themselves vulnerable to power. Now with the Blade Storm, they're taking matters into their own hands, going right in and doing the work. We have Burst, though, with the guiding light, with a great angle. They blind one of them. Ryujin, no chance. But Wiesel wants to win this one out, and they're good for two. But so many angles again. They had no idea where Atrium was hanging out, and now that's an operator back in the hands of Akron. A bit of an advantage going forward.
Once again, we're all tied up. Now 3-3, and UA, they're slowly whittling down the economy on the side of UCF. It looks like there might still be, there will be a buy going through. You do, no eco ultimates available, but they're just trying to figure out what they're going for, and we're actually going to see, instead of rifles across the board, Powa going to be picking up that operator. Wiesel going for the Judge this time around, which is very interesting pickup on Breeze. I mean, it works in halls, but difficult to really use on any other portion of the map.
And we'll see how that one works out. Definitely want to know what the plan is. I mean, you can see them sitting up in hall, but no one's making their case there. It's all on mid. Farrell has a great response with the operator. Wills them down by one. Still have a strong defense regardless. Not much ground gain down mid. If anyone wants to peek Ness, Cookies and Cream will be there to greet them. That doesn't give any information. The first spray isn't good, but they're good for a second one. And the follow-up with the wall bang onto Farrell. Operator removed. Final player, Azimuth, up in tube, and they've been spotted. Oh no. What's going on? Wiesel, they can't win it out with the Judge. Case dismissed.
Now that's Azimuth in a 3v1 situation, putting that Hall's pressure once again. Does take out the trademark. Opening doors now, but there's no way Azimuth is going to be able to retrieve this spike.
Nope, definitely not. Especially with Powa having that operator in hand. That's a major loss of investment for Akron there.
It definitely is. I wonder if the operator was actually potentially... No, that was picked up. What am I even saying? It was in the hands of Powa already. So now they go into this next round with the lead 4-3. And it's an eco round now for Akron. They do at the very least have the Tour de Force available for Ryan to be a bit of a difference maker in this particular round. But otherwise, likely going to be seeing another one going towards UCF. Unless Akron can really get up close and personal with these SMGs.
I mean, we talked about how difficult it is to do that, especially with that bonus round. So maybe if they can send out enough smoke, enough utility to give them cover to walk on through. They've converted at least one Phantom in the hands of Farrell, who loves to get aggressive. Follow it up with that Viper's Pit. And you've got a plant. You've got that post plant set up. It's all about maintaining that situation. Ooh. But Powa with 2 walls to go through, 2 smokes to clear out. They get the shot in the dark. Viper's Pit removed. Atrium gone. A third for Powa on the up, and Weisel here to follow things up. Ryan, the last one alive with the Tour de Force. Not enough to make one shot, but they get a second onto Weisel. They do have cover of it. They ran out of bullets. It's all up to the Headhunter. But no, they moved! He moved away! Powa didn't expect it. Still thinking that we're by the box. A bit of flexing led to their demise. They wanted to jump around with the updraft, and they lost track of the last player.
There's a really nice reposition from Ryan as well. And now, I mean, this has been neck and neck so far. It's either you see, the plant coming down for the side of Akron, then they have a nasty post-plant situation. In this case, obviously the retake did come through from UCF, but normally they're just able to stall out those pushes. I'm excited to see what the rest of this match has coming up for us, because we are at a tie once again here, 4-4.
Look at how deep Powa is already. They will be denied. Cookies and Cream wanted to get aggressive as well. This will be a punishment. Held out by University of Akron. We're already gone. What's left to stop them? I mean, you're one player who's already in the back line. What can they do? They're in such a wacky position that they can't possibly help out Ducky, and if Ducky loses out on this initial fight, it's all over.
Ducky going to fall back, reposition, try to isolate a 1v1 situation here, but the pre-fires have Ducky in danger. Oh, and peeking out just enough for Farrell to get that last pickup is rough when you have the utility out. And Powa now in a 1v5 situation. Probably just going to go for some exit frags here. Maybe try to pick off 1 or 2 before going for a save.
Yeah, seems like the right move. We're good for 1 to burst. Farrell might make a move over by that bridge. However, I think they're all going to play it safe on the side of Akron. They don't want to throw away any extra lives that they don't need to, especially with Farrell. Good for the last, a third for the round. And this is a great performance so far by Akron. I mean, that'll definitely be a hard lesson to learn if you're UCF. How far they pushed up. Look at where Cookies and Cream died. Right in the middle of mid, on the other side of Pillar, where we know that Akron loves to push up to.
It really seems like, just going between the fact that they've been playing Haven, they just played out on Icebox, losing 13-4 against UCF, now coming here on Breeze. Akron really shines in trying to divvy up the defenders and keep them far apart so they can isolate them, break through those defenses. But, Akron, you mentioned that they're playing safe in that post-plant situation. They kind of have to, though. They're already down 1 map. UCF has a little bit more liberty as far as maybe trying out some wacky plays. But, Akron, they don't want to close it out 0-2. They want to be taking this 1-1, get to this decider map.
Yeah, playing it safe definitely has its place, but Spicy, scared money don't make money. But that's also a situation where there's no reason to throw extra bodies. There is no need to lose a bunch of rifles in that situation, just hunting for the final frag. But now we have another one of those cases where it's on the onus of UCF to play it close. They don't have those long-range capabilities. I mean, Cookies and Cream, Weisel with the Marshals might be able to make something happen, but in general, they are at a severe disadvantage.
True, definitely true as far as weaponry goes, but they did pick up the eco weapons that do favor the long range over picking those SMGs, and Powa does have the Blade Storm online as well. The Owl Drone shut out, so Powa hasn't been discovered in halls quite yet, and mid control garnered here by UA. 2 picks, or 1 pick already going out. Okay, I said 2 picks, then I went back to 1 pick. That's 2 picks going out there for UA.
Right the first time, Spice. Oh, wait a minute! Asmith almost falling down to the surprise of Ryujin. That won't be the case. Now we've got a lonely Ducky Momo on the long rotation out here in mid by the pillar. And I think this is an opportunity for them to potentially walk out with a rifle, at least remove another player so they don't have to walk into a flawless round. But you know what? What am I saying? It's going to be a flawless. Of course it is.
You know, and even not playing the Sentinel role this time around, going to be on the initiator here for Burst, the Sky pickup. Burst is still doing a lot of work as far as having that impact with interesting positions, interesting lurks to be able to get those ratty picks off. And now going into this next round, it's a 2-point lead here for UA. They also have 3 ultimates online. Burst and Atrium could really use those ultimates in conjunction with each other. The Seekers and the Hunter's Fury to have a very nice push onto site, but we're actually going to see the default coming out for UA once again.
That would be a beautiful combination if it came to, but Ryujin let's get crazy aggressive, and look how far Powa is. They dive right into the face of the Trailblazer. Oh no, it's a disaster in that part, and their aggression certainly does not pay dividends. The only one who walks out alive is Ryujin. Good for 1, and they go back and toss a few bullets in the chest of Burst. In the end, that is not the trade you're looking for.
Ooh, you see the spike actually hovering over towards the B site. Information given with these shots and the recon. Not going to spot out Ducky Momo, though. The stall is still coming out here for the defenders with that poison orb slowing things down. Asmith still consistently putting this pressure towards halls. Actually going to hide in the poison orb this time around. Try and get a lurky pick.
I'm liking it. A bit of trickery, a little bit of sneaky plays. However, Ryujin sees right through that one. And there goes their aggressive play down halls. Comes down to Ducky, facing a lot of pressure. Might be able to spot out the peek from Atrium. Yeah, they do. Information gained. Status still alive from the far angle. Ryujin there to give some support. In the end, they'll allow that plant to go through. They want to have each other's back for this retake. The second this goes down, it all comes down to Atrium. Ducky Momo's gone. Now we have a bigger pinch going into play because Burst out from CT. Good for the shot in the back. Cookies and Cream has the tour de force. They don't know where to look, though.
Oh, and Burst's going to go for another reposition. It's 1v1 here between between Atrium and Cookies and Cream. But actually going to duck around the corner, just missing each other with his timing.
Oh, no. Cookies and Cream, they realize they gotta move. It's go time, but it's too late, far too late. As Atrium rounds that corner, spots them out, and puts them in the dirt. Looking at the last round, it's almost the opposite story from what we saw back on Icebox. Almost the same scoreline.
Nearly there. We don't want to jinx anything quite yet, though, Los. But I mean, Akron, they're looking a lot more like a unit towards Breeze as well. And here's going to be a force-up coming through from UA. It is the last round of the half, so they got to use everything that they got. The Viper's Pit will still be available. Ducky Momo going to deny the B site with that trademark to help things out, but that's actually taken out right off the bat. So Ducky could potentially be in danger, but UA looking towards mid. Oh,
okay.
It did not spot Powa.
Powa's not gonna dive face first into death this time around. Able to walk away. That's kind of a big deal. Losing Powa early on in the round is a crippling blow.
I do like how Powa did reposition back towards A, though, after getting that initial information. Asmith going for this Hall's pressure once again. And UA, they're looking to pinch these A players.
Okay, Powell looking to get tricky again. This time it won't work out. Farrell there to meet them with the Vandal. And a few shots to the chest. Puts that one to rest. And they do have their moment to move on through that toxic screen, giving a bit of safety. Farrell wants to make this aggression come to fruition. They'll find that second kill. They could walk on through. Smith not providing enough pressure out from the staircase. Here's the first shot. Another one over by Orange. They do have protection. It's all up to Weisel to finish it off, but they certainly cannot. We're looking at this first half. 8-4. University of Akron back at it.
Ooh, back at it, and they're looking to climb back up after losing the first map that we saw in this best of 3 series. This is their chance to take it to a third one because Los, this is the CECC LCQ, and only one winner gets the spot. It's whoever wins grand finals. There's only one slot for a team to make it over to the Atlanta LAN. So, I mean, these teams, they want to duke it out because they want to take it up against Texas A&M later today.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake here, Spicy, because if you win this, you're going to Atlanta, and you get to meet Pauly Hype, which I think is like the biggest prize out of them all.
Now that's hype, Los. That is hype. But we're going to see a counter guiding light coming out here from Burst. Potentially, yeah, we'll throw that out to cause a bit of discord, but it's not enough to save Farrell or himself, as Ryujin will get the first 2 pickups. Now, 3v4, or 5 on this retake here.
That's that shock dart. A Hail Mary. Looking for anyone hiding behind Orange won't be the case. But even before they can walk through the double doors, Asmith goes by. Weisel, with a great placement of it, even whittles down Atrium to about 15 HP. Ryan has no hope in hell of winning it out. They've been spotted, and they have been taken. UCF starting the second half with a bit of style here.
I mean, UCF really needed to win this pistol round out as well, right? Otherwise, it would have been likely to see Akron take it to double digits in the bonus round. So this is UCF's chance to try and climb back, bring things up to a tie. You're going to see that buy-up coming through. UA playing it safe. They're going to save, wait for those rifles in the third round of this half. And it looks like another blitz towards the A site that UCF is setting up for.
Hang out on mid. Rightfully so, but Theo's escape opportunity has been removed. At 0 point, denying the tailwind if it comes to that Owl Drone. Oh, the information spotted. They don't even need to get the tag onto Farrell. They know right behind the wall bang, good enough for 32 HP, but not enough to kill them. Regardless, anyone walking by that toxic screen will be blasted, courtesy of Powa's Sheriff. Ryan over by the bridge with the Headhunter. Maybe they can make matters a bit better for Akron, but that won't be the case. Cookies and Cream sussing out that flanker. Asmith has no chance running out with the knife, or Dunzo.
Yeah, now it's a 4v1 situation, and Ryujin's gonna close things out on Ryan. That 0 point just shut down that Headhunter. Now, only 2 rounds separating these teams here in map 2 on Breeze. It will be the buy-up, though, on the side of Akron. They will have those rifles in hand going into this next round, so we'll see how the bonus goes here, because, like we talked about before, the Spectres not as strong on this map in the bonus rounds.
Yeah, but we only have 2 at the moment. It almost looks like a regular eco round or like a force spy coming out from UCF. You got some sheriffs as well. Even Cookies and Cream here with the Marshal. I'm expecting an okay round coming from UCF. I'm not expecting a win. But I mean, kind of taking it close. If we have Ducky already so far up, there goes Farrell. They could turn it into rifle conversion if they pick it up, but that's been to their detriment previously. Getting thirsty for those rifles. They'll play it back, and they'll get the spike instead.
Oh, look at Cookies and Cream on this lurk. Still looking to get that mid control, that information. Burst is looking for him, though. Yeah, we'll be taking out Cookies. Now it's a 4v3 here. Advantage towards Akron on this retake.
Oh, Ducky Momo's getting hit with everything, but they're still hitting their shots as well. Caught reloading with their pants down. And it's only up to Ryujin. Ooh, might be able to walk right through. No! They almost got beyond the toxic screen to get the kill. Remove Burst from play. but there was just too much help.
Akron, they want to maintain this lead, right? I mean, there's great utility coming out on the side of UCF on these takes, but I really like how Akron was playing for that contact on their buy-up round. They've kind of changed their style of utility a little bit here. You saw the Sova, that being Atrium, with that recon bolt out, but not actually shooting it out towards Cave right off the bat. Instead, using it a bit more responsively so that he could help out Farrell get that pickup. But in the end, now it is 9-6. Now it's 3 rounds. The gap's growing a little bit bigger after UCF tried to close it out. And an aggro take towards the A site.
Starting it off with the no command. No one there to meet them as they fully played it back. Only have one player hanging out by Orange. Even Farrell over by the double doors. Taking things slow. Spotted though. Atrium might think twice about moving out, so that's why they'll send out the Owl drone. But no tools to enact on it after they get the information. Tag it onto Ryujin. A-Smith though, up from the staircase, putting in that verticality pressure. But it's all about utility right now, Spicy. No one's actually going in for the gunfight.
No, it's all util and a lot of zoning that can come through. Asmith good for 1 pickup, but a kill for Weisel as well. And
Weisel!
It's just a duel.
Weisel having their pick of the litter. No, Atrium denying it in the duel. It's all up to one last player. Hiding in the elbow. It's Ducky Momo. And I think they can stop it out. They've won it. They've clutched it. The commissioner's clutch even. Orion will hold on to that operator. And they can bring it into the next round regardless. A win is a win. And they can be happy with that.
Ooh, this... Once we saw, UCF swapping over to the attacking side, this map just got so much closer all of a sudden. But Breeze is also an attacker-sided map. I feel like that's something to keep in mind. The defenders are usually the ones with the weaker spot on this map, being so... I lost my words. Being so spread far apart from each other, Los. And now it'll be a buy-up just to try and match up to that operator in the hands of Ryan. Saved from the previous round. And a default coming back through from UCF. Spike actually leading towards B.
Oh, yeah, that was great use of the Owl drone. Ryan unable to take full advantage of this rifle. But Atrium's got their back, holding it down by the right pyramid. No one can make their full-on advance here. And even as they get some initial picks over by the side of A, we're popping over the Viper's pit to deny any possibility of a movement over to B. But Cookies and Cream has something to say about that. Getting a shot from the top of mid. It's making Asmith think twice. Might even walk out of this and provide a way too easy kill. Won't be the case, though. Not yet.
Ooh, I like this play coming through. It's going to be repositioned here towards tunnel for UCF. Asmith going to exit the Viper's pit. Try to get 1 pickup before ducking back in. Oh, but the knife out. That's going to be Cookies and Cream with 1. Now a free B site.
Not the knife, Spicy. Not again. We've seen Asmith multiple times in this map specifically getting caught with their knife out. And when you're in a position like that where it's so critical to stay alive and stay in your pit, that is something that absolutely cannot happen. The terror of Cookies and Cream ended swiftly by Ryan, but they're all alone. Up in hand. Tour de force if they want to just get the double up, because why the heck not? But it's going to have to be a save.
Going to be a save, but I don't think it's going to come through. I mean, we see Ryujin on this flank now. Might be able to take... Oh, actually, Ryan's suspicious. Actually going to be watching the double doors from Halls. And I don't think UCF will be able to take the operator out of his hands in this round. I'm holding my breath here.
I am too. Oh, he sends out the 0 point. It does get the information, but you kind of learned that yourself. Ryan does stay alive, keeping the up, able to hand that off to another teammate if it might be necessary. Maybe to Farrell, if it is possible. But again, Cookies and Cream, just way too deadly in the server to save the day. Deny the pit as well.
Now, I believe that's only 1 round surrounding these, or separating these teams, Los. UCF, they've nearly tied it up, and with this next round being an eco here, like you said, okay, Farrell will actually be the one holding the operator this time around because Ryan does have the tool de false. So it's pistols and a double op will be the saving grace for UA to keep off this tie-up.
Aldrone out first. Dart denied. Walk on through. Nobody in the initial fight. Oh, but maybe a nice jump up. Power can't land the shot. Ducky Momo. They did pick up the pieces. This is a very clean A hit.
That's tough too, because that was the most powerful gun that UA had, other than the tool de force in the hands of Ryan. But as I say that, Burst's gonna prove me wrong. Says that the sheriff is a headhunter in its own. And now that's Weisel just cleaning things up. It's a team ace here for UCF, tying it up 9-9. Oh, I mean, UCF, they're starting to steal away this momentum, Los.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, there were some cheeky little kills coming in from the side of Akron. However, they can't stack up. They're having some major difficulties on the defense. I mean, only one round to their name at this point. Now that they have some better weapons in hand and quite a bit of utility in terms of that ultimate, the Seekers, the Hunter's Fury as well, they could stall out some fights.
They could either stall out some fights or save them for the retake, but you mentioned how aggressive Feral gets. That's already one, maybe a second pickup. Actually going to back off for now.
And their aggression is going to pay dividends. Or at least it will hurt. That's 3. In return, UA only able to scrape out to a Ryujin. So hurt at the moment. They don't know what to think. Atrium wants to continue this trend, and yeah, a nice one tap onto Cookies and Cream. They look up to Ryujin. Atrium with another headshot, whittling it just down to Power, who, guess who's caught with their pants down again? It's Asmith. Who else would it be, Spicy?
I mean, the punishment for the cheeky rat plays, right? We heard the door just open, so that's Atrium thinking that Power might not be in halls, but Atrium's gonna pick up anyways. A 4K to his name, and that's gonna be the saving grace of Akron, maintaining this lead going into the next round.
My God, Atrium said Feral, okay, that was cute, a cute little setup for me in that initial kill. I'll take it from here. And they take it from there. 4 players going down courtesy of Atrium. And I'm certain they're feeling very happy after that round. But they did lose 4 rifles in the process. Their economy still looking quite shaky.
Definitely looking a little shaky. Not exactly perfect. At the very least, the Blade Storm available here for Feral. But UA, they're going back towards the standard A hit. Null commands come through, and that's the Blade Storm denied.
Oh no, everything was going and falling apart for Feral. Hit with the Owl Drone, but wait a minute, a bit of deadly situations. Atrium for the swing onto 1. As they go beyond that toxic screen, this time around they will bring in the Viper's Pit. And I think it's an opportunity to bring back to life Ryujin, but no.
I'm surprised they didn't go for it.
Leave yourself unexposed. Oh my. Ryan with a great flank alongside Burst. They'll be spotted out, position revealed. With multiple screens put into play, Burst has no idea what's going on. It's a fun house, it's a maze, a house of mirrors. They don't know what is real and what isn't. But I can tell you that the threat against UA certainly is real. Ducky Momo does fall, but it seems that it's all too late. Even if Cookies and Cream doesn't get the kill, the spike will. And there it is. It's a Commissioner's clutch, even though it really is on the onus of Ducky.
Now it's 10-10, and these teams are dueling it out. UCF, they're looking to end this series early in a 2-0. Akron want to take it to the 3rd map over onto Bind. And the util has been impeccable from both of these teams. I'm interested. I think Akron might be on another save round going into this one. Or, yeah, that's going to be a bit of a half-buy for them. So this is UCF's potential and possibility to take the lead once again.
That's not a good position to be in. Oh, especially if you're trying to challenge Cookies and Cream. Another one comes through. Power expecting a flash. But they certainly got something even worse. Cookies and Cream. Inquisition, Atrium, realizing someone has to have pushed up through mid, but the timing, Spicy. They're certainly going to be shot in the back.
Oh, but Power doesn't even know either. Gonna meet up with 1. That's gonna be Cookies and Cream, but the updraft does come through, and Power with the power taking a 3K for himself. It's 11-10. And this, again, it's Akron's map pick. We're seeing UCF now 1 away from match point here, and if that happens, it could be all over.
It's incredibly close. They don't have much to work with in terms of rounds to play with. You can't lose much more. This is a major investment. Look at the operator on Ryan. Only the Hunter's Fury. If they lose this one, we'll be back on pistols, back in a losing position. So it all comes down to this round right here, right now. The beginning pick, sending out a dueling owl drone. If you have to spot someone out first, you need to get that initial kill. You need to stop this push, which has been so successful. Power just narrowly missing their counterpart. Ducky, though, able to secure the retrade.
Now it's a 4v4 here. Spike will be initiated by Ducky. Snakebite to go out. Zoning the yellow player just a little bit longer, and Cookies and Cream, good for one pickup. Now a 4v2.
Cookies and Cream, they know exactly where their enemy is going to be. Well, it looks like Weisel knows as well. Ducky to follow it up and clean it up. It's 12-10. UCF is on map and series point.
This is the danger zone for Akron. And like you mentioned, they're going to be pushed onto an eco. They have to buy up with everything that they can muster and pull off a really nasty thrifty as well. And oh, they got to be feeling the heat. This is the last chance qualifier. And just like in the title of today's matchups, there's no other opportunities to try to make it to Atlanta after today.
Start things off with the Hunter's Fury. Now information gains, and that does not feel good.
They just
as
missed
your
each
opening
other.
gambit. Wait, Power, they haven't spotted. Somehow able to walk away with just 19 HP. Ryan wants to look back, doesn't find anything, and maybe they'll even push this elbow. Might look for that extra aggression, and they will. They'll continue down elbow and realize no one is pushing into B. It's going to be an A hit. Might have some rotations and adjustments, but all comes down to what this player is up to. Ryan, they can finish it off. They'll have that easy transgression of attacking onto A. Not the case.
No, the silence did draw the attention of UA over towards B. Ryujin is known to be in halls at the moment. The shock dart goes through to do a little bit of damage there. Powa still trying to live just with the blade storm and the cloud burst, but Burst is going to come out on top. Now, even Stevens, 4v4 situation. A Vandal in hand now, and a rotation back to B.
And Farrell has caught them out. Caught two, in fact. Yet Ryushin in the backline of A has worked with Cookies and Cream. They've secured the site, but what else? There's only 10 seconds left in the round. Unfortunately, despite the fact that they've made it onto A, they've got nothing to plant, no time left, and the round will be conceded to Akron.
Oh, I thought Cookies and Cream might just get that flick over, but Burst will be closing things out. Now 12-11, like you mentioned. UCF, they want to close it out here. And Akron, they want to take it over to overtime. That was a really risky play, Los. You know, moving the spike away from the A site, which was completely already secured by the rest of the team. There just wasn't too much time left on the clock to make a move like that, to lose the spike into the hands of Akron either. But Akron, their buys still not too great. They still have to force up with everything that they have. And there's going to be one SMG in their hands.
What's a last-ditch effort to get into OT? They certainly need it. Looking through potential any shot they can make out on the other side of this toxic screen, but it starts here with the Hunter's Fury, spotted out by it. Cookies and Cream there to finish things off. No! The defense is too strong, and no one can break on through. All up to Weisel to win the 1v4. They cannot find success, and we are going to overtime.
You can tell how much Akron wants it. We're going to see a quick replay, but I believe it is going to be, you know, they're swapping sides. So that'll be Akron on the attack, which was their stronger half through and through. They struggled a little bit more on the defensive side, but this is the half where, or the side, I should say, where UCF, I don't know, they were picked apart pretty easily when they were playing the defense. Akron just might take the lead back.
However, Spicy, there could be some lessons learned for UCF. Might be able to fix their errors of, well, dying so easily on mid by getting aggressive, specifically Power. Now they're holding it down on Hall. This might be interesting because if we do have potentially Asmith, check it out. The second they walk around this corner, it's going to mean certain death, but they miss the shot. Power goes down. A critical loss in the early seconds of this round.
And that's tough too. I mean, that's all part and due to the conditioning that Asmith did on the attacking side 2 halves ago. And that was the investment of Power towards Halls with the operator, right? But the value didn't come through. And now UCF slowly falling apart. Only 3 defenders left. And Akron still just playing a steady default, picking them off one at a time.
There's nothing UCF has done in response. This will be Nest denied. Top of mid control. Conceded. Ducky Momo, the last bastion, essentially. Of B main. It all comes down to whoever walks in first. They'll sidestep away from that arrow. What else do they have? It's all coming from Connector from all the way. Maybe we got Weisel. Good for 1. They only are good for 1. As the rest of the crew has fallen. Cookies and cream now in a 1v4 miracle situation.
Oh, guiding light is information given to Los.
Swing potential. Checking everything they can. A dink to the dome. Ryan sends it home. And now we're only 1 round away from heading to bind.
But at the same time, the attack was a stronger half for both of these teams. It's tough. I mean, I feel like on the defensive side for UCF, what they struggle with is the ebb and flow of map control. They tended to favor towards allowing the team to be pretty spread far apart. Meanwhile, Akron allows the utility to speak for themselves. They have those trademarks to watch angles and tend to double up elsewhere, being able to have that trade potential. And it's mid control that UCF are going for.
Great shot from Power. Walk on through, but they'll face a great crossfire to deny that double doors aggression. We have the last 3 players walking behind that toxic screen. Great potential for them to come through, but now with the falling, Ducky Momo gets the shot onto Asmith. No one hit from that initial shock dart and is brought back to a 3v3, and the spike is planted, but look at the flank. Look in the attacker spawn. You've got a double agent flank on the rise. And Weisel spotted it! First. Gone. Ryan. Gone. Atrium, the last hope here for UA to send it home, prevent a double OT, and they've only got 17 HP left. 1 shot can end it all.
Oh, good for 2 though! What?
Atrium has gotten 2, only with the Classic left. And I don't think they're going to make the commitment. They will. Pros don't fake it, but neither does Ducky Momo. And Ducky saves them from a disaster of a situation and brings it to double OT.
Ooh, that was a nail biter of a round Los, and now double OT, like you mentioned. Sides have been flipped once again. The question is, does UCF learn from their mistakes on the defense? Will they be playing a little bit more together this time around? Are they going to continue for that kind of very spread out default hold? And you're actually seeing 2 being invested towards Halls there, that speaks so much as to the pressure that Asmith has been putting on them.
Poison Orb denying the vision initially. So they won't have any contest for that initial Hall fight. But look how far they've already gotten. As nobody looks toward elbow, nobody's on top of mid. They are playing so far back, hoping to just make UCF sweat. Akron hasn't made any moves yet. They're taking it slow, and they've taken so much space.
But I do like the adjustment coming out from UCF as well. We're seeing them playing a bit farther back, a little bit more with each other. It is just one on the B site to defend, but close enough to Arches that he could back off if needed. Oh!
Ryan, good for one as they go off the bricks. Checking out by wall. Power there with the response. It's 1 for 1. Sending some shots beyond the toxic screen, hoping to get a miracle flick, but it won't be the case. The spike is planted. 2 from connector. Might be a 1-2-3 swing. And yes, burst. Good for the shot, denying the operator positioning, but they're stacked up. Cookies and cream lights them both up with a double headshot spray transfer. Ryujin so close. Atrium just bursting out from the shock dart. The moment's terrible. The timing couldn't be worse for Ryujin. As they bring out the flash drive, it's a 1-on-2, and certainly Akron are going to walk out with this victory. Cookies and cream only hoping for a saving grace of parting gift of a kill before they die, but they are denied anything.
That round looked a little bit better at the very least, though, for the side of UCF. They did make those adjustments come through, but it wasn't quite enough to win that win out on the defense. Now UCF back on the attack here, and Akron will be back on the defense this time around. And just considering the fact that the attacking half, that attacking side, is so much stronger for both of these teams, we might be seeing a really long overtime.
I wouldn't be surprised by that at all, Spicy. I think the duel, the opening duel when it comes to players on mid... Okay, hold on a second. When you finally have players on elbow at the top of elbow, you have a victory here for UCF. Because there's never been a player who's held that position. And now that there finally is, they're not expecting such an aggressive push.
Some noise made over towards A as well. The toxic screen was thrown there, and that was a rotation being drawn, and B site left open for the moment, but Burst does have this angle towards elbow. Could get that early information if UCF, if they make those sound cues.
I don't.
Oh,
All is quiet so far. Owl Drone, though, to signal some positioning. I think they're going to be
no one's... That's a spike.
In a very dangerous position. Oh! Burst can't get the shot. They can't get the kill, but on the other side, Atrium, good for 1. And it slows them down for only a moment because they didn't have that angle covered from Connector. Poison Orb retrieved. Burst continuing to put on some more damage. Ryujin there for a response, but it's not enough. It's 3-on-3. Here comes the Trailblazer. Dougie Momo good for the first shot. Might be able to get a second, but Farrell there with the response. Power evens it up. And it's all back to Farrell, who cannot clutch it out. An absolute mess in the end, but UCF climbs to the top of this body pile and brings it to what else would it be but a triple OT.
We could be here for ages, I feel like. I mean, it's still nice to see those micro adjustments going out for both teams, though. That was one of the first times that we saw UA going for a triple flank on the retake on towards the B site at the very least. We saw it coming out from mid, or from A, but not from B. And now, Powa actually still going to go glass cannon with the operator on this defensive side, but they're not investing those bodies towards halls like the previous 2 OT rounds.
And I'm wondering what that'll do in terms of giving space over to Asmith. Does that allow them free reign? Will that stairs position be critical? Because it doesn't seem that they're postured up for an A hit. And they're certainly bolstered their defenses this time around with Cookies and Cream. The all-star here on the side of UCF. So I'm wondering what this position will lead to them, because it's so slow at the moment, Spicy.
But the fact that UA tends to play more slowly, it allows Azimuth to get this information. Poison Orb up once again, and now the toxic screen to cut off the A site in half towards yellow. But the spike still hiding in Chop Shop.
Door open, Cookies and Cream opening fire, taking a return instead. Asmith hit with the shock dart. Might be able to swing onto this one and find the kill. No, won't be the case. UCF holding on strong, but it still ends up being a 3-on-3. The spike put into play. No one in a great position for this retake. Farrell even jumping up into Hall, waiting for someone to reveal their spot by Bridge. Burst! We'll receive a burst of fire. And this cuts it off. The last two players are so far away, but Farrell removes Weisel out of the equation. Only up to Power. Only 8 bullets left. 7. The fake defusal. Not enough. It doesn't bait. Atrium finishes it off. And what else would it be besides one round on the attack going the way of Akron?
Now it's going to be vice versa once again. UCF on the attacking side, Akron back on the defense. And Akron, they do have this lead technically by 1 point. If they can manage to solidify their defensive hold, we'll be able to take this to map 3, which is in fact split, not bind. There's a little bit of miscommunication on that. So that's where we're going to be seeing these teams. If we go to the Decider and ZooCF, back to their bread and butter, it's an A split push.
I accept full responsibility. Not production. It was me.
I didn't even blame anyone. Now Los out here exposing, as UCF are not exposing themselves to gunfire quite yet. They're playing slowly. Power actually creeping out mid, looking towards the double doors. But look at how far back we're seeing the chamber on Akron hold. Ryan, deep in spawn, just keeping an eye on this door because there's no trademark here. The trademark's actually invested towards B.
Bit of a gamble stack, and it certainly was right, because A is a much more favored hit for both of these squads. We had barely seen General B executes, and rightfully so. It's so difficult to break on through when you have a Viper in terms of defense. Here is that toxic screen, starting things off. Atrium behind the box, no L drone to suss out information, but they have to know. And without any sound cues, oh, here's a flash drive. Ryujin opens it up with a great kill, and a follow-up with the 0 points will deny any ability usage. This is a good post-plant setup. 2 players stuck by double doors, blocked off by the fragment. Ryujin wants more. It doesn't allow that guiding light to come on through. Nobody blinded, but you almost feel blinded by how well this post-plant setup is. Yes! No way they can move on through. What is it, Spicy? Quadruple overtime.
Oh, this is so tough. I mean, Akron had such a nice stack towards the A site. Ebb and flow, like I said previously, they gave up that space towards B, allowing the chamber utility to lock things down, the trademark to keep an eye on the potential of a B push. But ultimately, UCF, they played it out slow. They played their utility. The pop flash through to get those early picks off were really nice before the plant as well. And now, Akron back on the attacking side. They're leaning towards B, and Power already aggressively pushed in through here, gonna take down Ryan. And now, no more information on the flank here for Akron.
There's that Trailblazer going out looking for anything, finding nothing. Ryujin on the opposite side of the pillar. The ping there might realize that someone is by. Ryujin with the, well, interesting flash drive. Going out for a second with the fragment. But there isn't a strong presence out from A main. Not yet. And they want to hold on to that utility.
They do. And look at this play. I mean, mid control secured by UCF. Burst is the one this time around, making his way up towards Halls. Not going to push in too deep, though. It's a lot of crossfires being set between the teams at the moment. Cookies and cream, good for 1. Now, UA. There's only 3 left here. And the advantage on the defense actually might go towards UCF for the first time around in overtime.
It all comes down to who can win on defense. No one has been able to get that defensive win. However, Ryujin ups the possibility tenfold by dropping them down to 2 more players, walking right into the fragment. Asmith stalled and appalled with how they can't bring in that kill. 12 seconds left. No hope in hell to be able to execute all 4 players or get the spike in play. And UCF finally have a chance to close out this series.
Yep, it's all about who can win out on the defense because the attack for both of these teams looks pretty clean for the most part. And UCF, instead of throwing UA for a loop and trying to go over towards the B site, they're still going to lean heavily towards A. We'll see if it's going to be a blitz and a commitment, or if a rotation to B might come to fruition. Time will tell. Gonna see what's going on with these buys. It's going to be rifles across the board this time around. No glass cannon operators for either team.
There's no time to take a risk like that. Certainly not. Look at the double stack in halls, though. Expecting somebody to walk on through. Power opening it up with that kill into burst. No presence by elbow. Feral, though. Good for one of their own. And it continues.
Ooh!
Another repeat. Pays dividends. It's only 2 more left. Ducky Momo evens the odds just a bit more in their favor. This peak doesn't work out for them. If Power can't secure a kill right here, right now, they're almost guaranteed to lose this and bring it to quintuple overtime.
I don't know if Power knows that there's a crossfire coming out here. This is danger for the UCF players, but Ducky Momo walking through the cloud burst, not gonna check the corner. Feral with the third, and Power not able to get the refrag. It's Atrium closing out that round, and now it seems like the defense is looking better for UA. And that's back-to-back defense rounds being won here after the attack was so dominant for both teams.
Yeah, I love that double peek from Feral. Having the confidence to take that initial fight, getting success, going in for another one, because certainly UCF wouldn't expect that because of how dangerous it's been previously. And they get results. They get the quintuple overtime and find success, keeping them and their hopes alive here in the last chance qualifier.
And things are even Stevens here. 16-16, Cookies and Cream getting aggressive in elbow. Aldron's just gonna miss. Gonna be good for one, make that a second! Now, we're at a 3v3 standstill. B-site, free for the taking here for UA.
Okay, well, Power certainly will get caught out by that trademark. Or maybe the cloudburst was enough? It hid their presence? So Power has a perfect opportunity.
But does he check underneath him?
Yes. Critical error. Not taken. Destroying that rendezvous removes escape potential, but there's no need to escape when you've got a friend like Burst landing those 2 shots, whittling it down. Ryujin all alone. Trailblazer doesn't stun them, but it does stall them. Still not a lot of time left to work with, but it doesn't matter as Burst is good for the third. And they're once again in the position to end things out.
Match point here for UA. The potential to take it to the third map over on Split for this best of 3 series of the CECC LCQ. And UCF, they already have this 1 map lead. They're 1-0 at the moment, so it's their potential to take it 2-0 in this series, or we'll be seeing the third map come to fruition. But again, this is overtime, so every single round is a clean slate for both of these teams. No momentum can really be gained here. And as I say that, Power, good for the first pickup.
Great opener. However, the follow-up isn't exactly what they were hoping for. Burst putting pressure, but it won't last for too long as it's alleviated and the spike is implemented.
Toxic screen drops, so that's no longer cover, but Weisel has the reflank coming through. Gonna fall back a little bit deeper to elbow. Might try and get another timing on those Tunnel players.
Feral, there with the shot, but they still have to watch their back because you aren't out of the woods yet. Weisel, an ever-looming presence, holding the trigger discipline just a bit longer as they isolate Asmith for a 3K of their own. Sextuple overtime. Come on now. This game ain't ended.
Oh, we might even see this game go into like the 20s here, Los, with how these rounds are being traded out, because like I mentioned, it's hard to gain the momentum because you're going round for round, swap between a dub for each of these teams, and it's a little bit more difficult to get those ultimates online as well, which actually hasn't really been the focus of either of these teams as far as those ult investments in OT. Weisel gonna be shooting out that dart get a bit of information deep mid. Aggression coming through elbow.
Cookies and cream, always good for those opening picks. And Ryan doesn't want to challenge. They'll send the trademark and back off to elbow with the rest of their squad. They have to walk on through the toxic screen. And I think Ducky Momo might be ripe in a position to lose their life, so they have to adjust. Ryan following the Trailblazer, not expecting it.
Oh!
And even stunned Ducky Momo lands their shots. Looking around the corner, they see the hands. They aren't needed to make that final kill, but the blow is drawn. And they win the opening defensive round. Another auspicious sign. Maybe they can walk out. Maybe you can finally end this back and forth spicy.
Maybe they can. Maybe they can. But those kills from Ducky Momo, just absolutely using the B site like it was his playground, playing around the structures of the map. And that kill while concussed as well. Luckily, Ducky had that Phantom in hand. It's a little bit easier to do with that spray pattern as opposed to the Vandal. And now, we said that the glass cannon ops stopped coming out, but Ryan seems to think that it might be a bit of a Hail Mary for his team. UCF leaning towards A once again, and a very heavy stack for UA.
Burst the lone player over by B. Sends out a guiding light. No one there to give the information, so they will hold on to their spot by elbow. They don't want to make any moves. Last time they got too aggressive, they were certainly punished. Now with the toxic screen being put to place, the dueling owl drones, as well as the 0 point. That's a sure sign of life, a sure sign of an execute. Maybe Bawa is in a bad spot. Asmith only good for one, traded out by Ryujin, and they will maintain their position, yet there are angles everywhere. Enemies from every corner, even though the spike is planted.
No cover really available for either team. You only have the Cloud Bursts, no Viper utility to cut off any angles, but that's 2 pickups now from Akron. And now only Weisel left, and it's not planted for him.
No, it isn't, but it did not matter. It's Ryan, with that Hail Mary pick, does find exactly what they were looking for. It came through, the shot was good, and so was the defense. I don't even know what the 7th version is. What is 7th? As a septuple? I don't know what it is, Spicy. Do you know?
I believe it is septuple, because set is 7 in French. And I do know that it would be the SEPT. Not exactly sure on the postfix. Yep, production, who has a better sense of vocabulary than either Los or I, who happen to talk for a living, will confirm that we were in fact correct on that one. And now Ryan actually pulling the op back out, this time on the attacking side. 18-18 here. Will this game ever end?
No, probably not.
They're holding us hostage, I think. At this point, they're like, yeah, Spicy and Los, we actually don't really care about making it to map 3. We want to keep you here all night long, stuck in the server.
No, it's actually because neither team wants to play Texas A&M. They're both so intimidated. Like, please, God, don't let us go to the finals. We don't want to deal with them.
Putting it off for as long as possible. I mean, Texas, I've heard that they're a bit of a raid boss of a team within the collegiate scene. Now, UA, creeping up mid, getting this mid control. They're very fond of this mid control as well, but actually not taking it as aggressively as we've previously seen.
Little by little, an operator in hand, without any initial use of that toxic screen. No one's afraid of an advance coming from A main. You gotta watch out for the double doors presence. The Trailblazer telegraphing that perfectly. So you got Ryujin looking down range. That is the perfect opportunity for them to open things up, and the kill onto Farrell will deny Asmith walking in 2 snake bites. They have to move away. A bit of a deadly dance between the players. Burst holding it down by the double doors, but it's a trade fest, and it turns into a 1v1. Weisel, Atrium, the last 2 in the server. Either one can save the day.
It's gonna be Sova on Sova violence. No util in the hands of Weisel quite yet. Over the reposition. Weisel just caught out. That's Atrium with a third pickup. And now advantage back over towards UA. The question is, can they close it out on the defensive round, or will UCF be taking another attacking round in their pocket to take it 19-19?
Honestly, I just think it's a given at this point that we're going to our 8th overtime. But hey, anything is possible, Spicy.
Anything is possible. I mean, operator's still in the hands of Ryan. Can pick that up. But UCF, they're actually looking for some aggression towards mid this time around and already lost one. Cookies and cream down.
Beryl getting a second one while they're holding their position by the box. Ducky Momo the only one to land a kill in a 2v4. Ryan still in control of that operator, but we don't want to give up that position. Ducky doesn't even have to commit. But the second that they walk around that corner, they'll face the Wrath, and they realize what the danger poses. The poison orb saves them.
Oh, they're going to have the Viper's Pit as well. That's going to be popped. A massive ultimate actually in this 2v2 situation. Ryan's op in hand. It's a difficult weapon to retake with. But Burst does have all of his utility. However, using it would give away his positioning.
Could do a wacky pathing in terms of that. Oh, just narrowly caught away as they had.
Oh, Trailblazer didn't see anything.
And now the guiding lights. They're getting no information, but Ryan, good for the first one and good for another. Finally. A little bit of a 1G action, but finally, Akron can close out the map and bring us to splits. Oh my God, Spicy. This is still going on. The series ain't done yet. Akron stays alive.
Hey, I did say it was going to hit 20 in this OT, and it was 20 and 18 for Akron. So now both these teams are 1-1 los, and we're going to be taking it over to split all the way down to Tokyo, Japan.
Oh my God, you talk about tenacity. You got to give it up for both of these teams with the stamina to keep this fight going. And it's just immense how you could continue this back and forth play. And I can't wait to see, well, is this going to continue? Are we going to be neck and neck for our final map? Well, there's only one way to find out. So stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back for map 3 of the CECC Last Chance Qualifier semifinals. Hey, we're back. Welcome back to the CECC LCQ. That was a grueling match. That was a marathon. I can't believe we got out of it tonight. And that septuple overtime did end. Akron back on top, 1-1. We're heading over to our decider map of Split. I'm Los, joined by Spicy Pyro and Spicy. What are we feeling after that breeze? Like, how do we move on? How do we process our upcoming map?
I don't know, because that Breeze matchup was essentially 1.5 games of Valorant in itself, a total of 38 rounds, and we're ready to take it straight into Agent Select here for Split, heading over to Tokyo. And we're going to see those lock-ins coming out, and it's actually a pretty similar... Oh, we're actually going to see a double controller potentially coming out from Akron. That Viper kind of playing as a pseudo-sentinel here on Split.
Lock it
this
in.
is really interesting, actually. I don't know. I burst on that Sky pick once again. No Sage coming through here for that team. But again, I don't know. I am really big on KO on very particular maps, and Split being so small, I feel like he shines, but the Seekers can also do a lot of work when the map's tiny.
That is true. It'll lead you right to where your enemies are placed. Wise considering the KO, and I think this hover is going to be what we'll see from UCF, and rightfully so. I mean, Ducky Momo adjusting it up. They have been a controller consistently throughout. Excited to see what their Omen can bring for us, though. And no surprise here, we're having Pawa and Feral, those two Jet players, trying to get in the face of their opponents. Of course, with the Raze, who's just way too crucial to have on this map with tight corners where the paint shells are just crucial.
Yeah, the paint shells on the Boombot can do so much clearing on smaller maps. And yeah, we're going to see Cookies and Cream on the Chamber pickup as well. But Central Florida, they are starting on the defense first, so they're actually going to elect to go with the double Sentinel instead of that double controller. And I think that's really interesting. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Sage actually playing through mid, or if we're going to see a different kind of stall coming through.
Yeah, I mean, that is a possibility, but what I like is the musical chairs in terms of agent roles that we're seeing from that particular squad. I mean, Ryushin, formerly over on the KO, now jumping onto the Sage. It's really interesting. They're just jumping around, and maybe they've scrimmed this map before. I'm wondering, because this was a Akron pick in the end. We're going to have UCF on the defense, so I really don't know what to expect from these teams, because a complete readjustment of their compositions, a map we've never seen them on before. It's going to be a great learning experience for all, I'd say, Spicy.
Ooh, yep. Well, come on, Los. It is game time. Get your Hanes on, lace up your Nikes, grab your Wheaties and your Gatorade, and we'll be picking up a Big Mac on the way to Split. It's a default here for UA, and like you said, we don't really know what to expect here from Akron, because they really favor those larger maps, Split being the complete opposite.
Feral getting caught out by that 0 point. Will be suppressed information given, but they definitely knew there was some presence of Akron already from that guiding light, giving them some space initially. Here comes the Trailblazer. Start off some space, but they have to watch out. Huge paint shell, dealing a decent amount of damage for Feral, and cause them to run on back, and allows time for Ryushin to get in position and ropes. Oh, for shots out of Power and Ryushin standing tall here in mid. Only one player left in ropes. Might be able to win this one out. Ryushin does, in fact.
Spike's there.
That's a little Sage buff and Spike in the hands of Power. I don't know if he will be cleared, but it doesn't matter, because Ryushin gonna get the third pickup. And Power gonna close things out on Burst. That's a flawless round to kick off Split. UCF taking the lead 1-0.
A nice beginning. Love that graphic. Thank you, production. Love to see it. And that was a crazy situation for Ryushin to walk out of alive, and it even enveloped into a 3K from that position. Just the stalling techniques that we saw coming outside from the defenders, that being UCF, is a great beginning. Now they got Spectres. It's going to be a lot harder to push these players.
Mm-hmm. And we talked about the Spectres over on Breeze, but Split, it's a different game. All the angles are so short, and they're so much more powerful. And UA, they're expending a lot of their bullets actually breaking down that barrier orb in mid, which is tough on the pistols because you don't really have too many to begin with. That lack of firepower. Currently UA, they're just stalled out, but it is only the first 15 seconds of this round. And as I say that, Ryan, good for a pickup on Ducky Momo.
And getting a bit aggressive over by Garage and B main, it gives them an opportunity. Maybe Ryushin there for one. Running around the opposite side of the pillar, hoping to catch somebody off guard, but the boom bot will spot them out, at least reveal their position. In the meantime, they're just going back and forth, still unkillable, still alive to this point. Ryushin not giving up just yet, but the snake bite might provide an opportunity for these players. No one can kill this player, Spicy. Somebody finish the job.
Well, Adrian's going to finish up the job, and now a 3v2 situation. All of a sudden, the tides are turning. Weisel, good for 2. A. Smith lurking around, repositioning. Cookies and Cream, none the wiser. And that's a thrifty round here for UA. A massive one at that, because that's the buy-up of UCF gone. UA, they're going to be able to afford those rifles. And it's going to be an eco here for UCF.
That was certainly a wasted opportunity brought in by UCF because so much time was stalled out by Ryushin, stopping them from advancing, just dipping back and forth between cover and stalling out the full-on execute. It should have given the rest of the squad so much more time to make their way back in, but unfortunately, they kind of dropped the ball on that one, and now they'll have to pay for it going into round 3.
Wall broken once again here by UA down in mid. A little bit easier since they do have rifles this time around. Dark cover goes out on the side of UCF just to bide a little bit more time. But UA, they're playing together a little bit more this time around. On the attacking side, Trailblazer goes through to get that information.
First one to take a peek, it's Farrell getting a bit of damage down, and they'll walk right into the paint shell. Thankfully, that verticality saves them a great deal of damage. They can back off, play their life. A bit more help now, but Ryushin certainly is in a world of trouble. They gotta run back to safety.
B-side also free for the taking here. Now it's a 5v2 situation.
Ryushin back up in heaven, looking for a shot on the ropes. None given. As Ryan from the other side of the entire map, ready for the shot. It's all up to Cookies and Cream in the 1v5. At this point, Spicy, you just gotta send it.
Yeah, you kind of just gotta send it. Maybe try go for some exit frags, but Akron, they're playing patient. They know how true the aim of Cookies and Cream can be. Paint shells go out to continue the stall through, but Asmith will get aggressive, but the run and gun comes out on top. That's a flawless round here for Akron, but not surprising considering the fact that UA majorly had the gun advantage going into that round.
Yeah, exactly what we would have expected in that scenario, and that was almost a great moment brought in initially by the defensive paint shell. However, there was just too much sauce being dripping here over from Akron, and I'm excited to see what else they could do as they continue this one up. They're still going to be in a major money advantage. Asmith not even upgrading to a rifle. They're going to hold on to that Spectre.
Guiding Light does go through. Barrier orb broken once again. A slow orb poised in the hands of Ryujin. Oh, the paint shell is coming through as well. Our massive power, good for a pickup through the smoke on Farrell. Now, advantage into the hands of UCF. The entirety of UA hovering around mid right now.
Ducky Momo doesn't want to peek over onto A or onto B main because they've lost multiple times in that department. However, ropes being taken. Akron got a bit of freedom in what they want to do in those next steps. They have some presence being brought into A-Ram. They're going to smoke off mailroom. This might be able to buy them some time at the moment, but they need to move. That being Akron. Oh, in the perfect moment, Ryan gets the shot in the back of Cookies and Cream, and this is the perfect timing for them to make their way to A.
Azimuth still lurking up towards heaven as well. Gonna be able to spot out Powa, who's trying to flank around, but I don't know if Azimuth expects Ryujin to follow up. That's the resurrection coming through already, and Ryujin shutting things down. It's a 3v2 just like that.
This is critical, because the spike is still ticking down. Trademark destroyed, but you do have the information, at least one person who's going to be making their way from A main. It comes down to who peeks it out first, and neither of these players, neither of them holding the spike want to do it. Atrium, for one, need to get the second, but they can't get it done. Ducky Momo in response, good for the shot, and they'll equalize it here on the post bonus round.
2-2. Los. Okay, we're 4 rounds in, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm already a little nervous. We're already at a tie. We just had Breeze. A 38-round game. 13 rounds in OT. And now, I don't know. Gonna be on my toes for it. I don't want to jinx anything either, but I'm sweating already.
I don't know. It's a possibility we could go that way. But we got Ryujin on the judge, the capybara play, the king of the rodents. Maybe this could be a little bit of a wacky... Oh! They destroy the Trailblazer before the information's gained. They've done everything they possibly can to ensure that Ryujin is set up for success. They're good for one and only one, as Farrell denies the judge's onslaught. But that doesn't mean you're safe, because Weisel's got one too!
Now, a 3v3, Atrium with the From the Shadows will reposition back sight of A, but Cookies and Cream is there, but he can't close out that kill, and now the spike will be initiated, planted here on the A site. UA, they have the advantage. Time is on their side in the post plan.
Dark Cover up in heaven, denying the vision. 2 players, Power looking for the shot over on ramp, and they get it done. Bringing out the showstopper, saying, "Come on and slam if you want to jam." But it's a Rosa ult. They can't make the shot. Going through the dark cover, the sprays hit nothing. But Smith will make a connection through the smoke, and Akron brings it back in their favor.
Now, push onto an eco here for UCF. We're going to see another judge coming through. Nice little replay of this mid-action. Thank you so much. Over to production for the nice clips. I still can't believe that Cookies and Cream ended up dying in that position after the From the Shadows. It looked so close. But that's advantage now. Back over towards UA. The eco for UCF. This could be 4-2.
Entirely possible, but how about another tie? How does that sound, Spicy?
Los, please. I
Great
mean, Cookies
start.
and Cream just got the opening pick. My guy.
And now he's got the opportunity to bring that to a tour de force, which he will. But the issue is Atrium already up through mid. They have ropes control as well as mail. A full-on retreat. The 3v4. They have multiple players running in the back line of CET. So the question is, how is this retake going to commence? You do have that no command at the ready if they decide to do so, but Sight isn't fully taken control of. They haven't planted the spike just yet.
No, Atrium will be initiating it, but it's also the eco round of UCF, right? They might not want to waste the ulti here. Oh, hiding in mail. Burst has that positioning once again.
No one would dare think to check that. Certainly not Weisel. They're none the wiser. This double removal out from CT doesn't find any information. Burst here, finding the shot. The last two go the way of UA. No ties to be found, Spicy. Not yet, at least.
Not yet, at least. But there's a lot of rounds left in this matchup. And once again, this is the last game, the decider between UCF and UA within the semifinals of the CECC Last Chance Qualifier. These teams want to be the one to make it out of semis so they can meet up against Texas A&M in the Grands. Because whoever takes it home later tonight will secure that last spot at Atlanta. To kick off this next round, UA playing a very passive default.
Oh yeah, so much information gained. They could walk right into ropes, but they didn't get that far. So there might be another player lurking on the other side. At least the possibility exists. Ryujin denying any chance of them walking up into male with that barrier orb in play. So the question is it going to be a straight run through the ropes?
It might be. There is a trademark to catch them out, though, slowing things down. Oh, a really nice fragment to come out, but it's not going to connect. Does stall out time, though, and Seekers will come through for the push.
And there's that no command, as they have nothing to do as they want to make their way. Flash drive in play, but the shots don't connect. Weisel goes down, and the lockdown, or the no command, doesn't nullify much. They can walk right through the rest of heaven, but there's a continued presence, sending right back the paranoia of their own. Atrium, good to finish off Weisel. Little Shrouded step right onto the site and escape the firing squad. The death that's been dealt. The last one alive on the site, at least. That's Asmith over by CT, by the screens, ready for an alternate position. They're going to walk right into Ducky Momo. Asmith, good for the last one. And it comes down to Ryujin. Clutched it out.
Oh, isolating the 1v1. Oh, the resurrection will come through, but...
No!
Oh, right around the corner. Asmith gonna get that 4K. The res wasted. And now a 3-point lead here for Akron. And we were worried. We were talking about it a little bit in the pre-show. We were going over to a smaller map. You know, Akron tends to shine a lot more on the larger maps where the defenders are split up. But speaking of split up, the name of this map is Split. And UA, they're doing really, really well as far as being able to pinch the defenders and get these executions towards site.
Also, we got to talk about, that was such a large investment out of UCF in that previous round. They had the null command. They had the resurrection. And both of them definitely weren't used to their best advantage. And I think it comes down to swinging before you bring your rifle out. Now, there was a possibility that it could have brought a great success, but Ryujin a bit too eager to get into the fight, too eager to finish off the round, and it cost them dearly as Asmith clutched it out, brought in the, I would have to say, the commissioner's clutch. Unfortunately, I didn't bring that up earlier. The graphic already went by. A bit sad, Spicy. Regardless, Akron is going absolutely crazy so far. And UCF, they need to step it up, especially considering Split. That's a little more defender-sided.
It is defender-sided, and they have the 2 Sentinels at that. I like the adjustment, though, that we saw coming out from UCF. The barrier orb going to deny the B-Heaven space. But at the same time, you know, they gave up ropes pretty easily. There was the trademark in there, but as I say, that power, good for 1. Ryan gonna get that refrag off, and yeah, I think the struggle is the fact that UCF, they tend to leave their backs exposed a little bit on this defense. The flanks have been really nice coming out from UA.
Everyone hanging out behind this dark cover. Ducky Momo has enough time to bring out a second one, but they've got the judge. Judgment will be passed. Certainly cannot be denied. At least the space will be denied. I haven't experienced a judge on this end yet. Normally came from the mid. But the thing is, with the dark cover, the longer you wait, the more advantage is given to the user. No advantage to be found there for Ducky Momo. Straight to the head. They lose their life and lose control of A-Site because you don't want Weisel to run into the fight as they only have a sheriff.
3v4 on this retake. Fragment and paint shells will come through on the side of UCF, but nothing is going to connect quite yet. But again, this is this eco round here for UCF. They might even just want to try and pick off as many guns as possible instead of going for the full retake.
Rightfully so. Ryan covering the flank, watching out. They may be able to hold on to their lives. Oh, maybe nothing will be held in the hands of UCF. Showstopper committed. 6th round one here for University of Akron. They're certainly dominating split right now, Spicy, and there's no signs of them stopping.
That's for sure. That was really tough to see, actually. Back in that A main, positioning the shotgun, just being a little bit too far from the edge. And now, another split kind of default coming out from UA. They're going to be leaning towards both B and A main, leaving one, that being burst, to get a bit more information, draw the attention of the mid players of UCF. And UA, they've done so much conditioning towards mid that UCF have now invested 3 bodies, 3 players towards that area of the map, leaving the sites only to be guarded by 1 each.
I mean, a strong commitment put into mid, but it also offers the option for a quick rotation no matter which side is hit. And maybe Ducky Momo might be able to get some information, but really nothing is coming out of it. But the true skill, the true play is brought out from Cookies and Cream, has generally struggled throughout this map. They've denied the entire B execution, but all the while, we've had a UA move on into A. Only one player sitting in the back line, Ducky Momo, there by the team E, but they're good for 1 before they fall, stalling it out enough, denying even the spike plant for the moment. Power sends out that blast pack. They know exactly where Burst is. It only takes the rest of the crew to come and help, put the pressure on, and finish it off.
3-6 now. Another round on the board here for UCF. Still a 3-point lead for UA, but UCF, they're making those micro adjustments, playing a little bit farther back, ensuring that their backs are covered as a team as well. Like you said, the quick rotations from mid definitely helped out, and it allowed UCF to stall out that mid control that UA tends to grab as well. Now back to a default here for UA. A little bit of a scuffed buy coming out from UCF. Essentially a full buy, but a light shield or 2 across the board. And that same barrier orb to cover out mid is going to come through once again. But, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. I like the adjustment that Ryujin did. Just cutting off B Heaven. Maybe trying to fight more for that ropes control. Because when you just throw that wall out mid every single time, it usually gets shot down. I feel like it really lacks that value.
I mean, especially in those rifle rounds where it can be destroyed so quickly.
Yeah.
The best it does is tell you, hey, somebody is mid. At least one person is mid, you know, depending on how many different guns you hear. But after that, you're expending all of your utility. And at that point, you just gotta fight and die for your life because you've got nothing else to offer once you expend all those orbs. In the end, Weisel will get hit with the trademark.
Oh.
Flashes a few of his teammates and doesn't create a great environment for that swing to come on through. Here's the reflash with the flash drive, walk on out, and get eaten up by Farrell.
I was actually surprised not to see the 0 point coming out instead of the flashes first, just to slow down the utility usage of Akron. Now repositioned towards Raptors. Powa is going to get not 1, but Cookies and Cream will get the refrag. However, there's 10 seconds left. Spike will be planted towards A, and it's a 3v1 situation. Cookies and Cream left to clutch it out once again, rifle in hand. However, has the full shield, might actually want to save here.
I don't think so with their positioning. However, they have so much to clear. Burst in that corner, not something you'd initially expect. They've got the angle, exactly what they need. Oh, wait a minute. Cookies and Cream just created the perfect storm. The last 2 players outside of the vision of this spike, but it only takes a quick swing. Burst now looking for the shot in the guiding light, but it goes right past him. And this is still a doable round. Another fake brought into play. Farrell does not need to go for the peak. It's all going to end. Cookies and Cream has to make a run for it, but I don't think there's enough time. They will die along with the spike, but at least they brought some friends with it.
It looked like the clutch could potentially go through. I still can't believe that UA actually fed those 1v1s over to Cookies and Cream after knowing how strong he is. Yeah, I feel like that 0 point just came out a little bit too late. Would have been a bit better if instead of throwing that flash over the box, had it been the 0 point instead, just to get that information, but too little too late. We are going into the next round, and it's going to be the 11th rounds. 2 more left in this half, and for a defenders-sided map, Akron are having an extremely strong showing on the attack.
I gotta say, that replay of Weisel, that just bullied him. That didn't
Yeah.
need to be in there. That didn't need to be in there. You didn't have to do him like that.
They said he got too many multi-kills on the other maps. It's time to take him out.
Sometimes you gotta humble him. Well, certainly feeling humble on the side of UCF. They haven't been able to hold mid too successfully. The barrier destroyed. The slow orbs already sent out. Only a heal left and far from a resurrection as well. They've got nothing going on. Cookies and Cream there to provide a bit of relief using that tour de force. And that's a threat they will respect as the rest of UA move their way over to B main, but they'll get caught within the 0 point.
I believe that was nearly every single member, if not every single member on Akron. So that's all the information given. All 4 towards Garage. But look at this positioning here. We have one on UCF towards sewers at the moment. Ducky Momo will hear the rotation come through. Might be able to cut off one. Yeah, that's going to be Azimuth taken down. At the very least, though, Akron, they are running the double controller. So Atrium's still here for cover.
And the second they turn that corner, they get hit with the Cookies and Cream Supreme Tour de Force. No time left. No hope in hell. 10 seconds to get away and find safety to hold on to that rifle. This is a perfect denial from UCF. It's the esports you flawless.
Yeah, just hiding. Adrian gonna secure that full shield and the rifle like you mentioned. Although I'm pretty sure Akron has a pretty nice little nest egg of economy going into this next round, considering their advantage. But nonetheless, might as well just be a little careful, just in case. Oh, actually, they don't. They have been losing quite a few players in the previous rounds that they're not actually able to get that full buy through. So Atrium's save on the Vandal is actually a pretty massive one for them. I'm surprised that Atrium's actually not buying A Smith though, so that he could get the full shield, because this was the last round of the half. Little mishap with economy.
Another skirmish down mid. Starting things off, it's Ryan. Removes Cookies and Cream, who has been a crucial part of the defense, but without a tour de force in hand, they aren't as a force as we've previously seen. Now, one of their own, going on the side of Akron, will provide that much more of a threat. A deadly player indeed. Ryan will not actually have any vision at all of anybody, because they're on the other side of the map. The only defender is Ducky Momo, and they're sitting up at the top of ramp.
Oh, Ducky Momo's in such a bad position right now, completely clinched by the players of Akron. We'll hear the guiding light. Expect some coming through ropes, avoiding the blast pack. We'll reposition. Oh, Paranoia could be huge for the delay. Now it's a 4v4. Oh, and that's the slam dunk! Absolutely with the showstopper. Pow is going to be shut down, though, right after. Now, 2v3.
Unfortunately, that hasn't done everything they were hoping for. Wow, what a maximum range trademark right there. Got him. There's still a bit more pressure. They're being hit from every angle. The attention being dragged all over the place. And Ducky just can't keep up, especially the other two support their teammates hanging in the back of heaven, unable to reach those ankles. Spike will get planted the second that they reveal their position, that being Atrium. They're going to get lit up, and Ryujin seals the deal. However, 3 more shots left in the Tour de Force. It's still a 100% winnable map, and it will have to go down to Ryan, pulling off the ace, but you gotta look behind you, because Weisel is there to get you.
Oh, that trademark was actually really nice just to snag that piece of info. And now, defenders, side of UCF, they've brought it up 5-7. Only 2 rounds separating these teams. If UCF can manage to take the pistol, they'll be able to likely take round 2 once we swap sides as well, taking it a 7-7. Otherwise, might be seeing Akron running with the momentum so far, but Los. We know the team compositions from both of these teams. We didn't see the defensive value of the Sage quite as much. I mean, Ryujin getting frags and kills nonetheless, but I felt like his utility wasn't as impactful as it could have been as a Sage player. But the Pseudo Sentinel Viper has a lot more stall potential because her util is always there. It just, you can stagger it, bring it up and down.
Shadows traveling. I have to completely agree. You know, there wasn't any presence out of Ryujin after the first 20 seconds of the round. All of the utility being destroyed or expended. And beyond that, what can they provide? It's more of just another body, another gun, and Ryujin's certainly a great shot. But in a game where utility is so important, you need a bit more to bring to the table. And power, well, they're bringing a lot here in this initial fight.
UCF have taken quite a bit of poke, though, and that's some more chamber-on-chamber violence. Ryan coming out on top this time around. And actually looks pretty even Stevens across the board as far as both players and HP on both sides. We're at a bit of a standstill. But look at this ropes control from Ducky Momo. And as I say that, Atrium with the flank, gonna take him out.
Potential move. Asmith being blinded. Just a big spot. The snake bite is too deadly. The sting, undeniable. And now this spike also inaccessible. They can't get it. It's blocked off. Now that the snake bite has dissipated, they're still in a terribly disadvantageous position. Weisel, the first one to peek, loses their head within seconds.
That's advantage going over towards Akron. I mean, they already had the advantage being 7-5, but the pistol round will allow them to garner an even greater lead going through the rest of this half. It's going to be the buy up here, and on split, the SMGs can do so much. UCF, they're going to be going with the full safe. They didn't even get the spike planted or anything, which is actually a bit of a change in meta that I've seen coming out Los. You know, I've seen quite a few teams electing to buy up round 2, even after losing the pistol, if they can get that spike down on the attacker side.
Yeah, you get that extra money and you create a better opportunity. If you could deny success for a bonus round player running up with those Spectres, if you can win that out, it creates such a big momentum boost for you. It denies everything the previous team worked for, but this one doesn't seem to be working out as everyone has been lit up on the side of UCF. Ducky Momo, the lone defender, they've got the right click classic. If it can bring it through, no, the click clack does not come on through as Atrium denies it with the 4K on the Spectre. Going crazy.
Whew. I mean, his name's Atrium. There are 4 chambers in the heart and 4 kills under his belt now in that round. And that's an even greater lead that Akron are able to kind of get for themselves here. But it's also not surprising. They had that advantage with the guns. We're going to see rifles finally coming out here for UCF going to this round. A couple light shields, though. I would be interested to see maybe some alt orb investment going into Weisel, trying to get that null command online. Because I think that out of all of the ultimates on the side of UCF, that one has the most impact, especially on the attack.
Weisel shooting through that toxic screen. I mean, cookies and cream on the other side of the map. Getting work done as well. The issue is, like, how spread apart these players are and still having that efficacy. But Asmith slows him down. That's 2 gone. Ryan won't be able to pick up a rifle if they could walk on through. But I'm certain that someone's going to be looking on up. Cookies and cream there with the angle, expecting a peek from the staircase. Not going to be the case. But even so, there's more pressure. Potentially from... Oh, yeah, he's been spotted out. Weisel going for the swing at the perfect moment during the reload. Ryan has no chance in hell for winning that out. But it was a bonus. It's what they expected. Still, to get 2 rifles is not that bad.
Yeah, a pretty decent bonus at that, being able to steal 2 rifles out of the hands of UCF. But at the same time, Akron, they're going to be able to buy up this round. It'll be a little bit more even here. And Ryan actually already having saved enough to pull out the operator. No ultimates online except for the From the Shadows on the side of Atrium, but it's also one of the weaker ultimates. Can have some impact as far as information gathering, but it's essentially just a free reposition. 0 point goes through. Gets a little bit of, actually no information towards mid. The Moonbots will kiss though. That's quite a bit of Ray's utility already used up.
Yeah, what else do they have to work with? Maybe some blast packs to get on through. Actually a denial of the Trailblazer. Great use of that. So information not given or received from either side. You know exactly what's going on. The fragment forces them back to the staircase. Paranoia makes it even more deadly. And they are forced to retreat. Staircase even blocked off. How many pieces of utility are they going to drop up here? Whatever seems enough as Power finally able to get the first frag of the round and clear out B.
I mean, what's worrisome about that, though, is going to be the lack of util available in the post-plant situation. All the flash is gone, using counter flash after counter flash. The retake is going to be a little bit more difficult here for UA.
Might be able to convert. Okay, Weisel begins this one off, trading to follow from a different angle. If Power is able to get one kill, they could bring out the paint shells, just deny a bunch of space for anyone who's up in heaven. However, I think they're giving it up. They're letting it go. They're opting for a save and to choose on some exit frags, which isn't a crazy scenario, but they're only down one player. Perhaps they don't want to lose these rifles. I just want to hold on to what they've got going forward.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's going on with their economy to explain that decision. But wait, the attackers, they may have won, but several of them just caught by the edge of the explosion. And now, that's so much damage being done to the economy of UCF. Sure, they won the round, but they no longer have that built up eco. And yeah, looking at the side of UA, it makes sense why the save went through. They weren't going to be able to buy in this round otherwise.
I guess that was the major miscalculation of how far that spike is.
Yeah.
So that's exactly how UA would have hoped that round ended. They would get some kills, remove some guns, but they didn't even need to do it. Their old buddy, the Spike, got the job done for them instead. Oh, Weisel has been spotted out by the Boombot, and I think a lot of spam will come on through, but we really have to wonder how Atrium is going to deal with this full-on rush. It doesn't seem like anyone knows he's here. So he could just be big chillin', waiting for the reinforcements to come on through.
I like how Akron is now denying also that flank through mid, the positioning. They're wary of it. But Ryujin snuck all the way up into CT now. Might get a timing if pushed into heaven, but actually going to reconvene.
Oh! In the back line, perfectly denying this retake as they had this setup looking to clear out from Pillar, but actually turns into a 1v1 right around the corner. No, he wasn't expecting it. Ryan doesn't check the default position. That's exactly where Powell was. Now we're only one round away from the equalizer. UCF, even though they were in a tough position in terms of their economy, they're able to bring it back, and they're able to keep this Gravies train moving.
We talked about the fact that Split is a defender-sided map. So far, both of these teams are having a really great showing on the attack. We are going to see a half buy coming out here for UA. Can't really make too much of a comment on the utility of UA in this round because it is their save. They don't have as much to work with on this defense. But I like how UCF is playing this very slowly on the anti-eco, looking to get some information because sometimes you do see some teams aggressing out as a whole unit.
Okay, there's a whole unit running on through, and their name is Ryujin, clearing out Mail. And Power does the same on the site itself, but only running with a few sheriffs, so nothing that we wouldn't have expected so far. I feel like the only opportunity for UA at this point, try and get a kill, try and scrap together a rifle, and get the hell out of there.
Atrium does have a sheriff in hand. There's Weisel lurking towards mid once again, but with all that heaven control, doesn't have to be pushed quite as far up. Weisel gonna get that last pickup, and things are looking dire for Atrium. That'll be Ducky Momo closing it out. That's a flawless round here for UCF. Everything's all tied up now, Los. 9-9, but we do have quite a few ultimates on the board here. Azimuth could deny a lot of space with this Viper's Pit, and UCF, they're leaning towards A.
You can see Azimuth, the lone player on A site. I'd imagine that's what the plan is, but maybe it's more geared toward denying any heaven presence. If that's the case, I'd imagine they drop the Viper's Pit, and Ducky Momo will walk on through. Okay, nope, I'm totally wrong already. It's going to be Power with the showstopper, so I'm going to stop my opinion on what's going to happen this round.
That's a lot of util actually being invested here by UCF. Null command comes through, denies any retake opportunity for the next little while on the side of UA. It's going to be a full 5v5 on this retake. The Viper's Pit could actually really come in handy as long as Azimuth can make it to sight.
But that's the main issue, because you've already got Weisel at the top of ropes, denying that possibility. Fourth right. First does get a bit of concussion, but what's the follow-up? Pow has done so much damage already. Ryan doing a bit of their own. It's up to them in a 1v2. 4 bullets left, but not much time either. They'll be caught out as Cookies and Cream. It's made the full-on wraparound from A main, and this is a slaughter coming from the side of UCF. They're having no problem at all in the second half.
Definitely not. No problem at all, to the point where they've now taken the lead after ending the half. I believe that was 8-4. So they're on the up and up. They're looking to come back, and they don't want to be booted out of the CECC LCQ quite yet. They're here to duke it out until the end, because this is, again, the last map. Each of these teams are currently 1-1. This is a decider to see who's going to be facing up against Texas A&M in the grand finals. 0 point to kick things off here for UCF. Ropes empty so far.
And they walk on through. No one there to meet them. It's a very lacking defense at the moment, because they're heavily relying on that Viper's Pit on A main. Atrium expecting people to walk on through. That's why they've taken this opposite angle by the ramp. However, the adjustments come through, and they'll open themselves wide up to what I'd imagine is going to start off with potentially a guiding light, unless it's going to be a dry walk on through. That is going to be incredibly dangerous if they opt to do that. They're just hanging out. They're not doing anything at the moment.
They're straight vibing, but in a difficult situation as well, because it's a huge choke point that they're funneling themselves through. One pick already going off, but Pow is still going to get the better of Atrium. Now it's a 3v4. Spike, though, making its way towards the A site.
Now we have a removal outside. Azimuth returning back to the Viper's Pit. That's absolutely critical, but they need to watch their back, because there is a flank ensuing. And there it is from Power. Pit destroyed. Burt's with the wackiest crosshair I've ever seen in my life.
Wait a
be able
second.
to land this shot. Certainly not with that thing. I don't know what they're doing, but it doesn't matter. Farrell comes out from screens, walking right to the crosshairs of Power Burst, able to make miracle work happen with that aim. And they need to close things out soon enough. Weisel, very low on HP. It'll only take about one shot, the guiding light, to open up this avenue. They need to make a move. It's going to be a swing there, a dry swing from Weisel to allow UA to finally get another round and equalize it. Bring it back. It's another tie, Spicy. It's 10-10.
It's 10-10, Los. It is 10-10, which is incredible for these teams. And that's also the Seekers now online here on the side of UA. That's going to be huge for any retake potential in the hands of Burst. And going into this next round, it's still going to be a buy up here that UCF are able to afford, because they did have 5 rounds in a row. It would actually have been interesting to see if UCF would pull out maybe a timeout to see if they can cancel out the momentum that Akron's trying to build for themselves, but that's not going to come through. But what is going to come through is the tool de false in Cookies and Cream's hands. Mid control. That's what UCF is itching for.
Last shot finds nothing at the moment. No one blinded, everyone's backed off. Got an interesting cross fire once they move on up to heaven. Not doing that just yet. And yeah, look at that. So far out. We're seeing, okay, Showstopper brought out into play, but they're hit with the paranoia, expecting a much stronger push. It's another Rosal. It lands onto nothing. Atrium, however, on the other side, clearing out ropes, and they'll back off to play their life. Lucky Momo, severely damaged through the process. And this is just a pick-for-pick moment. But the second that anyone walks up into heaven, it is going to be a firing range.
Most definitely is. Resurrection will come through. Weisel back up and ready, but Burst does still have the Seekers available for this retake. I don't think anybody's going to clear out A. Smith. Good for 2. The Trigger Discipline, make that a 3rd as well. And A. Smith could close this out with an ace. They've given the possibility, the potential.
Weisel has pushed very far back. In fact, Farrell will deny that possibility, unfortunately, despite all our hopes and dreams for that one. Cookies and Cream with the tour de force and 10 seconds left, only thrashing for some kills, but the quick scopes are not as quick and accurate as he would have liked. And Farrell closes it out 11-10. University of Akron, after such a drought of rounds, they can close it out right here and now.
Azimuth has had such cheeky plays with their positioning. Like you said, Akron do have the potential to close things out, but we've seen an iteration of this before on the previous map, Los. These teams, they're itching to keep their name in the game, right? And here's the timeout coming up from UCF. What do you think they're talking about?
I don't know at the moment, but Spicy, I cannot go through another one of those.
You don't want to do 38 rounds again?
You know, as crazy as that seems, no, I don't.
Oh, that's shocking. That's absolutely shocking. If we went to another 38, that would be nearly 80 rounds of Valorant split between 2 games.
You know, I'd be okay with another overtime. Maybe in the next series. But we still have a whole nother series. And not just for my sake, for the players' sake, because they are going to be severely fatigued through all of this gameplay. And they're walking into a Texas A&M who has been chilling, stone cold cooling, watching this VOD as well, seeing exactly how they can take advantage of whoever they're stepping up against. So I think for the better of whoever comes out on top, they need to end this quickly.
That's absolutely true. I mean, Texas A&M, they're doing their homework live at the moment. That's Powa with the Showstopper trying to clear out the A site, but it's been completely given up by UA. And that's 2 ultimates actually expended right off the bat from UCF, trying to get an explosive site entry. But look at this flank through. It's a triple pinch from Main.
Cookies and Cream already good for 1, not expecting 3 players to be in the sewers when you've got a rat colony coming in, and they're from Akron for sure. Atrium has been blocked off from this dark cover. You gotta expect that someone will be sitting in a position underneath rafters. It starts off with this paranoia. They're going to try and wait out for the Boombot to be out of position, and they do! Removing Ducky Momo, however, Powa has the cross angle, but regardless, Powa and Wyusion too quick with it. And a very fast flurry of kills. They've brought it back to 11-11. Akron was getting a bit too cocky with that performance.
There are definitely some really nice crossfires set up in that post plant out of the side of UCF. The investment of those ultimates absolutely paid off. No ulties online for either side, and UA are slowly being pushed into an eco disaster. If UCF claim this round, it'll be UA on a thrifty, duking it out at match point.
Okay, Powa with the very powerful move to jump right into the back of heaven. There's no way Farrell is expecting this. Yeah, they're looking toward ramp. No, Ryan can't deal with it either. And Cookies and Cream effectively clear it out. They don't even get a chance to plant the spike, as it's already done and dusted before it can be activated. UCF turned the tables again from Akron, who thought they had a chance. And they've brought it to map and series point.
Ooh, nice little replay here. Powa. Oh, I can't believe nobody really heard the blast packs actually up to heaven. It's a little bit surprising. But now, buying up with everything they can muster here on the side of Akron. 2 stingers, which is all that Ryan and Farrell can afford going into this round. That's kind of scary.
Power has gotten way too aggressive, a bit too much dip on the chip, as they'll be punished just a bit with damage as they walk on through. But regardless, Cookies and Cream is there to pick up the pieces. They've been blocked off by the snake bites, but they still have the advantageous position to walk on through regardless. This is a slaughter. No one has the cheeky angle. No one can take advantage of UCF. Not now, not going forward, especially not Akron. There it is. Asmith going for the final shot, hoping to be able to save their team in a 1v5. They could not get it done. And after all this time, after 79 rounds of Valorant action here in the CECC LCQ, it's finally over. And UCF will be headed to the grand finals in Texas A&M. They're waiting for them.
They are waiting for them. They were probably doing their live homework, watching the stream, trying to see what the playstyles were like, but whew, that was quite the matchup, and such dominant attacking halves coming out from both of these teams as well. Los, I don't know. I'm at a loss for words. I think what was interesting is seeing that UCF, they really adapted on the attack. They kind of realized that once they tried out that aggressive blitz onto the A site, that it was really free for the taking, and for the remainder of the half, just absolutely ran with it and took advantage.
Yeah, in most cases, B was very excruciating to hit. You would take a lot of damage, and that's where they had the majority of a stack, that being Akron. The majority of those players were holding up in B heaven, and if you tried to walk on through, you would have to expend all of your resources to do so. But on the side of A, they usually left one, maybe a second player who usually had a quick, easy escape once the pressure was actually applied. So once they found out this secret sauce to beating UA, then, well, they kept on doing it, and they kept on winning, and that's why we're going to see them in the grand final. So we'll be able to pick apart the brains of the players from UCF right after this, so don't go anywhere. The CECC Valorant action continues. And welcome back to the CECC Last Chance Qualifier. We wrapped up our first matchup, the semifinals, leading up into the grand finals, and it came down to UCF winning it in map 3. And joining us from the UCF squad, we've got Ryujin. Ryujin, how are you feeling after that matchup? Wow, you're a VTuber. I didn't know.
Hello. I'm feeling excited and also a little bit exhausted. Map 2 was exceedingly long, and I'm sure all of you are probably tired from that one too, so.
Yeah, well, it can't be as tired as you. I mean, speaking of that second map on Breeze, I know that it ended up being a loss 18-20 versus Akron, but at the same time, we saw the adjustments going out throughout the game. The attacking side was a lot stronger for both of your teams, but I was curious, what were the comms like, and what do you think the most impactful adjustments were for your team to be able to at least secure some of those defenders rounds in OT?
Definitely making adjustments towards hulls. We had that Viper run down, or their Viper run down, I think it was Azimuth, pretty much every round. So adjusting and placing an operator there really helped hold that a little bit better. And then as for adjustments in middle, we had decided to fight it from nest rather than from mid doors, and that helped us secure it a little bit stronger than it used to be. In addition to that, we were playing really passive at the first start of the game, and we decided to change that by doing a little bit more aggression towards like A main and B main whenever we felt like it prior to the round.
Yeah, for sure. The ebb and flow of the map control, right? You got to give up some space, take some space, and get that information. But you guys are now making it over to the grand finals against Texas A&M. What is your mental going in? Because, like you said, it's already been a really long best of 3 series.
It has, but fortunately enough, this is not the longest series we've played in.
Oh,
The last tournament that we placed first in that was really big was for the UGC $10,000. I think it was the winter series or something like that. We played for 16 hours straight, starting at 1 p.m. and going until about 3 a.m. at night. So a long gaming session for sure. But as far as TAMU, we've played them before, so we have a little bit of insight as to how we think the game's going to go. All of the players over there are amazing. Love my boy Aggro. He's a really great guy. And regardless how either it ends, I'm excited for whoever makes it anyways, because I think everyone deserves a chance, and both of our teams are exceedingly good. So
Nice to hear. And before we head into that matchup, can you give us a detail of every single play you're going to run in the next series?
every single play? Whoa,
No,
hold on, wait a
I'm just
second.
kidding. Can you give us a special shout out for anyone after this victory before we send you off into the grand finals?
Man, let's see. I definitely want to shout out the boys at the UCF team. You know, Paua. We got Ducky, Momo, Weisel. Everyone over there. It was awesome being able to play with them, and we were doing great. Even Cookies and Cream, actually. Cookies and Cream and Eris are new here this semester at esports at UCF, and they were performing exceedingly well with our team. So I love to have them on board. As far as the opposite team, be ready for some new strats and new plays.
All right, awesome to hear, Ryujin. Thank you so much, and congratulations on your win, and good luck to you in the grand finals. Looking forward to you and the rest of the UCF squad bringing the heat. But that's going to do it for us here for this series. We're going to be back after a quick little break, so don't worry, folks. The CECC LCQ Valorant action will continue after this.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and for the first time ever, you guys actually get to see that live from Honolulu, Hawaii, here in the Esports U studio for the first time. I am bringing you guys the action. It's me. I'm the guy that's normally behind the scenes. Hi, I'm K-Tad, by the way, for those of you who don't know. Los is still here. The guy took some, he drank some coffee. He splashed some water on his face. Los, how are you feeling after what was a very long Series 1?
That was incredibly long. It felt like 2 series wrapped up into one, K-Tad, and I'm happy I got out alive from the other end, but we're here. I did have some coffee. I'm gonna have to chug it once we cut to agent selection, because we're in for a real doozy. It's Texas A&M going up against UCF, and if anyone needs coffee, it's gonna be those guys who just went through a grueling septuple OT over on Breeze. Well, you were on the outside of that looking in. What are your thoughts on that previous series?
I mean, I gotta tell you, Lucy, I was standing over the shoulder of these guys as they were producing, and I am very amazed that they were even still standing, let alone ready to go back in and take on what is a doozy of an opponent, right? Texas A&M, TAMU, one of the teams people say would actually potentially be in the top 10 in the nation. Central Florida, they've got the task in front of them to be able to not only then come back from what it was a long series like that, but then also to take down an opponent like this. It's across the nation too. Keep that in mind. We've got Texas, we've got Florida. We're halfway across. We're halfway there. I'm really curious to see how these guys pull it together.
Well, I mean, we haven't been able to check out Texas A&M tonight, but they did put on an amazing show previously as they made their way through the semifinals to bring it all the way into the finals. And if there's 2 players you gotta be on the lookout for, it's Sam and it's Aggro. Sam is a head hunter. Not just the name of that ability, they are so quick. So easy to snap to those heads and take those shots. They're a player you are definitely going to want to keep your eyes on. Going back again to Aggro, someone who gets in the face of their opponents, and they live up to their name. Very aggressive, and I'm excited to see it. But you still have some response on that side. It's Cookies and Cream and Power. The duel is going to commence, and I can't wait for it. It's going to be awesome to see it. And we actually have a more sensible, normal collegiate map pool here today.
Yes, we do, Los. I mean, it's seeming a little bit more sensible. We're starting here on Ascent. We've got Haven after that. And should we need to, we will be going back to Split. But one thing I'm noticing right there out of the agent select, I mean, you talk about key players, you talk about how this is all going to shake out, but it is an exact mirror match of a matchup. We've got 5 agents, only 5 agents in terms of the variety on the board. It's a Kale, it's a Jet, it's a Sova, it's a Chamber, and it's an Omen, and that is it. So we are going to see exactly, it's all about mechanical skill here, right? There is no variation in terms of what these guys can bring to the table, in terms of utility, in terms of abilities. It's all about how they execute. They're working with the same tool belt.
Yeah, it's all about the aim and the brain. Who's going to come out on top? I mean, that makes it so much more interesting. Though there isn't a variety of abilities, it's a variety of strategies, and you just have to wonder what's going on in the head of your opponent. And that's all there is to it. It's all about bringing it down to somehow outmaneuvering, outplaying, and out-aiming either TAMU or UCF. And, well, I can't wait this one to get started. It looks like we're going for a little default to kick things off.
Yeah, right out the gate. I mean, I like it. The split up, we'll see where the utility goes, right? As you'd expect, mid control on Ascent, always a very primary and heavily focused thing, droning out. But let me look at this. The side of Central Florida, they're there, they're chilling, they're waiting to see what happens. Okay, Cookies and Cream just takes the head, like you said, right off.
Now, Powell, though, has gotten a lot of damage in return, and all the while, he's been left open. They do have some trademarks to deny the initial entry, but it won't stop them much. I'll just get some information, realize what's going on. Aggro, right around the corner with Frenzy, seeing some love taps. Tilwin doesn't exactly go how they'd want, but Sam on the other end is making things a bit easy as they could walk on through. No one left to defend the site proper as Aggro thinks again, might be someone in their back line, but no! Ryujin wants to press the advantage, but they find none at all. Somehow still alive, Aggro will run out of bullets, and they'll run out of their life.
Runs out now. The door cleared. The rest of UCF looking like they want to go and execute the counter take rather. They're going right in. There it is. A close up quarters. Finds one, but it's another cover from Sam. Gets him in the side, and that's Noble to finish us out. 3 members alive. Pistol going over to TAMU.
Oh, what a great post-plant scenario. They had just awesome shots, and it started off with key picks coming out from Sam to open up the site. Aggro did have a good positioning out in tree to provide a little bit of a distraction, and it made him take a ton of damage. That being Ducky Momo and Cookies and Cream, they were so weak by the time they even made it into the site. But to be honest, it didn't even matter because all those kills were easy headshots.
Easy clap. When you've got the mechanical skill, when you're clicking heads, it makes the game a heck of a lot easier, though. One thing I want to point out, and I want to keep an eye on this as we move forward, Dam and his ability to use the smokes, right? I mean, the way the Omen smokes were, that bought us the time. But anyways, we don't have time. Execute comes right down onto B. They've already got a Vandal, actually, for the side. The force is heavy from the side of TAMU. They're on. They've got the plant down. What else is next as the rest of the defenders now just looking to get a straggler?
Aggro back with the Vandal. They brought it out, going onto the staircase. Immediate spray transfer, expecting the swing and response. But they've put off such an aggressive play that no one would even dare walk into that Vandal spray. Sam cleans it up, though. They'll walk in again, still with multiple rifles. I think that was 2 Vandals brought into that previous one.
Yeah, I mean, that's wild to me. I mean, I love the force. I love it. If you're going to come in, right, come in hot, come in heavy, and really establish and cement that round 2. Even if a couple people die, yes, you still will have the economy. Yes, you'll still have the guns, but you should be able to clean up the round easy peasy. That's what they do. Now, in the bonus territory, though, Noble is without a weapon, so he's looking to pick something up. Opening frags are going to be key here for the side of TAMU. And with this heavy rush in, let's see what happens.
Oh, that's not how they were looking for it. Well, we've got a new weapon here for Noble. If they are so lucky to grab it without walking in unscathed, then that'll be the case. So they do have to walk out away from those shock darts, but the re-peek is punished even further. Cookies and Cream won't be taken advantage of. Not here, not now.
Yeah, it's opts to just hold steady, waits for the smoke to dissipate, and I think the side of TAMU not expecting them to re-peek, not expecting anybody to be watching for it, thinking that they'd rotate out. They sent their Omen away. They sent him to the other site. And while this is all happening, maybe if he can get an opening, but all right, never mind. They say, forget about it. Let's just come right on back, holds down the garage. As it stands, everyone's spread out for now. Dam still just waiting for his opportunity, still just hanging around the side. Does not find the opening, though, from Eugen to shut it down. And that means B, the only option here for TAMU left.
If anyone's going to open it up, it would be Sam. First spray doesn't make a connection, but the second, the follow-up is good. And at this point, at this rate, if they clear it out by themselves, they're well on track for the ace. No longer Tayo there for the trade, and they've turned it into a 1v1. With 15 seconds left, they do get the plant in play and turn this into a 1v1. The pressure now onto Ryujin, who has very little health, but it doesn't matter when Tayo isn't looking at you.
Yeah, Ryujin finds the opening, the timing on that, so clutch there. But, I mean, overall, what a crazy round of just peek, re-peek, and then try again. You know, TAMU goes in 1, 2, 3 different times onto the B site until finally it works. Finally, they find something to make it stick. Sam almost wipes it out. If he chooses to reload instead of switching to the Headhunter, maybe he's got a better shot. Maybe he's got a better option on that. But overall, well done from the side of Central Florida to hold the line in a critical bonus round. Yes, they're broke. Yes, they lose a lot of guns, but that round on the board could be very crucial for them moving forward.
They still have some tools at their disposal, but, you know, it is going to be a judge player in their midst, so that's nothing too crazy. They can get a little wild, though, with this play. I mean, it is Power, who's already lost their life, getting too aggressive in the dark cover. Aggro dashes over onto site, and they won't be challenged. No one left to decide their fate, and they will fully take site, unless someone from heaven, that being Ducky Momo, had something to say about it, but they were silenced before it was even possible. Sam wants to get a bit aggressive and take their place in heaven. Weisel decides that won't be the case, but now they have that set up. 2-on-4 for the retake. Once this dark cover goes down, you know it will be a death for Cookies and Cream.
Yeah, he was not expecting that one. As soon as that smoke cleared, it was done and dusted. Weisel, I'm wondering what he's doing sticking around here. 1 versus 4, he's getting pinched on all sides. Not even going to be able to save, as sure enough, there it is, the flank, the kill. Aggro picks up that one. Well done for the side of TAMU. On a round, though, that UCF expected to lose, right? Economy was not with them. They wanted to half force it a little bit, maybe get something cheeky done with the judge. When that falls through, I think that means sight is open. And after that, TAMU off to a great start. 3 rounds on the board, expected 4th here. And let's take a look at it again, because there was some nice picks. There was some nice headshots here.
Let's take a look at it again. Oh, Weisel was in a great position, but to have that happen, already so much was lost in that initial take. And even if you're able to secure that kill before they could jump onto heaven, it's almost too late. It almost doesn't even matter. But now it's another aggressive play, heading over to B, trying to shoot through the smoke with the tour de force. They won't find any shots. Aggro getting aggressive, walk right in and remove the head of Cookies and Cream. No longer a forceful presence in the back line, and just add on even more. Pile on the frags coming out of this player, because they are not done. Here's another one from the sky. It's Aggro for 3 and TAMU for 4.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. Expected force, the tour de force from Cookies and Cream. That was the linchpin, right? Once he drops, once he's smoked off, it does not give Central Florida any other routes, I should say, to hold on to the site. The rest of them just hoping for a headshot, hoping for something with the Sheriff. Overall, nothing too crazy. Now, though, this the round to keep your eyes on. Guns in hand, economy at its breaking point, right? This money bag is about to pop. If they're not able to get this one, it would be disaster. And this continued B-force keeps happening. TAMU already got the pick, and they're just looking to charge right in. Weisel,
Noble.
There you go.
Noble taking a lot of damage, but he is good enough to get 2 kills in play. The firing squad swings onto Cookies and Cream. There's nothing they can do. They can't bring anything out. However, Ryujin, after activating their own no command, they already get popped away. They can't do anything.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, they wanted to stop the push. They wanted to slow it down. But just the amount of commitment from TAMU means that there is nothing else that UCF can do. Florida not able to hold that line. Now, maybe if you can get a couple exit frags here, that might be the plan. But instead, no. They hear it. There you go. Dam gets caught on the side. Power, though, in a bad spot. Sees another duel, but will go down. I mean, yeah, overall, TAMU, this B aggression is so heavy. It's so quick, close.
The response is not there. It's non-existent. Okay, Tad, I was about to say it's weak. It's having struggles. There isn't one. The only one to have gone down was Noble, but he activated the no command, so he was revived. He didn't even die. It all came down to Power, who got that 1 kill of Dam running all the way around to prevent that esports you flawless. But in the end, we got to consider it that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, right? I'm liking the strategy here. The calls that's been going on, right? The hard B-force. Now they're trying to condition them to leave A weak, but instead the charge comes through. They're going to delay for a second as UCF keeps spamming through the smoke, hoping they find one. They did catch somebody out earlier, but now can they hold on? Both there, the chaos before the smoke drops is going to be it. More darts, more just recon across the board.
What is happening?
What is going on? Yeah, it's just chaos at the gates. Nobody can get in, but nobody lives on the side.
It's just looking like Overwatch right now, K-Ted. I have no clue. All these abilities coming out. So much chaos, so much going on the screen. But this is the final moment. Finally, UCF is able to stall out TAMU. They're not allowed to walk into the site, and they're consistently denied. Especially with these dark covers, but the second that dissipates, so does Weisel. Nothing more to move, and the second this moves on, it's all about checking those corners. Cookies and Cream to the right. He missed the first shot with a hit with the Paranoid. They gotta back off, and they will somehow still keep their lives in hand. Another dark cover put into play, and still the sprays don't hit their mark until Tayo finally lands one, but they only got 1 HP. Trademark out. Maybe he's find someone, but you won't get any information until you look, and it's gonna be a thrifty.
Nicely done from Central Florida. They hold it out. I mean, let's see this again. The amount of things that happens in this clip, I think, is absolutely ridiculous, right? And we're just seeing shock dart, recon dart, you know, every bit of utility until finally it all comes down to another smoke, another dart cover, right? And Ducky Momo just sitting on the side and just lining them up. I mean, well done, UCF. They found a stall on A site. I'm still waiting to see what happens when TAMU decides to go back to B, but as it stands, they've got an answer. They just need to keep it up here. Is TAMU a little bit slower this time? They've opted to kind of slow the pace down.
Narrowly avoiding that 0 point. And they'll back off. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, fresh out from Tamu, and it finds the kill onto Ryujin, but Power having a great effort, denying this sight to their opponents, as Weisel as well sends the Hunter's Fury downrange, removes one, but even though Dam teleports to the other side from the shadows, they get hit with the paranoia, because they aren't out of it yet. It's Ducky Momo on the other side.
Oh, 1v5 about to be 1v4 in the pit. Where can you run? Where can you hide? Damn, you've got nowhere to go. And that means Tayo, he's the last man standing, gets picked off in the cross. I mean, the attempted shuffle back to B ends up being an Omen duel at the end of the day, and UCF comes out ahead. I mean, let's see that again, as this just entry site chaos. It's all power all day.
They had no clue. Hiding behind the dice was the perfect spot, as generally no one's hid there before. It was a new angle to take, so it was one that wasn't expected. It wasn't on the radar of Tamu. Now they have to think twice about that. And they're going back to old reliable. Exactly what got them the lead in the first place. It's got to be a B hit, or maybe a lead up into some mid control.
I want to see positioning now for mid, but with the tour de force open on the offense, Sam wants to open this up, but for now, everyone else has backed away. Nobody contesting them right now on that long angle, the long sight line down mid. The rest of the squad wants to back up. I mean, just look at where they're holding, right? Central Florida, it's all tight angles. Nobody wants to get picked off once they heard that ult pop out. Instead, TAMU don't find what they're looking for, and it looks like they're just going to change it up.
At least they haven't lost any numbers along the way. We have Ryujin hold down in tree multiple times. They haven't had success previously. It all came down to when there was aggressive plays on A main. Maybe they can hold it down, but Sam, too quick, and a headshot no less with the tour de force. Only one player remaining. That's going to be Power holding it down from hell. Aggro looking for it, expecting it, but can't win out the duel. And Power trying to save their life, running through, getting outside of the cloudburst, and good for a second, potentially even a third. Sam instead will find their trio, the hat trick in tow, and the plant will follow up.
2 HP in a dream sits Sam, but if he can find this headshot, if he can get this angle, it might be closer and closer towards an ace. Sees the dark cover go out, knows that the Omen's up there. Question is, will he look for it? There goes the blind. They hear him, but instead, no, the rest of the squad is there. They close it out. The rest of TAMU has their back. And overall, a huge opening from Sam.
Yeah, I mean, Sam has been the crucial player on the side of TAMU. Once we finish this replay, we got to check out the scoreline because they are well above the rest of this server at the moment. I think 15 frags so far in only 9 rounds. That is an insane scoreline. Not to mention Aggro already putting up 9 as well. So there's so much competition for this kill-hungry squad. You know, Tamu certainly demonstrating how they made their way to the grand finals here on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love to see it, right? And on the other side, I'm curious to see how much Powell can hold the line, right? And when we're talking about top fragger versus top fragger, the Jet from Central Florida, Powell has been putting in that work. He's been holding down the sights. It's just when he falls just a little bit short, that's been the windows of opening for TAMU to get in there. As it stands, Texas A&M, again, given mid control, I mean, we look at this is 2 rows in a row now, or 2 rounds in a row, I should say, where they've been allowed to walk up mid, and they just opt to not take it, right? UCF has given them this space. They've given them every opportunity, and they're just not willing to go past pizza for some reason.
I'm not sure, you know, sometimes you could feel that you're getting choked up once you make it to pizza, and they don't want to give up that opportunity, but at the moment, settling back down for B main, being very quiet about it. It all starts with this recon arrow, though. The second that's sent out, it'll follow up with the 0 point. So they'll have all the information tools that they need. But none is found. Nobody hit. Nobody suppressed. Power from the back line with the updraft gets a shot onto aggro. Maybe another one to follow, but they'll run out of knives. They'll follow it up with a play in the cloud burst, but they will be smoky. Their vision blurred until they fall. Sam, once again, hoping to clutch this one out, but in the end, there's only 10 seconds left. Damn, we'll be able to get the plant, but can they win this one out? It's a 1v2. Looking to the left immediately, you will see Cookies and Cream, but they're the cream of the crop. And they will rise to the top as they finish and clutch off this round 4-6.
Stirred up and churned up like some freshly brewed butter, as that was Cookies and Cream with that one. But I mean, just looking at it overall, the chaos from the retake, right? Or just the ability for UCF to hold the line. Ducky Momo is your MVP of that round, right? The guy being able to stall it out, getting 2 frags on the site, and then keep it going. Absolutely huge for him. And that is how UCF ends up taking that round. Now, TAMU, I mean, so far it looks like now the question becomes, right, where do they go from here? The B force is starting to not work as well as it was in the opening rounds. They can't just hard force onto site anymore. Where do they adapt, right? Where does that adaptation come in next? As it stands, Tour de Force is just waiting for them, daring somebody to peek mid.
You can see the Owl Drone is in the hands of Tayo. And the second that is dropped out, Cookies and Cream has to fall back. Will be spotted and destroyed. With this dark cover, lost all information, but you could guess that there will be an enemy presence, maybe by that fridge, potentially right on the other side. Cookies and Cream knows it. They're expecting it. They're just waiting for that movement to occur. The question is, damn, how long are you going to wait? Cookies, how long are you going to look down expecting nothing? Because there's a lot of pressure coming in from B main, but the dark covers are denying them. Shock darts putting on a lot of damage over onto Noble, and even Power sprayed through the smoke. It'll make them think twice.
He got past. Damn got past. He didn't see it. They could walk up pizza and they might not know. Now the execute comes down, but because everybody else is forced back, I wonder if this is going to open up a window of opportunity for the side of TAMU if Dam is willing to be aggressive on it right now. Holding off on site. Execute now, about to re-engage. They find Power at the outset. Now the rest of the squad forced to pull back. Ducky Momo has to be a hero, but instead goes down. Now Dam still waiting for the rotation. Nobody crosses his sight line yet, but with 4 members up from TAMU, they should have the goal. They should know where they gotta come from. Finds one, looking for the second, gets the backup and the support. Now it's just the chamber in the back line. Tour de Force finds 2. Actually, hold the phone, Cookies and Cream. He's still got 2 more shots in that operator. He wants it. Can't find anybody in the back line yet. Slowly clearing down. Instead, aggro. Looks like he wants this flank and looks like he's gonna get it.
That was a hairy moment. Cookies and Cream able to find 2 with the Tour de Force, and it created an opportunity for UCF. However, the big issue came in from that fake clear by market. We saw that Weisel looked to the left, saw Dam, but it was one of those fake clear attempts. You know, you look at the corner, but you don't actually visualize it. You don't put your full attention on it. If he was able to look at that, make the call if someone's in the market, or even get the shot, there wouldn't be a need for Yujin to try and clear it out himself, opening him up completely to the player in logs. So it all fell apart if you don't. And this is another one of those classic tales of Valorant. Check your corners.
The tale is old as time. The thing they read to the students of Valorant Elementary, it's lessons 1, 2, and 3, right? Check your corners, and again, check your corners, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right on that, Los? Is that what they teach?
I think you might also have to check your corners.
Ah, yes. How could I forget? You know how drastically important that is. But I mean, it speaks to the whole story. If Dam is not there, that actually probably looks like a good retake from Florida. But because he's there, because he's that thorn in their side, you know, TAMU is able to just kind of rip that one out. And now, last round before the half, we'll see how the switch up goes. As this time around, they've still kept Cookies and Cream on a site. They've got him on another long angle. I wonder if this is an operator in hand or if he's just got a regular rifle, but we'll see what that ends up being. Okay, so it is just a rifle. They were a little broke, you know, not too much money in the bank, but if they're able to hold this, the trademarks are not even actually there now that I'm looking at the map. Yes, here we go. Null command goes out and the execute's about to hit.
Paranoid doesn't hit anyone, but here are the dark cover cookies and cream. Good for 2. The drop onto Noble before they even walk into the site. He is revealed by the recon bolt, but it doesn't matter. They're going in for a repick with such little time left in the spike right in front. It does not matter. A 4K for cookies and cream. And that, what do you think else besides that? It's an esports U Flawless.
I wasn't waiting for it. I'm looking forward to it here. And yup, sure enough, it was almost an esports U Flawless on top of an ace. By the way, keep that in mind. If not for Scumbag Yujin taking the kill onto the chamber, that was a 4K. That was almost an ace. He looked for it. He knew he was there. You heard the calm was definitely, I got it. No, they're not getting in. But no, instead, Yujin shoots somebody in the face. It's not an ace. But, I mean, overall, great comeback from Florida there. 5-7 on the half. I think you take that one, especially off of what was a really great start from TAMU.
I'm loving the pace of this matchup. It feels so much faster than what we saw in the previous series. But it's still back and forth. You're finding confidence from either side. Aggro hanging out in hell, and they'll be sent right after, finding a few kills themselves. There it is, a quick clear. Last 2 players coming around into heaven. They'll have to walk through the dark cover. And Sam, okay, throwing $100 away. What? He just made 200 after that one, but the body block stopped them. They took a bit of damage from the shock dart. Wiesel finds that kill with the second one. Tayo, only 42 HP left, trying to fly him, hit him with the elbow drop, but Ducky Momo goes clay shooting, takes him out from the sky.
How nuts would that have been, by the way, if he hits that shot? Jumping in midair and then swinging 90 degrees left and swinging back to the guy's head. I don't know what you even call that. It's not like a 360 no-scope or anything, but that would have looked kind of crazy as I'm looking at those headshots from Sam. And then right here, Tayo sees him, jumps him back, and then, oh, okay, there we go. And dies, of course, in the end. But, I mean, imagine if he hits that. What do we even do from there, right? How do we lose our minds?
I think we end the stream, because nothing will be better than that.
I mean, what? Yeah, so great start, though, from Florida. And now with the Force, it does mean that they get to dash in, but finds an Omen with the shorty. Power drops to 18 health, but now he just gets to keep on a fragging as he sprays people down through the smokes with this Spectre. Not going to find too much more else, but overall, Florida now gets onto site. And now it just gets to hold it. The bonus should be in their hands here.
I'm imagining we'll see some greedy plays. I think that both of these teams are greedy. They're kill hungry. They'll put their bodies on the line even if it's to the detriment of their squad because they want to get those frags. Not to say it's a bad thing because, these are very elite players within the collegiate scene. But, it might cost you in the end.
Yeah, it might. Well, you saw it earlier, right? The Headhunter just getting used, but actually, hold on. Okay, Sam does go down, but they might have stalled just long enough for Ducky to fall. He has to burn a TP out to keep his life. But yeah, as it stands, I do agree with you. We're seeing a lot of just quick, to the point earlier about the pace of the game. When these guys are, at the top of the collegiate level playing against each other, they've played against each other before. They know exactly what each other are up to. The pace just quickens that much faster, right? Once they know that's the play that's going on, they jump on it. They execute. They burn everything in the kitchen sink to try and make the play work. And honestly, you gotta love it, right, Lutz? You gotta love what we're seeing here, especially with what's on the line.
Side note, Sam's got a 20 bomb already. What is going on? This is an absolute clown fiesta, K10. Running on through, they had the judge. They got hit with the 0 point, denied their ability and their mobility. But now it's time to walk on through. The Paranoia blocks him in the dark cover, but Ryujin picked up the judge, hoping to make judgment pass a new law, end the chaos that's going on within this server. But no order will be given. Cookies and Cream does get the plant, but they're all alone in 1v3. Aggro with the easy swing for the 3K. Denies the possibility that UCF can gain the lead and bring it to 8.
Now they bring it that much closer the first time, or rather TAMU maintains their lead for a little bit. It was getting a little dicey there, but overall, I mean, this is just, yeah, like you're saying, Los, this is absolute madness. I think we would need the whole lobby to buy judges in order to have enough law and order in this game to kind of bring us back from the brink. Because as it stands, it's just chaos and chaos. The executes are so crazy and so fast. I mean, the rest of the squads, they want this win. They keep going at it. And the aim duels, too. I mean, the amount of cheese we're seeing, the amount of just, hey, I'm a peek you, even though I don't really think I should. It's driving me crazy here. I mean, look at it.
I know there's 4 guys around the corner waiting for me, but screw it, we ball.
Yeah,
That's what we're about
exactly.
to see. Aggro, I think they're gonna do it. No, okay. They played it smart. They heard the note or the sound cue for the tour de force. They have to know that's what's waiting for them on the other side of that dark cover. They back off. An out of character play for both of these teams.
For the first time, we might see a little restraint. The slow and calming senses of Valorant here, Los. You know, that's what round 16 has brought us. You know, we're just chilling, we're relaxing. We're just waiting for smokes to dissipate. Nobody's making a move just yet. You know, we're hanging out. Just a scenic tour of Ascent here. But in about, I think I'd say like another 20 seconds, that's going away. By the way, you know, goodbye, calm.
And it's a big stack by A. There's 3 players, 2 hiding in garden. Oh, the dark cover. There should realize some information. No, and we'll have the angle power. Oh, they came in from Cat. They had no idea. Aggro and Noble expecting the push coming in from A main. No one was even looking back to Catwalk. They were completely defenseless and allowed the easy take of A site. Sam, along with Tayo, another player in that retake scenario. It hasn't worked out before, and it certainly won't work out this time around, not in the 1v5.
Yeah, doesn't work out and forces Tayo to hopefully save this Vandal here. They know that they don't have the economy for this. They need to hold on to the gun. But overall, great entrance from UCF. When we talk about that hold, that quiet, that calm before the storm, that was Powell biding his time to get up Cat slowly but surely. With no one else checking any of those angles, it means that once the hit comes through, once the execute is onto site, UCF, they just get to clean it up. It's a straight mop up on the side, and now that's got to be something to worry about. It's something to wonder about, that UCF is willing to play slow like that. I mean, overall, let's take a look at this here, right? The second it goes through, it's just an immediate flash and a double kill right from Powell. And then from here, I mean, the rest of the story tells itself. They just have 4 men on site. Nobody else can get past.
And now you might think about an adjustment, and this is exactly what it'll be. It's Sam moving back over to A. They haven't had this presence before. They're going to have it now. They'll be sussed out the second this 0 point makes its mark, and presence detected on either side. Aggro and Sam, they don't care. They're waiting for it. It is an eco round this time, so they just have their sheriffs, the headhunters, whatever tools they have in their very cheap disposal to try and remove any weapons on the side of UCF. That was a quick rotation, but already cookies and cream in the line, hitting with the paranoia. Gonna back off into logs. Anyone who walks by the switch will be sussed out. They already know. Plenty of players hanging out, but they gotta clear out market. A lot of damage coming out from Noble, but Power is too strong. And they ride on through into the site. And one more time, we've got Sam Dolphin here with the attempted retake in a 2v3, but they've got the tour de force.
Yeah, that would be the big tool that allows them to go for this retake, but the rest of Florida are just sitting on site. They don't want to give up any long angles. They know that the tour de force is out. They've got 3 members in Boathouse. There's the jump peak. Yeah, that's nice. That gives them some time. And the rest of them still just willing to sit tight, waiting for the swing, but it could be disasters. No! There you go. Ducky Mobile finds the return. It's a no-scope. Are you serious? One more bullet he's trying to slam through the wall. Doesn't get anything, and he knows he's out of time. Just gets the kill, but that is done and dusted. Sam Dolphin, a valiant attempt, but will get taken. Oh, just barely not taken down in the end. They still lose the round.
It was his own skill that actually led to the downfall of that round. He got the shot over onto Powell, the no-scope. Ill shot, by the way. And that slowed him down. Unfortunately, when you have those kills along with the tour de force, you create that slow field. Since they were at such close proximity, it created the slow field right in front of his face, not allowing him to escape, secure the final kill, and finish off the round.
I mean, you gotta say though, you take those. That shot, landing that shot, that's an ego check for sure, right? That's an ego booster for sure, right? You're like, yeah, I hit those. Whatever. We lose the round. Whatever. We'll get him on the next one, right?
We got 3 maps.
Yeah, we got some time. You know what I mean? It's what is it? They call it a heat check in basketball or something, right? When you just start hitting shots just to see, yeah, can I hit this? Yeah, I can hit this. And if you start hitting it, you start going for it more and more and more. Like that's what I'm imagining we just saw out of there. You know what I mean? That's the feel from Cookies and Cream there. He's like, yeah, okay. I think I got this. Let me just run it back in a few rounds, and let me get another one of those, and we'll go right back at it as it stands. I mean, look at it here. UCF, they're playing slow again. They're not willing to kind of rush onto the site right now.
And it's a good way of making TAMU sweat, because we've seen them do the opposite when they were on the attack. They would always run on in, rush B, rush A, whatever we're playing, we're going to go as hard as we can, as fast as we can to take that site. Not the strategy anymore. However, a bit of aggression. Power, they're blocked off right at the edge of this cloudburst, but they're still able to walk on through. Sam, in return, though, destroys the 2 players walking out from tree, leaving all alone on their lonesome. Cookies and Cream, they can't win it out, and it's another round, blow for blow, bar for bar. UCF and TAMU are hitting each other, and they're going very equal throughout this first map.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta love that positioning from Sam there. Hides in the corner. I don't think anybody's played that since in this half. Nobody has sat on that side of the corner. Nobody's been hiding that rat angle. And just with the way he sets it up, the dash in, the execute from Cat means that nobody is in theory looking at that angle. I mean, that would be the job from the guy in main to swing and check left. And instead, nobody sees it. He gets the kills. He gets the execute. And now it evens up the score. B site, we have to see, can the Sova hold? That's the question right now. Sees it, but gets picked off by Cookies and Cream. So that means that Tile not able to do it. They're not able to slow this push down. The rest of the squad jumps out. Nice pop flash. They're going to try to re-execute now. More kills come across. Power gets that one, but the rest of the squad forced back. The Jet finds everything, and it's UCF cleaning that one up.
Very nice round coming out from UCF. A perfect response because they had such difficulty making an entrance onto A site, and a good return. But look at the scoreline, okay? It is every other round is going the way of either UCF or TAMU. You know, you get 2 rounds in a row, a nice little couplet coming in for Central Florida. But in the end, this is such an evenly matched team. I'm so excited about it. And also, if we're looking at it, who made this pick? It's TAMU that picked Ascent. And this time, UCF is pressing the advantage.
Yeah, the first time all game, I believe, we've seen UCF in the lead, by the way. Keep that in mind. They have not been able to pull ahead until just now. So momentum starting to shift. Right, we see it here. Some ult economy on the side of TAMU. But other than that, not much more they can do. So slowly but surely. By the way, I love this chamber stare off we've got going on B right now. I don't know if the observers want to look at it.
Oh, I see this.
Oh, there we go. Never mind. All right, Sam
Rip,
proves that he's
rip.
the better chamber. All right. All right, back to the rest of the action we go. Yeah, back to the studio.
Anyway, so on A, we've we got Noble setting up the fragment. They are hit with the 0 point, and actually a fragment of their own. Doing a bit of damage, but walking on through, it will be the attacking squad. And I don't know if Noble even realizes that they walk into another dark cover. Their vision is 0, and the door's closed on them as well. Hold on a second. Tayo bringing out the Hunter's Fury. I think we might have some aggression here. Power pushes it to the limit, and they are in full control of the site. Sam Dolphin, however, in the backline on the flank on A main. Who's expecting this? There's no trademarks to spot him out. No information that he's here, but the whiff, it doesn't give him anything. He misses the shot. A perfect opportunity thrown away. Unfortunately, TAMU will still have to create a much bigger gap to jump over. That's 2 more rounds in favor of UCF.
Yeah, well done. Now they've got a good positioning on it. They should have economy advantage too, as we look at this next round. But the thing I want to point out off of that one, Los, I don't think I've ever seen it before in this specific way, but that's the first time I've seen the door actually, like, realistically at the very last second block off somebody from making a big play. In that round, Noble was ready to swing. He was ready to go in. I don't have time to say anything as here comes the execute. Aggro just stops Power dead in his tracks, and actually the defense, the thrifty might be happening, but Ducky says, no, I'm shutting this down right here. Or is he?
Maybe Noble!
What was that?
Oh my god! It's the CECC Thrifty! It's gotta be! What a play! Noble holding it down by the switch, hitting him with the double sheriff bop! But it also came down to Power, who wanted to dash on in. They got body blocked, shoulder checked by Aggro to stop him from walking in. Ducky Momo had a moment of grace as they were able to find two, but in the end, the defense was just, I wouldn't say it was even a great defense. It was just a wacky round, K-Tad.
Noble, you know, I said it, I was trying to make this point, right, that Noble got blocked off by the door and it shuts down his ability to make a play. Instead, he just says, screw it, I'm going to make the play anyways. And I almost want to say single-handedly takes that one with the ability to hold the line there at the door. Yes, Power gets a kill early, the first pick in this round. But I'm still trying to comprehend what happened last time, because now TAMU has a realistic chance to take us either to the victory or to overtime, depending on how this goes. They've got money again. They got guns last round. They didn't need to buy this round with how healthy they were. Even a loss here means they should have enough guns going into round 23. And now we'll see where it comes. As From the Shadows gets burned, they don't end up doing anything. They're just poking around. But look, finally somebody's up mid.
It's cookies and cream.
Wait, they don't see each other.
Thankfully.
They're back to back. Okay, he TP'd out. Never mind. Bye,
Okay,
Dam.
damn, TPing away. It doesn't find luck as Ducky Momo walks on through Speedway. Cookies and cream over by Logs, able to put the pressure on in the slow field. In fact, they can't even walk out, attempt to do it, but the dash outside of the dark cover only puts you in the sights of Cookies and cream, and that's a map point here for UCF.
Now, map point. Here we go in the opener there. As we were talking about it.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, just the sliver, the pixel, and then right here is where it all falls apart. Dam gives up his position from Market, and that means the rest of the squad, the rest of the offense can push on through. Dam wanted to get into that dark cover. I actually wanted to see the buddy cop pose there, Los, with a Dam, and I think it was Cookies and Cream back-to-back in Market, not even knowing the other one was there.
Wouldn't that be a way to have a round Ed here in the finals? Damn. Adjusting now, holding on to top of Cat. I don't think we've seen players that far out on the side of the fence, but maybe we have a good reason why they wouldn't get so far out on A main. Ryujin drops to an A main. The dark cover there to try and save face on the side of TAMU, but this round is really hurting for Texas A&M, and it's only just begun.
Yeah, it does put a little bit of pressure on them now. 3 versus 5. They need to find some way to make this work. Dam gets smoked off. But with that information, now feels like, yep, the hit should be A. He should be able to stall this one out just a little bit more. But that does mean that the rest of Central Florida starting to creep their way forward. They want to make this the execute. Here we go. They're diving in. They're dashing in. And the rest of the squad goes through. Spray through the door. Not going to find anybody just yet. Or does it? Dam picks up one. Now the other side, the Heaven. Tayo has to hold the line here. They're going to get the plant down there. But the rest of the squad is able to look for this flank. Now, normally we don't see anybody flank through spawn. So, yep, there is going to be this opportunity. But the rest of the squad, meanwhile, holds the line. Everyone else on site. Cookies and Cream gets a nice pick first. And instead, the rest of them looking for it. Nice headshot. Here comes the Hundreds Fury. But that is it. Map number 1. Goes over to Central Florida.
And what a way to finish it. TAMU, Texas A&M, thought they had the momentum throughout and certainly dominated the first half. But this is the response from UCF. University of Central Florida is here to play, taking away Texas's first map of Ascent. So this is looking to be an incredible series full of aggression and perfect shots coming from every single player. But if we want to talk about someone who really stood out, even though they lost, I want to talk about Sam, who has just been such a threat throughout this server. They've dominated even. I think they got to 20 kills before the first half even ended.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, both sides firing on all cylinders, and I gotta agree with you. Sam had a wonderful game there on the chamber. I mean, really, the side of TAMU, they were doing the right things, right? It's just a few missteps here and there. They just aren't able to finish it out. I mean, towards the end there, the over aggression, I want to say, right? If you think back to the first half, right, and how TAMU they were it was working in the beginning, right? The hard force onto site, just everybody through the door, forget about anybody on the sides, 5 members, 1 entry point. It was working until all of a sudden Central Florida finds a way to stop. They find a way to stall. They utilize some of their utility, or they play off angles where TAMU isn't expecting them to be, and then that's how they start coming back, and that's how they start picking up rounds. I think a little bit of an adaptation, a little bit of the strategy shift for the side of TAMU, and who knows where we take us, right? I mean, obviously, I'm not hoping for another 38 round game like you guys saw in series
little
1.
septuple overtime,
Yeah,
K10.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
not
I
what,
mean-
you're not feeling that?
Maybe not. I don't know. Hard to say unless we're trying to break some records here tonight. You know what I'm saying, Los? But other than that, I mean, you gotta think there's gotta be there's some whiteboards being drawn on right now from both sides.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we were talking about the aggression from TAMU, and their strength became their weakness because they were even trying to get aggressive on the defensive. We saw Ryujin in that final round slice up 2 the second they walked out of A main. The round was essentially forfeited with that one desperation move, and you can't allow that to happen. While it works great on the offense, you need to find a better strategy for the defense and make UCF sweat the way that you did. But we'll see if that happens as we head over to our second map of Haven right after this break. And welcome back to the CECC Last Chance Qualifier. It's the grand finals. Whoever wins this matchup is headed over to Atlanta, and they'll get to meet and potentially smell Pauly Hype. He's got great cologne. We all know that. And what a treat it will be to compete in Atlanta, May 7th at 8 at the Gateway Center Arena with some of the best players in collegiate scene in Valorant here in North America. We finished our first map off. It was UCF that took it 13-10. And now we're headed over to Haven, which is actually the map picked by UCF. So they're going to have advantage here on their home turf. I'm Los, joined by K-Tad. I ruined it. The Pauly Hype mention. I blew it.
No, that is the real prize, Los. I don't know what to tell you. Competing against some of the best collegiate teams across the nation, that's second place compared to meeting and, more importantly, smelling Pauly Hype. Yep. That is how we're opening the show in the second round, ladies and gents. But yes, there is a Valorant game to be had, by the way, believe it or not. And we are going to Haven. There is so much on the line for these guys. And actually, Los, I wanted to say this last series. I didn't get a chance to, but just so you know, and just so the audience knows, actually, UCF, this is their main team. But their main team has to play in our last chance qualifier because their academy team, the quote-unquote JV team, beat the main guys out in January. At the start of January, the start of February, end of January, the academy team was the one that beat the main squad. So the main squad here against a much tougher opponent in TAMU wants to solidify themselves, solidify that ticket for them to have two teams representing their school in Atlanta in May. And I am very, very excited because a closeout here, 13 more rounds is all they need to book those plane tickets.
That'll be amazing to see. It's almost reminiscent of that TSM versus TSM Academy matchup, but it's kind of the opposite result happened. Regardless, this is an amazing matchup that we've gotten to see so far. It's a real treat here at the CECC Last Chance Qualifier. And now that we're on Haven, we're seeing an exact return of the roster, except Noble. Instead of going with KO, they will opt for the Sky. So, a similar lineup, but Ducky, Momo. I've been waiting on this because originally in their previous matchup throughout the, I wouldn't call it the group stage, but in the rounds of 32, 16, and 8, when they were doing those best of ones, Ducky Momo was bringing out the Brimstone, and I have been waiting on the return of this. I'm excited. It's a similar situation. Ryujin, no longer on the KO. They're bringing out the Sky. Another mirror matchup, Save the Controllers, is on the docket.
Yeah, and with that, the one difference being Omen versus Brimstone. Now, I mean, I like the idea of the Brimstone here because I think it speaks to how we are seeing this matchup play out. It is hot. It is hot and heavy executes, right? It is just drop everybody and go in, right? Drop everything you've got and we're going. So, right, when you've got a controller like Brimstone, that is the call, right? That is how you're going to play it out. You're dropping 3 Sky Smokes at once, and you're just going in. Omen, on the other hand, is much slower. It's much more controlled for how he puts his smokes down. So I want to see how this plays out because I do like that adaptation. The change on the board for the side of Central Florida means that they can, when it comes their turn to be on the offense, they can just let it rip. They can just full send it no matter where they want to go.
Yeah, I'm liking that. So now that we have UCF, they're on the defense, so that's a bit tougher. You have to space out those Sky Smokes. I'm expecting them to kind of be stingy with them. A little stingy with them, K-Tad. Is that what we can expect?
The economy, I'd say so. I mean, right? I don't think they're going to see them use it until it hits the retake, right? Because with Haven, you can almost guarantee that the offense will get onto the site, right? At some point or another, they are going to get the bomb down, and it's going to be up to the defense to play retake. And maybe that's where it's just retaking the offense, but we'll see how this plays out. As now the chaos ensues in the middle of B. The dance floor is there. Everybody's going through shots through smoke, shock darts, shots across the way. It's headshots. It's another head hunter. Damn finds another one through the smoke. It's a one-on-one now. And after all that chaos, it's just down to 2. Another smoke there, but once this one dissipates, we'll see what happens. As instead, he picks up the frenzy, and Cookies and Cream stands tall. 4K out the gate.
Wow, that was an incredible performance by Cookies and Cream. I mean, one of the star players on this squad, without a doubt. How many times have they been able to face adversity and come out on top? A beautiful beginning here for UCF, and I think we might even see a bit of an aggressive play. No, they won't go as ballsy as we saw TAMU in the previous round. No Vandals in the beginning. A little disappointed in that one, K-Tad.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that signaled confidence, right? When we saw them pull out 2 Vandals last time, that to me was like, yeah, these guys are coming here to win. They're coming, it's all or nothing. And now, this time out, they're going to play it a little safer. They're still going to buy up, but they are going to buy a little bit more cautiously this time around. But again, I mean, if the call is that we're just going to keep seeing this run back of a B plant into more madness, I mean, who knows what happens here, right? The Spectres are going to spray.
They did it again.
I don't know. You tell me, Los, what's going on?
Oh, we got Pow in the back line, but the shot initially misses his connection. However, Wiseau there to pick up the pieces and make up for the missed shots in the end. They win it out. The diffusal's in play. Look at all those Spectres. It's like a gun show. Pick your favorite. Skins galore. Another win for UCF, but guns gone and the spike engaged, so not a terrible finish there for TAMU.
Yeah, not.
Well, look at that, though. What?
Oh, yeah. The run and the what some people would say the movement gap, right? You just absolutely break them at the knees, As honestly, I'm a little flabbergasted there. I think though that's just TAMU saying, let's just run B for the heck of it, right? Let's just run it, see what happens, and then if we end up somehow winning the round, great. If not, oh well. At least it was fun. As now here we go out the gate though. Hunter's Fury gets burned. And that means Wiseau will stop this A push cold, as instead Ryujin on the flank in the middle. They do find the kill, but there's another op shot down. Cookies and Cream, did he shoot that through the wall? Hold on. He did. Right?
Madman.
Madman.
I don't know how else you would get that angle.
Right?
There's no way.
Because I know that's wall bangable from that spot. But that means he blind fired through the door to find that kill. Production, I'm gonna need you to just replay. I don't care what's on screen. I'm gonna need you to replay whatever just happened when that kill went down. Okay? Okay, thanks.
You're their boss, so they have to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean.
Anyways, execution. Headed over toward A. Send out the dark covers to Heaven and CT. Paranoia doesn't get a mark. Oh, and that is terrible. A worst possible scenario as you're stuck in the slow field. You can't even hope to run on through. No movement in terms of the abilities at the disposal. Sure, a shrouded step could make your way onto the objective, but you're gonna just get caught in the crossfire the second you do. Denial of service, denial of entry into the site. The second Noble crosses over, they're gonna be in a world of hurt again. Another kill for Cookies and Cream. Go collect the rifle if you please. They won't even need to do it.
Yep, now that is goes directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200, as Cookies and Cream is the sheriff that is locking it down. Oh, almost get caught up by Damn. All right, let's see that. Tell me not. Okay, I'm staring at this map here. Oh, he was on the inside. Okay, okay. All right, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you could. That's in range. Did you know you could teleport from there? From sewers? And then... He does it again, too. He did it twice. He just ran back and did it again.
That's nasty. I think we actually saw that in the round of 12 or 16, where that tech was just insane. They've had the ability to hold down sewers. They're a menace in the A short position. And they've actually utilized that rendezvous spot previously. So, yeah, it's a classic for the Creamster. But now they're blocked off. Over in Garage, the Molly, good for Noble, and a 3K for Ducky. turning this into a 2-on-2. Of course, Cookies and Cream has no problem clearing this one out. Tayo walking on through, caught out by the great 1D through the wall bang. Turns this up a notch. Regardless, they had such little health and weren't able to win it out. Weisel closing things off, and it's a 4-0 start for UCF.
Yeah, great start, and honestly, it all stems from right here. Ducky Momo stops this entry cold in its tracks and then heats it up with the molly to make sure that nobody else can go to the plan, right? The plan was to execute onto site, but when Jet gets picked off, the rest of the squad, the second entry, right, the second fragger is not able to get there. And actually, as they try to peel back into garage, that molly blocks off their entry, it blocks off their exit, and Ducky Momo gets the MVP credit for that one because of the way that round shuts out. And now off of that, I mean, TAMU, I think, struggling to find entry onto these sites. We haven't seen them get a bomb plant down since those first 2 rounds where it was just chaos onto the B site. I'm curious to see how else they're going to get through here because, as it stands, Ducky Momo doing a good job of holding the line.
Oh, beautiful use of that sky smoke. They weighed out the owl drone. I mean, I guess they kind of used most of their sky smokes on that one, but it stalled out the push. No one walked on through. Now, there might not have been a great stack on C-Long, but regardless, they played with their knowledge to the best extent. Paula missing the shot, and now they have to worry about Aggro, who's made it up so far, and then updraft onto the boxes solidifies their take here of A.
Yeah, it solidifies the take, and it means that they can just push right on through. They're just cruising through this one. Wait. Oh! He jumped out of heaven trying to be sneaky, and then gets picked off because he only has like 20 health left. All right. I mean, I like it. I like it. That is not something anybody would expect, but unfortunately for him, it does not work. Flash through from Ryujin. He will go down. Finally, it's a round on the board for TAMU. But okay, it took a lot of utility. It took a lot from them.
Rightfully so, and I think he came off the back of Aggro, really, giving them the opportunity to walk down long, solidified the shot in short, and even finished off that 3rd kill onto Cookies and Cream, even though that was kind of a freebie, given the situation. But regardless, Cookies and Cream in another position to really work on this map. I mean, 10 well above the rest of the server at the moment. They're certainly putting on a showcase here on Haven. This time around, though, massive offense on C-Long.
That massive offense. Ducky Momo actually caught in the bracer, means that Tayo gets that kill, and they get to push right onto site, right out the gate. They have the offense there. Paolo tries to turn it back around, but instead, for now, he's just going to be held up in garage. Bomb goes down. Spike has been planted. And with this 2 versus 4, this should be TAMU having a lot more priority once again.
Weisel with the shock dart. Oh, just narrow of hitting the majority of the TAMU players. They'll be safe, free and clear. Paula not ready for the aggression from Aggro. And this is looking to be another round going the way of Texas A&M. But there's still an opportunity for a few exit frags to be put into place, especially from Weisel in this position, but they swing too wide as Noble hanging out by logs, ready for that position. And TAMU with their 2nd round win in a row.
Yeah, nicely done from them, and honestly, it comes off of this opening, right? Ducky Momo caught out of position or just not knowing that he's getting targeted by the Hunter's Fury. The rest of the squad then just gets to roll right on through. And I mean, really, once Paula gets dropped in garage, that is the final nail in the coffin. The inability, I mean, 2v3, maybe you've got a shot, right? But 1v3, 2 versus 4, either way, it is too much of a man advantage for the side of Texas A&M, and it allows them to push up. Now, we'll see how this one plays out Cookies and Cream wanted that bad. He was willing to stick it.
Yeah, no, you can't stick those. It's not a spike to defuse, just an orb. You don't need it. You don't need it that bad, but now sight has been given freely to TAMU. Pow is stuck inside this dark cover, looking for a possible exit, but they don't really have anything to make their escape. It'll all come down to a bit of a flash, that specifically coming from that Sky. I mean, that's all they got. That's all they can really bring. Ryujin is their saving grace to start things off. Really maybe Weisel can make things a bit easier. Powa with a good headshot onto aggro. A follow-up from Ducky Momo. And just like that, Sam Dolphin has pulled off the 3K. It's the Commissioner's clutch.
What a massive recon dart. He gets everybody through the smoke. I mean, let's see that again. Okay, yeah, Cookies and Cream, he kind of overcommits for that. But then on the retake, it's just what looks like a UCF victory. The dying breath of Tayo means he shoots out this recon dart. 1, 2, 3 pickup, and that is so massive. That's the clutch. I mean, what a play from Sam there. I mean, the assist credit goes to Tayo, but what a good job for them to get their 3rd round on the board.
Yeah, a fantastic finish. A great parting gift from the Sova player. And this is beautiful. It's what you love to see.
Hey, there you go.
Uh-oh. A bit of trouble starting things off for Powa. They have to commit the dash as well as the cloudburst. Losing a bit of utility, but I'm sure they'll be okay. As long as they got the blades in hand. Ryujin, however, playing it much closer. Sam Dolphin there for the swing, but they don't get the kill. Oh, the immediate guiding lights. It's a bit of an overcommitment as they have plenty of backup. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade out. Powa hanging out inside of that dark cover, might be able to get the timing right. And I think that'll be the case. They're sending out the Hunter's Fury from Weisel. What is this random shot? Actually, no, because the presence from aggro removes Cookies and Cream. They know a player's running up long, and that's a serious damage brought onto aggro. Only 70 HP, and they're stuck over in long. Comes down to Weisel. They got some more information. They need to play with the rest of their squad, even back up into CT, but Noble with a crossfire from short denies that escape route.
I am loving how much these players are willing to just jump straight out of heaven. They are with no fear just jumping out of there. If they feel like it's gonna give them a chance, an opening, they are willing to do it, and it is just hero play after hero play after hero play. We're gonna need to see another one from Ducky's Momo here. He needs to get this first pick, but no, the timing is off, and that means TAMU evens it up 4-4. But yeah, wild series of events in the mid game there.
Starting out with Fusion. Had the advantage, but they wanted an escape plan. Unfortunately, it wasn't given to them. And Weisel, I'm really loving the capabilities out of that Hunter's Fury. Not only did it remove a player, it also greatly damaged aggro. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the manpower to be able to sustain their lives back on A. So in the end, a bit of scattered play is bringing them to their demise. And Powa, even now, with the judge, a large commitment in terms of that economy. This is going to be an interesting take here on C. They've got them right around the corner at the top of the site.
They're on the right side. If they just can manage to cover this jet, Powell gets in. There's one. Here we go. The judge. Pass judgment. It has been passed. And now Powell picks up 2, and that's actually huge because of the guns. They're able to pick up more. They're able to hold it off. I wonder if he's actually going to try to shuttle that other gun as well to the rest of the team, but it might not matter. The damage has been done. If Weisel finds somebody in transit here, it would be disaster for the side of TAMU as Central Florida. They managed to make it work, and actually Weisel in the middle. Oh, great trade. You take that every day of the week if you're Weisel. He picks off another 2-on-3.
Sam Dolphin spotted out by the trademark. Will destroy, but it's information enough. As you already have the adjustment down from platform. Unfortunately, Cookies and Cream can't connect the shot. And they realize the tour de force is over here. So what's the simple course of action? Get the hell out of there and go to A.
All right, there's people here. We leave. That seems to be the call from the side of TAMU. And so far, so good. Cookies and Cream will jump back as he's got this set up for himself. Now spike down, dam under heaven. As now, will they push the smoke? That's the question. Tour de force in hand from the side of Cookies and Cream. But he sees one, pops it, knows there's one behind the door, and instead, Sam will find the counter kill and trade. One more dash out, and it is Powell once again. Like I've been saying, straight from heaven, down onto the rooftops. As there it is, the kill goes across, and that is UCF back on top.
You know, it's often seen that jumping out of heaven is a weakness, but not for this crew, not for this squad, as Paula made a heavenly play, going away from that window, able to get behind Sam Dolphin, and despite the fact that He was in a great position. He was unable to isolate those gunfights. It was Power with their distracting power to come out through. And I also have to give props to that initial Judge double in the beginning. That's really going to set them apart away from TAMU, and it denies the accessibility of them getting a leg up over onto UCF. No longer will they be equalized, but they have to keep this one going into round number 10. Cookies and Cream, first point of contact. They have the escape option if necessary, but no, distracted by the Trailblazer. They shoot down rather than at aggro.
Yep. Opts to take out the dog and thinking that it was going to give away his position, but the swing was coordinated there. And now that does mean TAMU with the opening pick, they've got options. Where do they want to play it? Feels like they're sussing out that somebody could be lurking around A side. They're checking their corners. When they're finally aggro, it costs him a little bit of his health, almost all of his health rather. But they do get the pick. Now Weisel trying to lurk around, sees one, gets it. There's another orbital strike as well, so they're forced left. They don't have too many more options. Ducky Momo wants to get onto site, but it looks like for now they will just let the spike plant.
Cloudburst, giving them some more availability to walk on through. It's a new avenue for Ducky Momo to walk through, but Noble there with the shot. I mean, they had too much control. All the angles were covered, even if they had that additional maneuverability into hell. You know, you had 2 players short, 1 on long, 1 on the site itself by default, so it doesn't matter what angle you're taking. Someone will be on you with the shot, the trade, anything else.
I'm really curious too to see why Ducky Momo commits the orbital strike there, right? In such an off angle, it doesn't choke anybody out, and that only works if Weisel was able to stay alive, right? But with that fact that Weisel was pinched, he didn't have very much support. It almost felt like just a Hail Mary throw to try and save your Sova, but at the end, it doesn't end up working out. Trailblazer actually doesn't catch Cookies and Cream. This could be huge if they're able to keep him here.
I think that might have been enough information with the guiding light. However, Trailblazer in response gives them an opportunity, but it is snuffed out. And on the other side is a bit of an advancement here for Ducky Momo. The second they walk on through, there's the trademark. Spotted out. No flank to be found here. And everyone looking for a cheeky play with a frenzy. No, doesn't even destroy the Sova drone. Here comes another one, but still not hit with the dart. Oh my god, how are they still alive, K-Tad?
Ryujin was ducking, dodging, and diving around every bullet that came his way. He will go down in the end. This save round will not get them any sort of traction, save for some crazy headshot, but that doesn't work out for Ducky Momo. And yeah, I mean, all right, we are now last round before the half, Los, and I gotta tell you, I couldn't predict where this is going next. I mean, look at this guy, Ryujin spraying through the smoke, but then nobody else shooting him until the last second. The rest of it ends up being clean headshots, but overall, both sides, I think, kind of just leaning more and more into the chaos, Los.
Yeah, it's just a very wild setup that we saw from them, and definitely a difference in performances from UCF. They've constantly been on the back foot ever since they got to 4 rounds in a row. Once that happened, it was the exact opposite. TAMU, they started to put their foot on the gas pedal. Now they have even more pressure going down onto C. Everyone hoping to get in the rotation in time, but Aggro, Noble, everyone's got each other's back. The spike planted, the avenues cut off with the dark covers, so there's no way for re-entry.
They are just not able to get there. I don't even know if they have the guns for what they need to do here. Power needs to be the one that makes this play. They've got rifles in hand. Can he find the headshot? The one taps, misses it there, and that means he gets taken down. Meanwhile, Cookies and Cream in the back line does find the pick through CT. Sova pushing up from Garage, but instead it's the Cypher in the back line, or rather the Chamber in the back. Weisel gets a trade, and they know the dash out is there, but can he play this quick enough? Cookies and Cream, tap is there, blind goes wide, looking for the headshot, not able to do it. 7-5 at the half for TAMU.
And they've certainly put on a clinic in this latter half of the first half. This is a very, very opposing and oppressive threat that UCF has found themselves in. Maybe now that we are heading to the attack side, this could be their moment to rise up. They had a great flash in the beginning, but simply fell apart. It seemed that all of their defenses were scattered, and that is definitely one of the downfalls of defending here on Haven. It takes such a long time to rotate and assist the rest of your team when it comes to an attack, but this is going to be a full-on stack here for A, save for Noble on the opposite side of C. So it's going to be a brawl here on the pistol round.
It is going to absolutely be a brawl. I mean, it seems like, UCF taking a page out of TAMU's book. Let's just full send it in the pistol round. Why not? Everybody rush the site. Who cares about playing off sites? We'll just make it work. And now Sam Dolphin, the spearhead of the defense here, trying to hold back the line, but instead gets picked off through the smoke. The dash in from Powell, as it looks like they've gotten there. They are here and ready to stay. Tayo finds one. They're trying to hold back behind the boxes. They tap him up a little bit more. Straight blind on Powell. Shock darts going across. It's madness on site, but they do find the last kill. Ryujin gets 4. UCF pick up the pistol.
Yeah, it's a bit of a poetic thing. And initially, we had Cookies and Cream pick up 4 in the first pistol round. Now Ryujin, a 4 of their own in the second pistol round. If they could take that advantage, bring it into another couple of rounds to get things popping for themselves, this could be a good sign, especially now they're rocking with plenty of cash going forward. This should be a guaranteed win. But Aggro, damn, they've got those shorties. So they're going to be waiting by short. This is another stack, another bum rush for A.
Now another bum rush we go, full send it. They find the shotgun or the shorty, Cookies and Cream. Not wanting to play this one yet, but they don't know that they're walking into a crossfire. That's one, Cookies and Cream, damn! Almost gets a second. It will be a hit up, but they are able to heal it back up. The rest of the squad, meanwhile, there is one on the flank. The chamber is lurking. Sam Dolphin. If you can just get to those guns, that's the thing. Gets a headshot, but no, it's not able to close it out. And that means now all up to Noble. 1v3, what can you do? Looks for it, not able to finish there. More and more damage across, and yes, he will draw out.
Another one of those, I guess, anti-bonus or anti-force rounds that actually find a bit of success. They get 2 kills. It really comes down to the back of damn baiting the hell out of Aggro, but that was the plan. That was written in the strategy book. It was only good for 1, as much as we expected. That's all you could bring out. But in the end, the Spectres reign supreme, and we've gotten back to an equalizer round. This bonus will be a tell-all, K-Tad, if they could walk out again. And I'm thinking they're looking toward another A rush, but there are 3 players in position, or previously were, as the totem sends our favorite chamber, Sam Dolphin, back to top of B.
Sends them back, but this time, I mean, just looking at the map placement, right, Los, it feels to me that this is going to be a slower round. UCF, they've left the spike in spawn. They are waiting to see what they can get. They actually forced 3 members to rotate over to A with that initial aggression, almost trying to condition TAMU into thinking that anytime they hear noise, it's going to be a hard hit. As now the rest of the squad on C, though, this cover will find one. Damn, nicely positioned, and that means he gets 2 right out the gate.
He is hit with that shock dart, but it's not able to finish him off, only 19 HP, but now the rest of the cavalry is here. Maybe a bit of help from Ryujin over in Garage. No, the guiding lights don't guide them to victory. It only leads them to their inevitable defeat. And of course, it would be the Esports U Flawless.
Yes, it is, and a flawless worth off of Damn. I mean, really, that smoke, it just leaves the positioning on it, just leaves just enough room for him to see if anybody was creeping forward. And then from there, I mean, that seals the deal because the rest of the squad forced to just commit to that C play means that TAMU, they just have that one in the bag. Now, yes, that was bonus. So that means now we get to see the true test, the true matchup here in the second half. UCF having full guns, an operator in hand, actually, from the jet down C long. I'm curious to see if that's going to pay dividends or if they're going to be held down these long sight lines.
I'm not exactly sure. I mean, Powell already taking quite a bit of damage from sprays through the smoke. So I have to think twice. Damn, it's still an impressive presence on C. I'll make him think twice. Oh, Cookies and Cream getting the shot into Garage. Now that opens up a few options for the UCF crew here. But we also have Damn making their way down C long. They want to push the advantage They're going to hang out in Cubby. They're going to be a bigger threat. But someone is even greater. It's Cookies and Cream, removing 2. They wanted to get back into the garage. And damn, getting a bit crazy. They want to have the advantage here. But now the Seekers, they forced his hand. He has to swing. Only good for power, though, but it is damage enough. They walk on through. Tayo, good for another 2 headshots. The Seekers don't stop him. He's hanging around the other side of the site. And they're backing off. They don't want to fight. The guiding light sent to cover their tracks. And Cookies and Cream in C Link. If he walks on through, wants to take it through B. So B crucial, but he gives it away. Tayo currently with a 3K.
What a swing from Tayo and what a hold from him. He's got the drone ready. He's just trying to cover his bases, make sure nobody else is in his area. But as it stands, the Sky could be swinging around now. Ryujin, they know the plan is going down in this. Okay. I got worried for a second there, Lo, so I'm going to be honest. I thought for sure that was going to be a turnaround swing. But
Tayo put the round on his back, but also you got to give it up to Dam for starting that off, removing the operator from play, stalling things out, forcing them to walk through the dark cover so they don't have any information going forward. And it's a 4K for the Sova. Absolutely insane setup. TAMU stealing back the momentum, and they're holding on to it. They've got the guns, forcing them back into a pauper's buy of Sheriffs and Classics.
yeah, it forces them back. It means now that TAMU can start pulling away with this one. That was a great opening. I mean, the strategy there from Central Florida was good, right? They had the push, but how do you predict for a Sova of all people to hold the line there at C, to get a 2K, not get traded out, and then finish out the round? That is a tough one to lose if you're Central Florida, as now they need to slowly creep through. They need to find their way with these utility weapons. But there it is. Noble finds one. The rest of the squad forced back. And the bunny hops. Oh, Ducky Momo. We'll see. Can he get this shot right out the gate? They're going to clear it now. That means they know he's there, but no. Just the immediate right click from Noble. Doesn't even reload his Phantom. He doesn't even need it. As the rest of the squad forced back. Nice kill from Ryujin, though. And that means now it's 2-on-2 at the end of it. Oh, Weisel! Great shot. And now Aggro, the last man standing, has to turn this around. Could be a thrifty for Central Florida if they're able to finish it. Time on the clock.
Ryujin, as well as Weisel, they're hanging out with each other. This is not a fake out. It's good enough for a half. It's providing some safety. Oh, spot realized. Aggro takes the shot. But it is planted over here for Weisel. I think he landed it. No, he did it. He missed it. And it's a commissioner's clutch for Aggro. How heartbreaking. They had such a great moment to come back with Sheriff kills, a spike plant, and 2 players alive to defend it all, but it came down to an ego duel. The shots did not work out in the beginning. And oh, so close for UCF to turn the tide, but it did not come to fruition. Ryujin wasn't able to make the shots connect with the Vandal in the end. They lost it out thanks to Aggro being agile and dodging that Owl drone dart. Losing out against Weisel only after getting that spike defusal. What a loss to take for UCF.
Yeah, I mean, I am speechless, jaw open, as now we're back on it. UCF, though, they came back with a fury here on this one. Smoke jumps out, but again, somebody jumps out of heaven. It's Noble. He goes down, but instead, Dam TP's to the side. It means he picks up that one, but it will not matter as finally Cookies and Cream picks up the round for UCF. I mean, all right, heartbreaking loss, sure, but the immediate run back, the immediate just rush down onto A's site. I mean, we talked about it here. It looked like UCF was starting to play a little slower. They say, all right, the adaptation they make, they just pick up the pace.
I mean, we should also remember that was their eco round. They weren't supposed to win that one anyway, but the fact that they took away so many rifles from the get-go crippled the economy, especially going into that previous round. They lit them up, Knocked him down. Oh, Power! Playing Vikings, but Aggro still gets the kill!
Absolutely massive from Aggro there. So now the rest of the squad has to push in. They're trying to make this force. You talked about being UCF, Seco. Well, how about TAMU's? They got one. Weisel reloads, sees it. He's flashed. And it's a thrifty in response from TAMU. The momentum is swinging like a dang metronome right now, Los.
What another terrible defeat that UCF has found themselves in. The perfect opportunity for Power to respond. They got around the Blade Storm, but there was still more to deal with. They had not weathered the storm. The Classic was there to deny them. Not only that, Noble's defense, the use of the guiding lights to lead the way, essentially, in terms of that defense. Nobody was prepared for it. Nobody could swing away from it. And the second that they acted on those blinds, it was all over for UCF. And this is another devastating start as Cookies and Cream loses out on mid.
Los, I have a feeling we are slowly approaching a breaking point for UCF. They need to pull it together or close out on these rounds. You know, yes, one heartbreaker is tough. Two heartbreakers when you start getting nervous. Three is when it is surely done and dusted when the teams are this close. I mean, Sam! 3K mid is his domain right now.
Absolutely disgusting. This chamber is on another level. Oh, God. Good night, Power. And good night to Ducky Momo. No problems here. It's the Esports U Flawless.
Yes, it is. And now with us at match point, this does mean we could be seeing a third map here. I mean, let's take a look at this again. Sam just sitting up on boxes all day long. The rest of the squad not able to find it. I mean, they just had these angles locked down from the side of TAMU. And I mean, to think about it, looking at how this series has adapted, now it's starting to wonder what more does UCF have in the tank. Hard rushing isn't working. Default isn't, or hard rushing it isn't working. Default isn't working. You know, what strategy, how many more strategies do they have in the tank on what is a force right now? Orbital strike in the back line. They're going to try to push out, but all right, they got site control. Now the next step, you know, step one accomplished. Now for step two.
Okay, it comes down to what the play is for Power. They have the judge right outside of the Sky Smoke for CT Link. But, oh, wait a minute. Weisel, good for a 1D onto Sam Dolphin. However, Aggro has the presence from Garage. Good for 2 in return, equalizing it out. They can't take those angles just being sprayed down from the open ones.
Power
with the double on the judge and a wall bang to close it out. A nice 3K redemption here for the Jet from Florida.
Just when you thought it was over, UCF punched back and off of what was huge site control. I mean, yeah, if you're TAMU, that was the correct call, right? Give up the site, give them priority. They're going to rush it, and you're not going to have as many members on site. I agree with that one. But then the side of Power to just hold that angle and for TAMU to not even think about or not know, right? He sold that. He deserves the Oscar for that one. He sold it. You know, he was a car salesman at best because he just told them, oh, I only have a classic. Don't mind me. I'm just going to sit tight and I'm trying to play this angle. And then all of a sudden when they come back around, just kidding, I've got a judge. He XD and just blasts them and sends them back to spawn. TAMU, that could be a tough one because now they've lost the opening frag here again in round number 22.
Employee of the month, it's gotta be Power. Now Cookies and Cream is the leader here, leading in kills, leading the squad as they can make their way up into Garage. But you're going to have a much harsher resistance here for C-Long, only depending, though, on those dark covers. And no one's looking initially, but they have a good feeling that the second they walk on through, they'll have major issues. Power, hit them. Though they got onto the box, it's not going to matter. Good night, Noble says to the rest of this squad, and they want to make it on through. Weisel, the last one alive in the 1v4. The walls are closing in, and TAMU finish it off here on Haven. We are going to a map 3.
Yes, we are, Los, and we are going to Split of all places. I mean, what a wild, wild game that one was. I mean, the hero plays from that one are so strong in that way. We talked about it in game one, but I think that one to me speaks to things like that, moments like that, power with a judge. That was 2 times he ran it, right? If we think back to that one, he does it on C site twice, once on the defense, once on the offense. And honestly, I mean, with that in mind, it's still not enough just because of how well Tamu was able to pick up rounds that should not have been theirs.
Yeah, and I also want to talk about Noble's ability to hold it down, not only with the guiding light, but even in that previous round. 2 kills, sending out the Seekers, get the information you need. Go back to a few rounds before when they were on the Thrifty. It was supposed to be the winning round that allowed UCF to get that equalizer, bring it back, get to double digits, but it was another case of denial. The guiding lights to stop on the push. It forced out some bad plays, and the more mistakes that we saw from UCF, the more capitalization we saw out of TAMU, and if they're going to continue in this effort, it wouldn't be surprised to see TAMU take it all the way in the end, but we'll find out after we head over to Split right after this.
trail.
It all comes down to this. After over 125 rounds of Valorant, University of Central Florida stands at the precipice of their ticket to Atlanta. On the other side, Texas A&M, after losing their first map, they come back and they take Haven. And now we only have but one map left to play, 13 rounds to win, and 5 tickets to book as we finish out here in the last chance qualifier for the CECC. I'm K-Tad, that's Los, and here we go. Let's get into it as we're going not to split, but to bind.
Yeah, just a little bit of a error there on our part. Whoops! You could blame the guy behind K-Tad.
Not this
You can
guy.
Look at him.
Not this guy. The
Oh,
guy
not
on
that
the
guy.
other side.
The other guy. The
on
other guy.
other side.
Oh,
He's over there.
That
Yeah,
was my
see?
bad.
Yeah.
That's Scoots. He's cool. don't mind him. He's the observer. Anyways, we're here on Bind, Texas A&M, Central Florida, the university of that place. Here to bring it down. I mean, this is going to be the similar situation from what we saw last time around. Power, however, this time on the Rays, and rightfully so. Aggro, though, doesn't believe in that sort of activity. They're going to stay where they are on the Jet, and rightfully so. But, you want to take advantage of this tight corners So that's why you'd have those ping shells, the boom bots, the Roombas, if you will. So it's what we're expecting. Almost one of those mirror match scenarios. Actually, no, not even close this time. It's 2 differences this time around, K-Tad. But the initiators, the Sova, the Chamber, of course we're going to see that again.
Yeah, and I think that is kind of how we've been seeing UCF adapt and change over the course of this series. But now I'm really kind of wondering how that's going to pay out for them, because last game they switched to the Brimstone, didn't end up paying dividends for them. I think only one really good, I think, orbital strike that we saw gave them site positioning, but not a lot of post-plant scenarios where they got to use it, not a lot of opportunities where it ended up paying out for them. We'll see how that changes up this time around, because for the most part, TAMU, they looked like they were picking up steam and picking up confidence towards the back end of round number 2. So here we go. Bind. Teleporter Central on the map.
That's right. That is right. And to speak further on the Brimstone, I mean, the Molly capability that comes on through, I think, is important to note, because there was that moment where Ducky Momo had just an incredible defense of C-Site by themselves, utilizing that. And we got a bit of aggression coming here from TAMU, something we'd expect, but they gambled wrong. They went over to A short, but no one's there to greet them, and now it is a full-on easy site control. Tayo, they've been a hero before, potentially can do it again, but in a 1v5, I wouldn't say so. Spikes planted, and Tayo about to be engaged by 3 players from Florida.
Yeah, Tayo unlucky there, walks into the firing squad, as now the rest of TAMU now have to play retake. A lot of chaos going down, utility getting burned. Nice headshot from Dam there, as the rest of the squad has pincered out. Elbow is now the position, the last bastion that Central Florida is trying to hold. They're going to clear out for now. They swing out of the smoke, and they find 3 just like that. A great flash from Ryujin, picks up the pistol.
Not only was it the flash, it was also Weisel who sent out the dart. You followed the vision of, I believe, it was Noble, I believe? In the last moment, no, Aggro. In those final seconds, you saw them follow the dart, knowing they had to shoot it to stop the oppression, the retake out from Elbow, and in that moment, they were completely distracted. It's almost punishment for being a good player and destroying the dart for your teammate.
Yeah, I mean, that is where that was coordinated from the side of Florida. I mean, you love to see it when a play like that works out. And now, Sova forced to back up. Tayo not able to hold it down this time. But meanwhile, Dam picks up a kill, but will get traded back through the smoke. And unfortunately for him, does not get much more. TAMU, 2 members standing. They're just going to chill, I think, for this one.
Sometimes you gotta chill, and that's what we'll see. But the most important aspect is you do not lose the Phantom. Don't drop it. You have to have someone with it at all time. Essentially escort it. Protect the president. If that goes in the hands of TAMU, Sam Dolphin can be a menace. Okay, 1 death goes their way. Not a crazy loss, though, as they can hold on to it, and Ryujin won't let the gun out of their hands. That's a crucial one.
Yeah, I mean, crucial one for it. I mean, I love the play, though, from Dam, and that's something I've wanted to point out for a little while now in this series, that I'm enjoying. You know, if you're going to have somebody be a rat and play those, you know, really tight corners like that, Dam has been doing an excellent job of that all series and really all tournament long, I would say, of just getting in the head of his opponent, and he's playing these angles that nobody expects him to be at. It's allowing him to pick up, you know, 1 kill, 2 kills for free, and that was a round where, had he gotten away with that, that could have been a big difference. But unfortunately for him, he goes down, and they're not able to have that hookah control anymore for the defense. And now UCF in the bonus. What else can they get?
Some information down on short. Yeah, there's the spot onto Aggro. Oh, don't need to heal that anymore, but you can get a rifle instead. Ryujin still has that presence. They got to walk on through. Dam hiding inside of the sky smoke. The second that is brought out, the guiding light is good enough for 1. Cookies and cream out from the showers is providing 2 more. The value is insane. Picking up the Phantom. There is aggro inside, but the reload sound cue causes Aggro to push on out Weisel. The last one alive. Oh, he's already been spotted out. Hanging here with the Spectre. They're not going to give him any quarter. It is possible the shot on Aggro can come through, and it will. However, the maneuverability, this player has just been pinged for like the last 10 seconds, K-Tad.
Yep, ping, ping, and they know every single second where that man is standing, and that is a tough one to lose if you are Central Florida, because they had the motion, they had the setup, but then right when they go to plant the spike the second time by triple box, the reload sound and just overall the positioning with two members being unable, combat ineffective, right, so to speak. One guy's reloading, one guy's trying to plant the spike. They are able to just swing out from TAMU. It gives them the bonus. And all right, yes, that wasn't a round that Central Florida was expecting to win anyways, but it does mean that TAMU gets themselves back on the board relatively early. And now we'll see how the adaptation shifts, as now it looks like pressure returning to the B site.
There's 4 players here waiting for that response of aggression. It all depends on what information is gained here. Who are they going to spot with that owl drone? At this point, Ryujin has slipped out through the dark cover unnoticed. They don't know that he's here. But in the end, a lot of pressure being put out on those Hookah players. Even on long, they've lost one. So this attack is getting stifled before it can even begin.
Yeah, curious to see how Cookies and Cream is going to play this lurk with the Tour de Force. Knowing that, all right, they sent 3 to A, the 3 failed. Now it is up to the 2 on the other side to make this work. They're going to play off of it first. All right, they're going to clear the trademark. Now looking what they want to get. Ducky Momo, that's a huge frag, because now that does open up the site. They just need to smoke out what I would believe is Heaven, but instead, no. They're going to smoke the bathroom to cover the plant. And now what else can they get from here is the question. Seekers go out. The rest of the squad is backing up. There's a Stimmy to kind of give himself a little bit more combat presence on the center. But there it is. Cookies and Cream finds one on the side. They're watching the flank, but the timing might be there for the chamber. As Sam not able to get it as the rest of the squad falls in the back site. Sam finds another one. Sam finds 3. It's a 1v1 now, Los.
Oh, here comes the guiding lights. And for a moment, I thought Sam would be able to clutch it out again. Not the case, as Ryujin, good for the spray, outside of the showers, and they will secure this first-on rifle round. But Sam Dolphin, an ever-dooming presence, as they were able to secure 3 before they fell. And that was a very close one, K-Tad.
That was incredibly close. And I mean, let's talk about it, right? Let's break that down a little bit, because I actually really like the way that Central Florida played that. And it leads them to the round win, and it leads them to it because of the fact that it's a push and pull, right? It's a probe out onto B. They don't find what they're looking for, so they say, all right, clear A. And that's where, oh, never mind, Sam, once again with the Tour de Force, now holding the line, picking up kills. It causes chaos in the rest of the UCF. We'll talk about that in a second.
Wait. Cookies and Cream?
Yeah.
And Aggro? Did they miss each other?
It's the buddy cop. The back-to-back. They don't know.
Oh my god. So Aggro's here. They've got no idea. Cookies and Cream, he's still walking on up. Will be spotted if he walks out through this. And yep, there it is.
Okay.
But in the end, this is the save round here for TAMU. But he's going to walk on through. Dan with the Bucky. Nuck if you buck. He gets the shot. As well as Sam Dolphin over in heaven. Leaving it all up to Ducky Momo. But no. No. It's a CECC Thrifty.
Wow. Okay, I mean, that's another one where, all right, opening frag, sure, this one happens, but okay, it was just the timing. Aggro walked into the connector there, into the middle of that, right as the chamber was pushing through the other side. So they just miss each other by just a hair, and that causes Aggro to fall without expecting anything. He has no idea, or not Aggro. It causes UCF to lose members when they weren't expecting anybody to be there. And in the grand scheme of things, then you're pinched, you're out of position. It's a tough one to hold as Sam, once again, being that menace, will just hop back out, takes a shot, but he's all right. And now they have to push.
Great crosshair placement, expecting the wide swing. Ducky Momo able to work with Cookies and Cream. Now that's a Phantom in hand, but the second they pick it up, they lose it. Sam Dolphin only with 6 HP. But at this point, it does not matter. The shots are so good, there's no time for retaliation from anyone on the opposite side. Oh no! I think Power's blast back actually sent him forward a little bit and right into the crosshair of the player holding onto elbow.
Yeah, rough one. But once again, let's look at this. It starts, as most of these do, with Sam. And oh my gosh, just the way he is holding these he's pushed up and holding these angles, gets out scot-free pretty much by just having that rendezvous. It does create a little bit more of a pressure now. UCF trying to figure out what works. I mean, the default strat into the conversion worked for them a few rounds ago. Doesn't work out for them that time. Now what's left in the playbook? Seekers come out as there goes the orbital strike as well. They tried to clear out hookah, or elbow rather, I'm sorry, lamps as the debate goes, right? But now, meanwhile, it's a fight in showers, and it's Aggro who comes out on top with the operator. He gets traded back by Ducky Momo, but the rest of the squad has to back up now. 2 versus 3. Powell would have loved to get that headshot, but misses it by just a hair, and that means Ducky Momo trapped in the lamps, gets 1, but it's pinged out, and they know it. 10 HP and a dream. He's going to smoke to try and clear, but no damage there.
Yeah, no, just a little bit of a gap there, and the smoke is damn ready for the shot, and things seem to fall apart so quickly. It's not a pick here, a pick there. In these last couple of rounds, it's 3 dead in 3 seconds for UCF, and that might be a sign of just their aggression not paying off. As you can see, Aggro having absolute control of the bathrooms, and they haven't been able to take control of that, and I think that's severely hurting their plays when it comes over to their A executes. They just can't get that real pressure, that real pincer going in. And, you know, they have to make adjustments at this point. And now there's a bit more pressure looking down B long. The first person who walks through, it's going to be Power, but they bait out the shot, get the information, time to back off.
Yep, they know it now. They know the operator's there. Aggro wants to move into a better position, but gets blinded up. Retakes the spot and instead finds the shot before the bird can pop. The rest of the squad has to push in now. 3 versus 2 only on site, but Aggro holding his angle as they calm it down just a little bit. It's an eco round from Central Florida. Keep that in mind. So any kills would be good kills for them here. But instead, everyone else just holds the line. They play it slow for now.
Any kills would be good, but the question is, can they get any of them? Aggro with another 2 from the op. You know exactly what's going on. You know the vibes. We won't get them, unfortunately. It is an Esports U flawless, but let's also remember, this was just an eco round, so it isn't anything to tout so loudly. But in the end, that's another tough, rough couple of rounds because you had Cookies and Cream. They were with the Tour de Force. They were hoping to have that response, that reaction, to be able to take them down, but it wasn't the case. They lost out on it, a big investment into nothing.
Yeah, it ends up giving them not a whole lot back, right? And the economy now for the side of Central Florida on the ropes, right? Take a look at those numbers. Take a look at the strategy here. They do not have the ability to contest these long angles. So what are they doing? They're pushing up a short. They're going to use the blast packs here. It's actually a Ray's ultimate, but he's blinded up. Noble picks off the kill before he can get the rocket out. And now the pinch onto Showers. They get 1. Can they get the Omen hiding in the smoke? Crosshair goes right across his face, but they don't know he's there. The rest of the squad, they are just holding onto this angle. Now they see him, but no, Tam gets that one. That's a huge pick. It evens out the man count, and actually Sam gets the kill on the flank. The last 2 members have to hold it down and bunker up in lamps.
Look at that long rotation from Sam. That was all the way through caves and even beyond. Tayo setting out the shock darts, able to find a bit of information. They know Weisel's there, and the last one is done in by the Dolphin. This player is just such a threat on the server. You cannot stop Sam. And that's why we have TAMU here with 6 rounds. UCF clawing, screaming, hoping to get something to work, but it's not going down, and such a major investment again. In terms of ultimates, bringing out the showstopper, it wasn't even a Rosa ult, KTAD. It didn't even launch.
He didn't know. You can't shoot what you can't see, or well, most of the time you can by just spraying through the smoke. But this time, he chooses not to pull the trigger. Power, not having the greatest of games here on this one, right? 1-8, when we usually expect to see this guy closer to the top of the leaderboard. On a character like Raze, you need to have that confidence. You need to be fragging, and unfortunately for him, it's just not coming together. And that's the worrying point. That's why we're seeing UCF in this position. They're just unable to finish out kills. They're losing duels, or they're just not able to get, the value out of some of their skills, out of their utility. Whereas on the other side, TAMU, they're switching it up. The strategies are changing. Sam, Dolphin, like you're talking about, landing shots, being that man on a mission, a man possessed to try and get himself to Atlanta. He is not missing shots. He's changing it up, right? Nobody was expecting the flank through spawn on that last round. Sam does it, gets the kills, and gives them that positioning.
Big blind onto Sam, but it doesn't matter. They back off and still have space to take. Going for the peak. Goodbye, Ryujin. Goodbye, Power. Anyone else want to have a taste of this? It's cookies and cream, and he gives him a cream of his own, so it's okay. He walks out and will be able to survive, but in the end, it's only 1 kill out of 4 more that they need to secure, still only with Sheriffs in hand. They don't have much else in terms of space, and the second that we have Cookies and Cream walk the corner, they'll be lit up, as Noble has been waiting for them for quite some time, only 31 HP. Here comes the swing, but the timing is off. No one would be expecting him, but in the end, you don't have to worry about expectations, because you can at least expect Dam to close things up with another 2K and another round for TAMU. UCF thrashing. Haven't been able to get around since the 4th.
Yeah, have not been able to put stuff together, but that is not against them as much as it is Sam is popping off. I mean, just as we rolled through that in the beginning, the guy is not missing shots. He's taking aggressive peaks. 18-5, by the way, Los. He could be 20. He could drop a 20 bomb right before we even hit halftime. Are you kidding me? Look at that.
Absolutely nuts. A menace. And he walks on by. He goes in for a repeat. Misses the shot. He still wants more. And he finds a different target.
That wasn't even the guy he wanted to kill. He was just checking. He swung back around and said, all right, you're Sova, you're hiding. I'll settle for the other chamber. I'll take that guy's head off instead. And, I mean, again and again. Now, look, he goes over to A. He got the pressure down B. He's like, all right, cool. Nobody else is coming this way now. I'll go to A because that's where they're headed next, and that's where I'm going to get even more kills.
Nuts. Absolutely insane. And although they have a shot down towards Showers, no one will meet them there. But here's some information. He can walk on over into
Sam
you all.
Dolphin.
Here's
Sam
the first
Dolphin.
shot. Sam Dolphin hitting them with the Tour de Force, the Tour de Dolphin. Oh, they're going to be stuck. They're in a bad position, but they don't even need that sniper because they've got the Vandal, and they're being destructive with it. No Noble there to help them out. Noble following up with a second kill, leaving Ducky Momo all on their lonesome. But hey, they made it a little bit easier until Tayo removes them from the equation. Yeah, it's 8-3. Another round going the way of TAMU. Look at that scoreline. Look at the timeline. It's just too much.
It is too much, and it is all Sam Dolphin. He saw the other guy, too. He saw Sova swinging back, but he said, nah. I got it. I know there's somebody else here. I mean, and then obviously, yeah, he misses the shot there, but he knows he's got backup in Noble. The double swing is perfect. It gets the trades as they need it to. And like we said, there it is. The 20 count. It's there. Sam's got it. And that is a rough one to look at if you're on the side of Central Florida when TAMU just has all of the momentum ready to go.
At this point, Sam Dolphin. I mean, we're going to talk about this player all day, K-Tad. You already know what's going on. Aggro spotting out. They've been spotted themselves with the Aldrone, bringing out the great use of the Blade Storm. Oh, wait a minute. Getting hit with one. You had the updrafts at your disposal. A little bit late on the usage, but regardless, they're still there. Sam Dolphin open things up. A response of the Hunter's Fury there from Tayo. And they will be able to get some damage down on... Oh, my God. Dolphin Please, God, stop. We're talking about you too much. It's getting bored for the fans. We need another player to step up, please.
I mean, he's just hunting at this point, too. Los, the guy just leaves hookah and says, no, let me just casually swing around, not even looking in the direction, but just snaps right to the head of the brimstone. I mean, what can you do when you're Florida, if you're Central Florida, when a guy is he's just popping like that? Okay, that's a start. Cookies and cream, down to 5 HP, but could make some things happen here. Aggro pops the Blade Storm, and they're looking like they want to get some things going. Tour de Force gets used here, actually. Interesting is now what can they get through the doorway? That's the question. Cookies and cream wants to find one. About to get blinded up, but finds it just a little bit early! Oh! That's 2. Does he know where the 5th is? He sees him, and it's an ace!
Oh! It's an ace! Cookies and Cream said, enough talk about Dolphin! It's time we talk about the Supreme Cream! Cookies and Cream getting a nice ace with the Tour de Force, making every bullet count there. What a beautiful play. Sure, Sam Dolphin comes on through, but a new chamber is in town, and it's a great way to cap off that first half. But still, they were in such a great deficit of rounds. 4 down so far. It's time for them to bring it back on the defense.
No 9-3 curse here in the building. It's only 8-4. Still very realistic, very feasible to come back from, right? Win the pistols, though. That's the important part here. If you can get that, bring yourself within the 2 rounds, give yourself economy advantage. That's how you build these blocks back up if you are Central Florida. Next, want to see how they play it here. Teleporters does make it easier for the defense just slightly if you opt to use them. But all right, let's see it. Ryujin says, I'm tired of getting shortied. I'm tired of getting these little rat angles. I want to play one myself. And let's see if it works out for them. They swing. There's 1. There's 2.
Oh! Beautiful double shorty for this shorty. Ryujin started things off, and they're going to be happy about that. Can even convert it into a ghost if they like to. Send out that guiding light, get some information. Players are out in sand, but aggro gets the plant. They are taking a bit of damage from that shock dart, so that makes it a lot easier. Ryujin will lose their head, but power there for the trade out. Now it's a 4-on-2, but Noble able to whittle them down, but in the end, they can't handle that massive retaliation in the retake.
Yeah, I mean, once that double kill comes through, and with the amount of manpower you have in the pistol, it is very hard to come back from that. And well done from the side of Ryujin. I mean, let's look at it again. Nobody swings right. They both swing left, expecting it to be a tight angle. They just picked the wrong side, and from there, I mean, it's all done and dusted. That's a nice, easy pistol. And now let's see. Yep, the force is there from the side of Central Florida. Again, though, look at Ryujin. He's willing to run it back. Oh, okay, no, he sold it. He almost had the Bucky, and I was like, he's about to run this back. This madman. Oh, hey. He is.
Oh, beautiful. Judgment to be passed, but none to step into the courthouse of hookah. Oh, he's got the dragon judge too. That thing is a girthy gun. I don't feel right using that skin.
Breathe fire onto your enemies there. You know what I mean? It's the breath of life. You know, here in Hawaii we call that, you know, the mana. You know, if you were the rock, you've got it. And here comes Wizo standing tall like a rock. He picks up 2. He gets them all. Noble will trade him back in the end, but has the damage been done? Instead, the rest of the squad has to back it up. Noble not able to do it, or we will get that spike down. And at the end of it all, this could have been a disaster force from Florida. If they lose here, they've lost all their guns, and they have to concede the next 2.
Damn, now is repurposed, retooled this judge. I don't know if they're expecting it. Ooh, great placement of the nade, but a bit of a delay in that play from Sam Dolphin. Even so, Ducky Momo, they've got the opportunity. They could drop the Sky Smoke. I mean, are they going to make the commitment? Oh, yep, there's the barrel of Noble. It was a nice try, but in the end, they will be hit with the CECC Thrifty, and that's their force round. They lost out on that. the beginning was supposed to be so good for them, and Wise was able to take out 2. But in the end, the rest of the crew here from TAMU, they're just too oppressive, too quick, too fast. It doesn't matter what tools they've got in their hands. They can come out on top regardless.
Yes, they can, and it ends up working beautifully for them on the side of TAMU. And now, I mean, we talked about it, economy-wise, it is going to be tough for the side of Central Florida. And sure enough, they're out of guns. They've got sheriffs in hand. Aggro finds one already, and that means the rest of the squad has to back it up. Sheriff, or rather Classics in hand for Ryujin, not willing to spend too much money. And the rest of them now pushing up. TAMU, site control is theirs, but they haven't quite cleared out Elbow, and they haven't quite cleared out CT. For now, they will be happy with this, but will Ryujin push out a smoke? That's the question. Currently, no, as now the push comes in, but they're just getting picked off one by one until they all fall down.
A swift execution of that retake, or the denial thereof. I mean, they didn't have much to work with in the end. I mean, unless they could pull off an amazing thrifty round like TAMU, but that won't be the case. Not much to work with. I mean, they do have the Seekers. They have the Blades on the side of TAMU, but they're still balling in the dough. In terms of ultimate economy, if we're looking at UCF, not much to speak of.
Not much in the tank. I mean, they don't have these critical ults to work with. The Tour de Force has been such a big game changer this all series long, right? All throughout the day. That's been something that has made or broken certain rounds. And now we'll see it again as Aggro dives in. Seekers are there. They will shoot back through it. It's chaos on the site, but they get another shot down. Ryujin gets that one, and now the rest of the squad forced to debate if they want to jump out of hookah.
Damn, going with the Shrouded Step right onto the site. They'll avoid any altercations, but they get hit with the Roomba. Damn, being attacked from all angles. They want to escape, and somehow they do. But in their efforts, lots of their teammates are lost. Noble, though, able to drag 2 down to hell along with them. It's time for the rotation, though. They will be hit with the trademark, so a bit of a slowdown, and it stops Dam from getting quickly to the site. Cookies and Cream takes down Sim Dolphin, and now it's up to Dam. 1v1 in Lamps. They lose it out. Dam even has the option to run it back. And without the teleporters, they'll be a little more quiet.
Wait a minute. He's slowly working back around. I don't know. He's looking like he wants to play Showers. Maybe he's trying to bait Ryujin into thinking that he actually gave him the loop-de-loop, the do-si-do, the one round around. It looks like instead, no, he's just going to opt to play from Showers instead. That's going to be the call. Didn't go to Planet B, but that could be disastrous for him if Ryujin swings quickly enough. He does, but no, damn, it doesn't matter. He just clutches up and picks him off instead.
And this has been such a dominant map for TAMU. Again, look at the timeline right now. It is so destructive in favor of TAMU. And damn, being able to get hit with all of that utility, being shot in the back, teleports back into Hookah, able to win out the fight against Cookies and Cream, run through Showers, get the plane the last moment, get the kill into CT. Damn ran the race, and they won it. They beat the case.
It wasn't just a race, Los. That was a marathon, a biathlon, and then, I don't know, a triathlon. Is there one higher than that? I think there isn't, but we're going to call it anyways. That guy just did everything he needed to. He went to hell and back to finally pull that one out. And honestly, because of that, now look at where this puts them. They get to just walk in. They've got, again, weapon and economy priority. They are playing into a pistol round from the side of UCF, and that means that it is just disaster for the defense. They are not able to hold. Pawa has a judge. Pawa is dead. Tour de Force goes out, but Sam Dolphin just whips out the headhunter and just says nope.
This kid's too crazy. He has to be stopped. we have to nerf him, K-Dad, because the impact this singular player has had cannot be measured. I mean, we could look at the kills, 27, a 30 bomb, surely to make its way through if they don't win this round. Hell, even if they do, it could be a 3K from this player. They have just been so impactful throughout the entirety of this series. Without a doubt, an MVP if it comes to head that TAMU does win it out, but it's map, series, point. It all hinges on one more round victory for TAMU, and they'll be making their way to Atlanta. It's the last chance qualifier and the last chance for UCF to stay in this fight.
One more round. They need to run it back 7 more times if you're on the side of Central Florida. Can they do it is the question. We've seen crazier, but here we go. The swing from Aggro. He picks up 2. That is not the way you want this to start. They need the Sova to hold out long, but instead, no, he swings and misses, and it's just down to 2 now. Cypher, or Chamber and Raze, that's all that's left.
Cookies and Cream being spotted out a bit by that room bubble. We have Aggro already jumping through. They're taking the fight all the way to the end, and it's a flawless with the paranoia, the daggers to the dome, and Texas A&M University won the last chance qualifier. They will be making their way to Atlanta for the CECC Championships.
What a show from TAMU at the end there. They just start picking it up, and they don't let up. They put the pedal to the ground, and they didn't hit the brakes once on Bind. And honestly, credit to them. Welcome to the pool. Welcome to the team. You are now going up against some of the best in the country as we approach the LAN phase of this all. I mean, they definitely earned their spot, but boy, did UCF make them fight for it.
Certainly in those first 2 maps, but it was a bit of a downfall in the end. As we saw, it was a 13-9 scoreline in the beginning. Then they flipped it over finally. It was TAMU who were in control again, and on their attack, their aggression knew no bounds. And we saw a similar situation, but this time they did not hold back. An even greater round deficit, 7 away from their opponents. And my God, K-Tad, it was an amazing performance by Texas A&M. Also, you got to shout out UCF, University of Central Florida, for being able to make their way into the last chance qualifier grand finals and put up a great fight. But in the end, you got to give it up to TAMU. You got to give it up to Noble, Tayo, Dam, Aggro, and who else but Sam Dolphin. What a phenomenal roster that we've seen today.
Absolutely incredible from them, TAMU. I'm excited to see, hopefully, if we can get one of them on the desk here to chat with us. But not to be worried, though, Los, because this does mean that UCF, the main team, falls, but the sister team, the JV, the academy team, may now open the door to seek sweet, sweet revenge against Texas A&M in LAN. Remember, I said this earlier in the broadcast. The Academy squad won the Southeast Invitational for us. That means that they will be represented. UCF, Central Florida, is represented at this event, but they lose out on the main squad here. So I'm really excited to see now how amped does this make some of them and some of the other competitors now, knowing that Texas A&M is going to be at this tournament. This Valorant lineup, this Valorant tournament, is starting to look scarier and scarier by the minute, Los, as we get closer to Atlanta.
It's going to be amazing. I can't wait to see all these players jump into the server on LAN, get face-to-face. What a beautiful thing that the CECC has done here. But we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back. We're going to interview one of the victors and get inside the minds of people who've just punched their ticket to Atlanta. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Smoke's down. Spike planted. Apologize, Suzanne, but
Three.
And welcome back, everybody. The LCQ for the CECC has been decided. It's Texas A&M University after a grueling grand finals. 3 maps up, 3 maps down, and the winner has been decided. And joining us here to give us some insight on how it all went down, we've got Dam. Dam, how are you feeling after winning this and securing your spot in Atlanta?
I'm so happy. I really wanted to go to Atlanta. We lost to UCF like maybe a month ago, 2 best of 3s in a row. So I knew coming into this, I wanted to do the interview if we won, and here I am.
Nice. I mean, speaking on that, then. So you guys said you lost. You say you lost to their UCF a while back, but what about their sister team? So I don't know if you heard me say this, but you've knocked out the main squad, but actually the GV squad, the academy team, was actually the one that knocked them out of our Southeast qualifier. Have you guys played the academy squad at all, or are they even on your radar? What's the deal with that?
I don't think we've played the academy squad at all. I don't think I've watched any of their games. I do know that some of their players, but other than that, Cookies and Cream always lived rent-free in my head. That guy, last time we played against him, just absolutely destroyed us. So I don't know anything about the other academy team, though.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, then speaking to that, with some of the other names that are going to be down there in Atlanta, is there anything you guys are specifically prepping for? Is there anything you guys are kind of now doing, knowing that you were going to walk into this qualifier, but now even more so, you guys have about 2 weeks to prep. Is there anybody on the radar? Is there anybody that you guys are kind of specifically putting in that little bit of extra time on to make sure you are ready for whatever comes your way in Atlanta?
Yeah, I think before Atlanta, we definitely need to go over like more set plays and how we want to play the different maps, especially I probably shouldn't say this, but maps that aren't Haven, Ascent, Split, like basically Breeze and Fracture. But I think the biggest team on our radar is probably going to be SJSU. We played them a lot last semester, the semester before that, and they're always consistent, and it would be wonderful if we could beat them.
Hey, that would be amazing. I mean, you've already had a great accomplishment winning the last chance qualifier, but let's take it back to the series you actually went through. So you lost back on Ascent and started to pick up the pieces over on Haven. How did you absolutely dominate on Bind? What was the secret sauce to let you win?
I think Ascent's usually our best map, so it was unfortunate we dropped that map. Several bad plays on our part. I think Sam's probably the biggest reason that we came through. Even though we lost on Ascent, he kept us in it. And then on Bind and Haven as well. For Bind specifically, we had the momentum after we won Haven. And yeah, we were just hyped. We knew what we wanted to do. We watched some of their stuff on Bind, and we just wanted to win really bad.
Sometimes you just gotta want it more. Well, you don't need to want it anymore because you've already earned it. The last chance qualifier and the ticket to Atlanta is yours and the rest of Texas A&M. Now, before we send you off to celebrate and enjoy the night, is there anybody you'd like to give a special shout out to?
Oh yeah, I want to shout out all my teammates. I mean, Sam, obviously, for the wonderful performance. I think I end up playing with Noble on site a lot of times, and like he's so easy to play with. I always know what he's gonna do. It's always the right play. Tio is the best Sova I've ever seen, and Aggro has really changed his play style from how he used to play. Very aggressive, very consistent now, and make smart plays.
Absolutely fantastic work, Deb, and congratulations again on your win, and good luck to you as we head over into Atlanta. But ladies and gentlemen, that'll be it here from the Esports U, the CECC Last Chance Qualifier. The winner has been decided. All the teams are heading over to the LAN in Atlanta in May, but that's going to be the final broadcast in the run-up to this event. So we won't see you until then. We may have simul broadcasts with the other orgs underneath the Esports U umbrella, but until then, we'll see you for the action in Atlanta. I'm Los, joined by the God Prod, K-Tad, stepping in on the mic. K-Tad, thank you for joining me here on the desk.
Yeah, it's been fun, Los. It's not that often that I get to step out from behind the shadows, behind the scenes, and come out into the light on the camera. But I definitely had a great time tonight. It was some great Valorant action. And honestly, it has me so pumped and so excited to see what happens and really what the future may hold. This is only just the beginning for the CECC events, and who knows where we'll be this time next year, Los. And I'm sure we'll be having a ball and we'll have having so much fun when it comes to that point. But thank you, man. It's been a blast, and I can't wait till the next one.
A beautiful present and a beautiful future ahead. Thank you to all the teams who came through, the fans as well. You gotta shout out the production, the gang behind you. We got Colton, we got Cool Scoots working the production and observing respectively. So thank you so much to everyone who participated in this amazing last chance qualifier. And we'll see you in Atlanta. Have a good night.